beautiful day, the sun beat down, I had the radio on, I was driving, trees flew by, me and Del were singing, a little runaway, yeah, I was flying, yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me, working on a mystery, going wherever it leads, running down a dream. Whoa, whoa, yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me, running down a dream. Oh yeah, running down a dream.
It's the start of a new era on iRacing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Great American Race. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, alongside with me, Jarrett the Iceberg, as we get ready to watch 43 drivers go 500 miles in one great show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Countdown to Green. Jarrett, what can we expect tonight?
Controlled chaos. That is the name of the game tonight. This is super speedway racing. Nobody has an advantage. No one whatsoever can pull away from the pack, and if you do, you're at the disadvantage at that point. Oh, and I completely almost forgot here, no fast repairs either. You crash, you're done.
And there's been a lot of talk in the last couple of weeks of Speed Week leading up to this event. Drivers worried about handling, drivers worried about each other, the side drafting, working together. So much is in play tonight from what you wouldn't see in a regular NR night with the new rules and a whole lot of everything. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. It's the Daytona 500 on iRacing. As we get ready to go ahead and start this one off, quick rundown of the 500. No stages, 200 laps all the way through. By the way, last time we did an e-ticket event, we didn't get a caution until about lap 146 at Homestead Miami Speedway. We went to Talladega, no caution till lap 112. There is a chance that we could go green without a caution, or the quite opposite. We could just have incidents after incidents.
Well, and on top of that too, you're going for a championship. You may not be able to win this race or this championship on lap 1, but you can certainly lose it.
And that's important. That's a very important topic that we're going to talk about tonight. You look at the entire driver lineup of NR Night in America versus the Cup Series. A lot of these guys have Daytona circled completely. They know a quest for a championship starts with the World Center of Racing. A bad outing to go ahead and start could automatically end a championship run for a lot of these drivers. You look at the best super speedway drivers, a lot of them don't do well at tracks like Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Atlanta, Darlington. Oh, by the way, that's race 2, 3, and 4 lining up right after that. And there's only one other super speedway on the calendar for this 10 race season. It's Talladega race 5. You have to go ahead and run up front, be up front when that start finish line after 200 laps to get that checkered flag. I'm excited for as we get ready to roll. Some drivers I want to talk about quickly that may very much be in that ranks. The PBR boys, Zach Todriff, Michael Gregory, Max Steinmeier, and the Jumpman Toyota. The Toyotas are going to be working together a lot tonight, and we can't wait to see it.
And you know what? You know for a fact that at least one of those guys is going to run well. You cannot count on everybody to wreck out of this kind of race. What you can count on is doing the best you can to stay up front. You're probably going to have green flag stops at some point, so you need to be up front with a drafting partner in case there's green flag pit stops. You talked about it. Talladega last year, over 100 laps green. Guys that stayed in the back ended up going a lap or two down, and that's another fold here is that you're not going to be able to get a lot of laps back this year. You can get a lucky dog, you can get a wave around if it works out that way. But if you're 2 or 3 laps down, it might be over for you.
That's true. That's the thing. Hey, only wave around a lucky dogs. We've seen it before. Drivers start in the back, stay in the back. They don't have a problem going a couple laps down there thinking, hey, let's just set ourselves up for the end. At the end of the day, now you go 1, 2, maybe 3 laps down. Your race may be over. You may be stuck around that 30 to maybe even that 28 position range, depending on how many cautions there are. And that's what you have to prepare for tonight. And oh, by the way, we just mentioned PBR as a team working together. We've seen it before. Team alliances have already started. Only 4 full-time drivers for each team are available, some with 2, some independents, some with 3 or 4. But we've seen it before already in testing tonight. Drivers pitting together, working on getting on and off of pit road, understanding when you come in, come out. And oh, by the way, fuel range, that's the big show here tonight coming off turn 4.
And you have to learn who you can draft with too outside of your team. You can have a big wreck that takes out every one of your teammates. So you need to make alliances throughout the night. Your best friend may be the guy who was your biggest rival in the last race that you had. There is nobody, in my opinion, who is off limits from drafting with somebody else. Put your pride to the side and go with whoever is the fastest car in the fastest line.
Let's also point this out. We may not have a playoff system in the NASCAR Cup Series. We may not have a system where you have a chase format. After race 5, everything resets. No, it's 10 races all the way through, but race 3 is going to matter. If you're not in the top 20 in points by the time you leave Darlington, you're going to be on possibly the dead end of the stick heading to the fairgrounds. That All-American 400, only, 32 drivers make it in, 30. And guess what? We have 40 full-timers. There could be drivers that head into fairgrounds, don't make the show off speed. Next thing you know, they're sitting on the sidelines and they have to go to race 4, or should we say race 5 actually, thinking, man, if I was just a little bit quicker.
And it's not a cakewalk. You have a super speedway with Daytona. You have old, bumpy, just slick Atlanta. And then you have Darlington right after that. This is no walk in the park. You could go into this season thinking that you're going to run for a championship and end up being 25th in points after 3 races and have to race your way in against a guy who you thought would be just really easy to beat.
And a lot of drivers are circling these tracks. You got Daytona, you got Charlotte, race 5, one hot night, heading to race 6, Talladega, but the problem is everyone has it circled. When you start on iRacing, you usually start at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we know how crazy and exciting that is with the NR nights of the past, including with what we have coming in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, race 6 being Talladega. What do we have left after that?
After Talladega, well, at that point, we're going to my channel, so it's a whole new fold there, but we got Bristol. I mean, the last great Coliseum. You can never rely on having a good run there. You're never safe at Bristol. The Brickyard right after that, our version of the Brickyard 400. And we're going to go right to Michigan after that with the COTs, one of the most difficult car track combos in iRacing for our edition of the USA 500. Oh, and then, you know, I had to represent on this one. The Chicagoland Speedway is the finale of this series, and Chicagoland, old, bumpy, multi-groove racing, comers and goers throughout the race. So there is no easy track for these guys to circle. This is the hardest possible schedule they could have, and for most races, they don't even get a chance to repair their cars. No fast repairs whatsoever in 7 of these 10 races.
And that's what makes it entertaining. The entertainment value is not for the fact that everyone's going to be pack racing for 10 races. The entertainment value is the fact that it's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. Drivers are going to get in each other's heads. And oh, by the way, you get that for 20 straight weeks of 10 races. Ladies and gentlemen, we just mentioned 3 topics. How about 3 drivers heading in tonight? Before we get to our top 5 picks, right off the board, Anthony Burrows, drive number 62 Mobil 1 Ford Mustang. Everyone says he's the guy to beat to win this championship. Jarrett, what do you think?
I think he could be, but there's so many. Justin Champagne, he's fast too. Look at TCB. Demos, come on, he's the most popular guy probably out there, and there's a reason. The guy runs up front. He's really hot right now too. So yes, Burrows, I think at the moment could be that championship favorite, but no way do I think he's running away with this thing.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see, and we start looking at this entire schedule. Yes, we know Burrows is fast at Nashville. We know Burrows is fast at Charlotte, but we've seen drivers like TCB, Thurston. How about another driver like to talk about, Frank DeAngelis, that are good at those tracks as well, and it just takes one mistake at race 3, race 4 to just absolutely change the momentum and have a big swing heading into the next race. By the way, I just mentioned one of those drivers we need to talk about tonight. TCB has 2 e-ticket events won in NR Night in America. With this also being an e-ticket event, do we see TCB become the first driver to win 3 and capture the Triple Crown?
He's so hit or miss with these, though. It's either he's up front racing for the win, or he's crashing. He's going to be in the middle of the big one. So he could be, but I don't think he is tonight. I think he'll be a contender, but I don't think he's the favorite for this race.
It's going to be a lot of fun as well. And oh, by the way, there's one other driver that has a big shot at winning this one for getting their third. That's Chad Thornquist, but we haven't heard a lot out of Thornquist recently. He's been very quiet in NR Night. He's been very quiet wherever we go. Is he just waiting to go ahead and shock the world?
I mean, sometimes the biggest factor whatsoever in winning a championship and running well in general is peaking at the right moment. So he might be laying low, maybe getting his stuff all together, and now when it actually matters, you're going to see him come to the front.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see, but how about this one? This driver has gone ahead and just let everything off. James Thurston, the most winningest driver in NR Night for any of the streams that are public. He just can't lose it now. And it's just unbelievable. You look in January, win after win, December as well. He was hot in November, and heading into tonight, he hasn't won an e-ticket event. Could this be his first?
I think it could because of that great equalizer with the draft. He's shown a lot of speed in testing. He's shown a lot of aggression, and that aggression is, I think, what is going to be one of the most important factors for everyone tonight. Because if you're just someone sitting back, you're going to get caught up in the middle of the pack and in the big one.
Gonna be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the most anticipated parts of Countdown to Green. Let's get ready to pick the drivers that we think is going to win the Daytona 500. Mr. Jarrett, who do we got first?
Well, let's pop them on screen. I want everyone to see while I see too.
Underdogs, baby. You gotta go with underdogs.
Oh, there's so many to choose from. I mean, you know, there's a certain duo of brothers that are out there who might be pretty good. There's a few guys who are pretty popular with popular paint schemes. But when I'm looking at that first guy, that one that I'm thinking, he's not going to be up front every race because he's not racing every race. Kevin Champagne, He's shown a ton of aggression. He's shown a ton of speed. And you know for a fact he wants to be Justin in this race. So I'm putting Kevin on there. You have to talk about him in this one.
Yeah, the Champagne brothers have always got a big shot heading into any type of stream. But you know what's one driver that I always see viewers don't really talk about a lot? He will be up front. He'll be in the swing of things. And I'm going to be honest, he's a big underdog for this championship. I look at the lineup that we have for this schedule, and it just runs perfectly for this driver. That beautiful bronze Chevrolet #1. Give me Abraham Vila as the underdog tonight. I think there's a good chance he's going to be up there to get his first.
Well, and you talked about that bronze machine. He said he wanted to look fast. Well, he was fast, and he has shown tons of speed in testing, and he's so versatile too that I wouldn't be surprised if he does shock the world tonight.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Now heading into our Fast Four, this is where it matters the most. These are the drivers that we think are gonna be up front with the best shots. Jarrett, who do you got?
Well, the next one I got, a late entry, but come on, it's Daytona. And what do you think of when you think Daytona? You think of the 3. Put that 3 up there. Scott's going to win this one tonight. Plus, he has, I believe, one of, if not the highest iRating in the field. So he's a late entry, but he is no slouch for this race and the championship at large.
7,000 iRating for Kwame Scott. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what he can do. But you know what? We're going to go ahead and change the flow a little bit tonight. I don't think we see the heroes go #1. I'm going to be honest with you. There's one driver that is the most polarizing in NR Night in America. There's one driver that's got a big shot to get it done. And when he wins, we see a mix in the chat. It's boos, it's cheers. Some drivers love him, some drivers do not. But at the end of the day, he's always got something to say. And I think he's got something to say tonight. Give me Braden Mubik with that number 42 machine, first driver in my Fast Four.
You see that neon 42 behind you? It's kind of like having the Intimidator behind you. He is one of, like you said, the most polarizing drivers, but for a reason. He's going to be the driver who he doesn't care who you are. He'll move you out of the way if he has to, but at the same time, he just might plain pass you off speed too. You cannot know what is coming when you see that 42 behind you.
Fast 3, this is where it gets down to the part, the podium. What do you got?
You know, I talked about the other brother. I got to talk about Justin Champagne on this one. The Don Julio car, that 38 has been bad, fast, no matter where you go for years. There's no reason to think that he won't be up front contending for the win tonight.
I like that, but I gotta go ahead and say something. There's 3 different types of drivers racing now. You got the ones that just want to be on screen, have a great time. It's a big event, it's a fun event. They want to be seen. Then you have the drivers that know heading into Daytona, hey, yes, this is an e-ticket event, but there's also more value to that. You got a championship to run for. And oh, by the way, that third version, the trophy hunters, all they want to do is win. Second on back is absolutely irrelevant to them. First, is it. And that is one driver that I know has that mentality in every single NR night in America. Give me the 94, give me Ford, give me Kevin Champagne. He's up inside that podium slot.
I mean, I have him on mine too. I can't talk against you on that one. He is somebody who is going to be up front. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Champagnes going up against each other. They've done it earlier in the past, few weeks or so. Why can't they do it tonight?
Gonna be a lot of fun, but here's where it comes down to that top two. These are the drivers that you know first have the best shot. Jarrett, what's on your mind?
I mean, what's on my mind is a bit of an old school paint scheme with a new school edge to it, and that's Frank DeAngelis in the 69 car. Frank has been on it. He has that aggression as well. And you're going to hear me keep saying that. Aggression, aggression, aggression. We've seen it in practice. We've seen it in NR. We've seen him make moves that nobody else would think to make. He is pretty much the Ross Chastain of our series, and I think that he's going to show tonight why he is that way.
I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised about that one. I'm going to tell you why I'm surprised about this one. Frank DeAngelis has not won a race since November. He won it in the most controversial fashion. Oh, by the way, that may not be the right term for it because he always finds something new to go ahead and do. He won it by possibly jumping the restart. The chat went bonkers. By the way, he ended a 5-month winless streak at that track. That was Charlotte Motor Speedway. The last time he won before that, Charlotte Motor Speedway. What did he do? He walled Raul Alves and walked his way to a win. Do you really think Frank DeAngelis is gonna win?
Okay, you said controversial. What's more controversial in NASCAR and iRacing and anything in general than super speedway racing?
That's true.
It is one in the same. Super speedway racing is controversial. Frank DeAngelis is super speedway racing in a driver.
And that's true. He almost won Talladega in that last stream. That was unbelievable. But you know what? I gotta be honest with you, Jarrett. That's gonna be a tough pick for me because I'm gonna go for Frank DeAngelis also inside my Fast 2. You can't go away from him. He's been so close at Daytona. He's peaking at the right time. I think there's a good chance Ford and that quarter panel number, the only quarter panel number in this entire field, might walk its way to victory lane.
See, you had me on that. We don't see our picks before we go live. Like, he'll see mine, but I don't see his. You had me on that one, man, because honestly, the way I heard you talk, you almost are giving a devil's advocate for him, but honestly, why can't we agree on this one? Frank DeAngelis, he's going to be up there.
This is where it matters the most. Jarrett, who's going to win this race?
Well, you see, part of being a super speedway winner is knowing when to share the draft. And someone who's really good with sharing, he has Share a Coke with Demos on the hood, Daniel Mosteller in that 9 car. One of the most popular guys in NR, in the most popular number right now in NASCAR. That 9 car is going to victory lane tonight. Mark it right now.
Hey, I'm going to let you know one thing. You look at my lineup right here. What do we have? We have 2 drivers that I would consider part of that villain arc of NR Night in America. You got the 42 of Braden Love. You got the 69 of Frank DeAngelis. You know what? Even Kevin Champagne just a little bit. Maybe even Vila. We've seen Vila and them go at it a couple times. I want to point this out. I mentioned Ford. I mentioned Chevrolet, but I have not mentioned Toyota tonight in this Fast 5, Fast 4, however you would like to call it, because guess what? I was saving the best for last. He's a leader. He's controversial. He will be up front. He will end this race in victory lane. Give me Joseph Armstrong, top of the board, and he's going to win this Daytona 500.
That Interstate Batteries green lightning car, I could see it happening too, but I don't think he outlasts that 9.
I don't know, man.
Demos is hot right now. He's been winning non-stop this month. He is peaking right at the right time to win at Daytona. This is Demos' race.
I'm just telling you, Joe's been so close so many times. You see that glass slipper to fit. I think we're going to get it right now. But you know what? We just talked about a good handful of drivers. Let's get into that great thing we like to call driver intros presented by Tyler Austin Tinsley. Ladies and gentlemen, we head on track with just 7 minutes left to practice, but we're going to go ahead and bring it trackside as we get ready to go ahead and set the field. Welcome to driver intros. Welcome to the Daytona 500. That has gone 1 for 1 in their first shot at NR9 America. Spencer Burns victorious for Darlington.
Abraham Vila is going to win for the first time since October. Victorious from Bristol. Jim Cadell Jr. stunts the show in North Carolina.
That's all it takes with the Gen 4 stock car. That little tap will turn you around and will turn you into a blender. It's Jua at the line, and Jua brings the Chevrolet to third. New Bigging going wheel to wheel. That's back to 1 and 2. Cooties goes high. Stone goes high. Walker goes low. 2 up by 2, shuffling them out. And now Joey Stone's got to block every single lane. He looks to the middle.
Muddick's gonna send him. Eberhard goes around. Douglas Newbigging is gonna win it in a walk-off. Victorious from North Wilkesboro.
Tango on the apron. It's gonna be a photo finish at the line. Greenwood.
He's got to work that magic down to 11. To the rear end. Joe pumps the brakes. Mosteller is gonna move him. Bump and run. Through turn 11. Final time into turn 12. Daniel Mosteller with a walk-off from Sonoma. Jones 11, Lions 33, Dylan Jones, first career win at Atlanta, yes sir! Victorious from the great state of Georgia. Champagne right to the rear end of the 73. Brower around right in the middle of the field. It won't work out. Ford's gonna find itself back in victory lane. James Thurston, victorious from North Wilkesboro. Max Swearengin is gonna win at Talladega.
King to the outside, now stuck there by Burns. Still 3 wide, Gibson in the middle. More, here he comes to the outside. Baker tries to block side by side. Timothy J. Moore steals the win at Talladega.
They're wrecking in the back and the fuel's gonna hold up. Contrans, victorious from Michigan.
Jeffries finishes third. Alex Anderson comes home fourth.
That's gonna do it.
It's gonna be a controversial win, but it's gonna be a W. Joseph Armstrong, victorious from the Coliseum.
Max Steinmeier trying to make it back. He will. He's gonna win it at Talladega. Jordan Brandt cha-ching from Alabama.
Cooties to the inside, Stone to the outside. It's gonna be a drag race. Back to the start-finish line. At the line, Andrew Cooties, first career win at Daytona. Terrell Baker, through the grass, wins the 2011 Coca-Cola 600. Molina was right there too, Tega. What a night we've had. Underdog night.
David Joyner. Joyner looking for his first win in our night in America. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Elvis 31. Brower to the bottom of the track. Raul Elvis victorious from Atlanta. Final time through 3 and 4. Kevin Champagne gets bumped out of the way. Justin Champagne victorious in the clash. Your month of November champion is gonna go back to back, coast to coast at our night in America as he goes California dreaming. Brandon Muddick victorious from the Auto Club Speedway.
Mitchum hung out, down to the inside, no help for him. Now Kevin Champagne lines up, David Joyner, not, it's gonna be Wilkerson, 19 out of 70.
Here he goes, they're side by side for the full-time contact. They wreck, Gregory is gonna win the Daytona 500. Are you kidding me?
Brady back to the gas, Demos is gonna put him out of the way. Who's gonna get here first? Brady's gonna win at the Coliseum. Make room, TCB, because there's a new driver with 2 e-ticket events. One in at our night in America. It's the way of the 48. It's the way of the Chevrolet. Dodge is defeated as the Bowties go victorious. Down home in Indiana, Chad Thurquist victorious in the Brickyard 400. It's gonna be a drag race. Back to the start finish line. No, it's not. Contact. Schmidt gets turned. Zach Tondrev victorious from Michigan. Are you kidding me? 3 wide. Kroenke, welcome back, my man. The Menard Chevrolet now leading back down into 1 and 2.
Anthony Burrows will win for the second time in Kansas. Victorious in the Midwest. On turn 4 for the final time. Parker White with the block. DeAngelis, he turned up! He turned up! And DeAngelis is gonna win at Las Vegas! On turn number 4 for the final time, Tinsley blindside. Demos has got to make a run to the short chute for the final time. All bets are off. Tyler Tinsley, victorious from Daytona. Face up goes to 75. Martin down within 7. He's in arm's reach now. William Schmidt is going to win an e-ticket event. The underdogs rule in South Florida. Schmidt, SKS and Phoenix Racing get it done from Homestead Miami Speedway and win the Ford 400. Dan Hart at the top of the charts. Where did that come from? A 24.93 for the 81. Cadell flying to back might as well be a country mile because it can only be 1 by 1, and it goes to Red Bull here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Dylan Mason wins another one from the Carolinas. And you can tell they're having fun, no doubt about it. 3 wide again. Contact, there they go, 1 in the wall. That's Justin Champagne. You're riding on board Dominguez, and the caution is going to weigh 12 out of 100. Kevin Champagne is going to put a check mark next to the W column, and he's going to be winning in the month of August. Kevin Champagne victorious from Charlotte, USA. Aldis Moore still wheel to wheel. Prominent Glass not giving in.
Racing day so hot here I can't hear a thing. Man, the fans are going wild. These drivers came to rock and no place else but Fox. Here's how to do it NASCAR style. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys. Hey, now here we go. Stay, don't you need to go slow. Keep that pedal down on the floor. Push it to the crowd, can't take no more. Get fast and fly down the hill to the last lap around. Look out, it's time to play. Gonna get a little bit sideways. It's time to play. Gonna get a little bit sideways.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome to qualifying. 43 drivers enter, 43 drivers race. We do have a quick race update to go ahead and talk about as we get ready to rock and roll one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, the driver number 47, Max Brady, actually just had an issue on his way coming home from work. His engine expired coming home and trying to go ahead and race. He did call AAA. He will most likely miss the start of the race. We will see if he'll come in around halfway.
That's just terrible luck on his part, but at least he's safe. At least he has a chance of being here tonight, and that's at this point all we can ask for from him. Just life happens.
Gonna be a lot of fun to see how this all goes down. Jarrett, one thing we didn't talk about, that's the points. What do we got going?
Well, you're watching qualifying right now, and for a lot of leagues, qualifying, not really that important. For this one, it is, though, because I think we briefly mentioned it before, you do get 1 bonus point for winning the pole. So for that brief time before the race starts, whoever's the pole sitter is technically the first points leader in the NR Cup Series, but that's not just it. You want me to go into everything? Because I can, because we have tons when it comes to how you get these points.
We got time. Let's go ahead and hear it.
Firstly, you got the winner. You're going to get 56 points to win. There's a reason for that number. We'll say in a bit. Second place, you get 47. Then you go down 3 more points. Third gets 44 points. 42 points for fourth. Fifth gets 40. Sixth gets 38. From there, all the way down to 43rd, you go down in increments of 1 point until the last place driver in 43rd will get that single point. Now, we talked about the pole sitter. He gets a bonus point. Well, you lead a lap. Just like old school NASCAR, you get a bonus point. You lead the most laps, you get one. And then, a nice fun twist to all of this, you can be 130 laps down. You can be completely out of contention to win and still be able to gain points. If you run the fastest lap of the race, you will get a point a way to keep everyone going the entire race, meaning that you have a maximum of 60 points you can win per race. 60 is max points on the day, 1 is the least, so 59 points. Stay within 59 points, you're in championship contention.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see exactly how that all goes down. NR Night in America fueling victories all year long. As we get ready to rock and roll, we want to once again say thank you to everyone that has tuned on in tonight. Qualifying is going on underway, and we will get ready to go ahead and show everyone where everyone is on track. That's Chad Jeffries coming to the line, and another underdog that we really haven't talked about yet.
And I got to say, too, that car is so good. It glows out there in that Jetsons mobile.
Andrew Cootie's currently top of the board. Frank D'Angelo second. How about Drew Jua, 49.88, top of the board in the Public Chevrolet.
Jua was showing a lot of speed all week. He was showing it today in practice, showing that aggression we talked about. But look how close it is. It's 1/100 of a second between the top 5 right now. That is how even our field is right now.
Anthony Burrows going all the way to the top. Should be a lot of fun to see how that all runs on down. Jua, once again, now on your screen, is number 1. Cootie's, Burrows, Frank D'Angelis, that's your fast 4. Timothy J. Moore back there in 5th. Dylan Basin, Martin, and just like that, Kwame Scott. Little late entry, goes P7.
Now you got Jeffries, he's up to P9 at the moment. Top 11, no, top 13, 3/100ths of a second, and top 20, 4/100ths of a second.
That's going to be Joey Stone down to the inside. Hey, he's in the purple, certainly. Right now, sitting P36, and he's actually going to slow it down. He's going to come to the end.
So we got here Kevin Champagne coming around. Oh, no, he's done too.
Qualifying's over. Ladies and gentlemen, Jua, Cooties, Burrows, and Frank D'Angelis, welcome to your Fast 4. Let's get ready to go green. It's that time. It is 8:31 East Coast. Local time in Daytona Beach, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Center of Racing. They have all lined up on pit road. 200 laps, 500 miles, 43 of the best getting ready to go wheel to wheel.
And this is going to be such a treacherous race between handling, between strategy, between possibly long green flag runs like we're probably not used to seeing anymore at Daytona. So this isn't going to be a straightforward race where you know exactly what you need to do. This race is going to be a race full of landmines.
It's going to be electric. Let's go ahead and point this out. A stacked crowd watching back at home. A whole big virtual crowd with 43 of the best going at it. And we're getting ready to go ahead and take the house down on a Friday night. First race of the NR Cup Series. The hype has gone through the roof. Chevrolet front row. It's a Ford lockout back there in row number 2. You can't be more excited than this right now. I mean, this is unbelievable.
It really is. And where I am really focused on in this first run is I want to see who finds who to draft with. Are you drafting with your teammates? What if you don't have teammates? What if your teammate is mired in the back and you're up front? I want to see who are the best drafting partners early, because early on you're going to know what your car has.
Gonna be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. One more promo for you. Let's go. Let's go racing.
Coming up ahead now.
Terrell Pick up into the outside wall. Nathan Lyons involved. Anthony Burrows is going to win it in Daytona. 4 wide on short to the middle. Put Sawyer in the wall. Baker goes to block. 3 wide behind. It's going to be a run to the finish. TCB wrecking win at Daytona. Justin Champagne like 1/1000th victorious for the World Center of Racing. Coming up goes Vila. This is going to be good. It's a big one. Down to the 1 and 2. Brother gets turned. And hard into the outside wall he goes. So there goes one to the wall. The big one to the right makes the 1 and 2. Cattell is in it. Vila is in it. Kevin Champagne gets tagged. There they go. Into the outside wall. Caution is going to wait. And we're going to have a late race restart. We have movement on the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go green. This time by will bring it down on pit road. They'll check pit road speed as the best of the best take reign from Daytona.
This is years in the making. These drivers have been practicing for months. They've had everything set up, finely tuned. Now, the moment that matters, a moment of truth here today.
Time to lock and load. Let's go ahead and look at this top 20 slot. Where are the teammates? Where are the allies? Where are the drivers that you don't think are going to work together? So let's start off right off the bat. Jua and Cootie, I can see them letting each other into line, working together right off the bat. Burrows, DeAngelis, those both are teammates. That's PTSRI right there. Would not be surprised if they are already in a chat, talking with each other, getting ready to go. But let's look down towards the end where you may see some hiccups. Well, Elvis and Cadell, they're going to be working together, no doubt about it. Baker, Scott, but one thing we don't see up here is Mosteller. I think we are going to start seeing a little bit of a change in strategy throughout the entire night.
I think really to start out with, you just need to find your friend. Yes, you're going to have to draft with whoever later in the race, but this is 200 laps, 500 miles. You don't need to be in a hurry right off the bat. Stay in the lead draft, find your friends. You got to drop to the back of the main pack to find your friends, draft with them, and then draft back up to the front. There's plenty of time. The key to this is patience with your draft leader.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. They come down to pit road this time by. It's 55 miles per hour. But one thing we're going to see a lot of possibly is that green flag pit stop. What's the fuel range tonight?
Fuel range tonight is 36 to 40 laps. So if we're going green all the way, which these are some really good iRacers, so we may, that'd be 5 pit stops minimum tonight. And on top of that, when you look at the concerns, you have the pit road speed 55 miles per hour. If you're under green, you're going over 200 miles per hour, and you got to get down to 55. You got to go down by about 145, 150 miles per hour in only half a straightaway.
Gonna be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. This time by, we get to see the lights go off at the top of the pace car. They're gonna line up 2 by 2, and we're gonna go ahead and get the one to go. I will never forget that December night when Jarrett Lundberg messaged me saying, you know what, let's start a league, but let's do it correctly. Now we come to this very moment as they work their way to 3 and 4. The paint schemes look their best. The drivers are ready to perform at their max as we get ready to go 500 miles. No fast repairs. One mistake can jeopardize the championship. One mistake can jeopardize your shot at winning an e-ticket event. And you got to make sure you are also in the right place at the right time. Off 4, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to roll. Sights and sounds all lined up as they work their way back to the start-finish line this time by. Pace car gets ready to turn the lights off this time. We go green this time by. Nearly 600 watching live, and there we go. Andrew Cootie, Drew Jua, Burrows, DeAngelis, your fast 4. And it's going to be a fun one. We work our way down through 3, or should I say 1 and 2 this time by. Time to turn off the background music and enjoy, because the only music you should be hearing is the roar of the sold-out crowd as we get ready to go green.
Keys to the race before we get started off tonight. First up, we talked about the fuel range, strategy, pit road speed. There's a couple others here. No fast repairs. You crash, you're done. Your race is over. After that, also, lucky dog, wave around. It's going to be just like NASCAR does. Unlimited green-white checkers. Oh, and it's also going to be a day and a night race more than likely. Also, 10 to 15 laps in, handling becomes a bigger issue, so you got to get that track position early, find your friends, and get up to the front.
The new era starts now, ladies and gentlemen. They work their way to the high banks of 3 and 4 to get this night started. Will we see a first-time e-ticket event winner? Will we see a driver that's done it before? A whole lot of questions getting ready to be asked as we get ready to go 500 miles. Everyone on their feet. This time by, lights off on the top of the Mustang pace car as he gets ready to go ahead and shoot it down pit road. It's to the best of the best. All-American muscle getting ready to go 200 laps. So for the first time of the new era, let's go ahead and light the fuse because we're green in the Great American Race. Lock and load, wheel to wheel, down into 1 and 2. That's Andrew Cootie's on the outside with Frank DeAngelis. Jua tucked in downstairs with Anthony Burrows. Everyone getting up the full saw for the first time tonight. No 3-wide action just yet. It's deadlocked up inside the Elite 8.
Coming off two, it's Noah's Ark, 2 by 2. Clean start. Jua starts to pull ahead. He's getting help from Burrows, but here comes Cootie on the high side. Frank helping him, and there's 3 cars right in the line up top.
Daylight outside. That's New Biggie losing that draft up to the rear end there, the 69, actually pulling away from the outside machine. That's Chad Jeffries. And that goes Basin to the outside end. Now he tucks in line. It's the drag race to see who's going to lead lap number 1.
First 3 wide, 6 lanes deep. Now it looks like Cootie is going to get lap 1. 24 to the lead after the first lap. DeAngelis behind him. They barrel now into turn 1.
He had Daylight on the outside and now the inside lane, but he's going to stay tucked in with that 42 machine as they reach the high banks of 1 and 2. It's still lined up wheel to wheel. New Biggie looking for a shot on the outside lane. Not able to get it. Jua closing in downstairs. They're back down the super stretch.
Again, they're even down the back stretch, but that high side has the speed down there. The Publix machine goes under Exalta into 3.
Everyone's still trying to find their footing, but so far it's still the outside lane with the dominance early on getting that run off corner exit. Andrew Cootie's 24. Frank DeAngelis in the Ford right behind. Looking 3 wide behind was Abraham Vila. Now he tucks in line on the outside lane. Goes back 2 for 2. It's the 24 up front.
While even up front, it looks like they're even in the back too. Now Cootie draws ahead. DeAngelis starting to clear the 4. The high side getting the run into 1.
Trying to go ahead and get that Daylight downstairs to go at it stick, but it's a blink out of the bottom end by Drew Jua. He comes back to fruition with still Burrows in line. It's calm. It's up front. Everyone just trying to find their way through, and Jua's going to tuck in downstairs.
Burrows leads the bottom, but 4 are now ahead up top. The high lane is the lane to go in as they enter 3 and 4.
We talked about before, possibly in pre-race, you get 3, 4, 5 drivers stuck on that outside lane. It's going to bring a big turbulent air down low where it's going to be tough for that inside lane to go wheel to wheel. So far, it's a top 4 breakaway with inside lane open. No one taking the run. It's all Andrew Cootie's up front.
Through the Daytona Tri-Oval, now the 82 of Basin down low. He's the first to take the jump. The 24 up front, DeAngelis is the next one for the 82 to pass.
It's going to be that red ball on the inside. Basin still holding that wheel to wheel as they continue wheel to wheel back down into 1 and 2. Just joining in, we say welcome. It's rush hour from the World Center of Racing. Andrew Cootie's 24. Basin in the Toyota down to the inside. Locked in wheel to wheel, still the deadlock up front.
2 duos up front working really well together, but at the moment, Cootie has the advantage. Basin gets the run in the corner. He keeps pulling beside him, but it seems like you cannot pull ahead of that top line.
It's still that shuffle from about 10th on back. Jones, King, Alvis have cracked the Sweet 16. It's about 3 wide with a shuffle back to the rear. Cootie's, Basin, DeAngelis, new top 3.
And it looks like Basin just barely edged out. He's getting the run, leading that bottom line. They're dead even heading into turn 1 now.
It's rush hour back into 1 and 2, but we haven't seen that move out of Douglas New Biggie. His idea, burn off the lap, stay up front. Last thing you want to do is go a lap down, but now it's the side draft from the outside lane. Cootie's gets the air off the rear end of the 82, and back up front goes the bow tie.
That move keeps the 24 up front. DeAngelis right on his bumper, and now the 7 there. Those 3 linked up well, and they get the advantage into 3 and 4.
It still looks to hold that wheel-to-wheel. Basin on the inside lane. That's tucked in with Timothy J. Moore. Oh, by the way, just went number 1 on Sports Center recently. He is cracked inside the top 8. They roll their way back to the Tri-Oval this time by.
Much like we've seen in NASCAR before, the 24 leads him at Daytona. He has the dominant car at the moment, but Basin right on him. DeAngelis right on his bumper, giving them the push, and now the move to the lead.
He's going to go wheel to wheel, and that's 4 downstairs. He's going to link in there with Basin, and it's going to work. Frank DeAngelis, top of the charts for the World Center of Racing. Now they shuffle behind. The slingshot from Basin on the outside lane brings daylight from Burrows downstairs. That's 2 teammates pushing each other down the super stretch.
That 69 was squirrely getting the lead. Now he gets the push in the 62. Basin holds up that top line. The teammates now get 1-2.
Back 3 wide looking, that's Joseph Armstrong there in the middle. How about TCB making a move up inside the Sweet 16? We continue to shuffle. Now it's Ford on Ford. The dogfight back to the line. Frank DeAngelis leads his first lap at Daytona.
He leads his first lap of the seconds in question as Burrows now to the top side. He gets the push from Basin to the lead.
He barrels to the lead as that outside lane goes back to me. Down the road it goes. That's Basin turning the 62 of Burrows into the outside wall. TCB's
involved. Dylan Jones is involved. That's the 57 of Alexander Kroenke. Maybe a 6, maybe a 7-car incident on a lap 7. The caution's gonna wave.
And a lot of damage to fan favorite TCB. Had nowhere to go up high. The 88 looked to get a little damage as well, but that Hot Wheels machine, it looks like it's toast.
That left front is completely towed out. You can see it all smoking up. It may be already 7 laps and done with a driver going for 3. You look through the rest of the field. Who else got a big piece of it? We saw Burrows dead sideways in the middle of the pack. A lot of drivers started shuffling back to avoid, but for the most part, I think it's a big sign of, hey, you got to calm it down. Burrows, not a lot of damage there. Maybe a little bit of left rear incident, maybe not. Everyone else seems to be fine. Man, did they get lucky.
We'll look at a replay in a moment, but it almost looked like the banking, of the apron is what saved his car from not getting too much damage.
And man, that was a heart attack waiting to happen. Imagine starting a brand new series, brand new league. You're up front, you're sitting 2 by 2. You know you can't drop back too far. No, by the way, you got a car around, it's right up in front.
And you got to think how disappointing it is. Months of planning, months of practice, for some years of planning and practice, and it's all done in 7 laps.
We're going to go ahead and look back on the replay once again. If you're just joining us, welcome. Caution out. First time tonight, that's lap 8 out of 200. And you can see it again already on the outside lane. That was the Toyota pushing the Ford. Dylan Basin, the lone Red Bull in the field, all over the back end there of that Mobil 1 Ford. It looked to be calm. You saw 3 wide in the middle. But this one caught me off guard.
Well, before the race, we talked to some of the drivers, and they said that once you get close to 10 laps in, it gets slidey, it gets light, and it gets hard to control them, especially if you get a bump draft like that. Just a racing deal, but unfortunately, he sends a 62 right into the pack. Look at that move by Frank, avoiding the wreck and taking the lead in the process.
And it sends signals to every single driver. Timothy J. Moore, net coated through, no damage there. How about Jordan D. Martin in the 78?
We got to watch his view. That was a heck of an avoidance there, but you see the 11, you see Armstrong's in it, the 20. That's going to be big.
Dylan Jones as well.
And then
up and into the outside wall.
The Blue Moon car hit, then the 88 also hit as well.
That's Alexander Kroenke back up. So I want to say about a 4 or 5 car incident. Man, it looked a lot worse when it first happened. It almost gave me a, oh no, is this a 2020 500 all over again? But this is the big wake-up call to everyone. Hey, listen, it's early and things can happen at any moment. We're going to watch it again. And it just looked like a bumper hook gone wrong.
Let's watch where the 78 goes through all this. That was one of the best wreck avoidances I think we've seen so far.
He's lined up on the inside. This is with Timothy J. Moore. Watch the 17, and this is where he gets lucky. That little net code on through. We talk about drivers possibly having some type of issues with internet here tonight. We've already seen it early on. Drew Jua jumping out of line, getting out of the way, but another driver. Let's circle this one. Frank DeAngelis just nearly had his race ended. Look at that. His teammate right in front of the leader.
And he takes the lead out of it.
And we're going to see, you can see Martin doing a great job. Those guys get on that apron, help them slow down. That brake pedal can do oh so much. And
woohoo, wow.
Could have just ended there.
And he's not safe either because there was a car underneath too.
And that was Spencer Burns. The question is there anyone out of the race? I might think it could be Baker, but already under the yellow for the first time tonight.
Baker just had nowhere to go.
Kwame Scott spinning coming down off pit road. He's going to be able to back it down as you look back to your front end of the field. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 laps in under the yellow, and we're looking to get word. TCB still on pit road, not out of the race. But guess what? That's going to be about easily 8 minutes are required as we get ready to go back around again.
You know what? Even 8 minutes required, even if that puts you tons of laps down, there will be attrition in these super speedway races. And that means points are still on the line. You got to stay out there. Stay in the draft. Don't get in anyone's way that's going for the win. But you still can gain a lot of points at year's end. Might be the difference.
Just got a great message from Frank DeAngelis. I can hear him saying this. He said, oh my gosh. Right in front of him, 10 laps in, and it all just nearly came to an end.
And let's stack them back up again. Let's go again.
And we got the one to go. Lights are off. We're going right away.
I love it.
That's how quick it was, ladies and gentlemen. We weren't lying when we said we have the best of the best out there. That in any other Carb Cup, maybe if you didn't have an iRating cap on, that would have taken out easily half the field. But those guys backed it up. They stayed away, and guess what? Joseph Armstrong, he was involved. Right side damage, he's still out there. These next gens are built like tanks. You Gives us a big sigh of relief as we got 190 laps to go this time.
Let's go. Let's go.
Going to be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen, at our night in America, fueling victories all year long. The wake up, the scare, now we get ready to bring the wheel-to-wheel back up front. Andrew Cooties, Chad Jeffries. That's row number 1. It's back to a forward row 2. Jeffries back there up front. That's actually Timothy J. Moore and Frank DeAngelis. That'll be wheel-to-wheel back in that second row. Let's get ready to go back green. Grab a gear one more time. Rolling again in the Daytona 500. Heading down to 1 and 2, and it's looking to be a calmer start from most drivers dropping back to the rear. Andrew Cooties on the outside lane. That's still at the 17 or more. They all thunder their way back into 1 and 2.
While Jeffries gets that start, the top line gets the organization, and then pushes Cootie to the lead. Now he's got more behind him, and that top line is cooking.
Abraham Vila has worked his way up to that 3rd spot. Jordan D. Martin back up the 4th. A shuffle from the rear drivers fading back, but it's mostly the outside lane with the bullet train back through 3 and 4.
But Jeffries has something to say about it. He has DeAngelis and he has Kevin Champagne right behind him. They're going to pull side by side for second, and he's off into the side.
Sliding down to the inside is going to back it down. Everyone holds on. We stay green. Timothy J. Moore, top of the board, as it's the brothers going inside the Elite 8. That's Champagne on Champagne, 6 and 7.
And still the 24 keeps the lead. Vila behind him. Now on the bottom, Moore pulling the side. They're going to be side by side off the corner.
The drivers up front are the ones that are unfazed. You go ahead and circle it. Spencer Burns back to 9th. That goes King up inside the top 10, but it's a tandem draft downstairs. Forward on forward, trying to break the Chevrolet turbulence on the outside lane.
And others are starting to fall back. Thornquist goes to the back to avoid the craziness. But up front, Cootie, Vila, up on the top, DeAngelis down on the bottom, pushing more, but it's looking like that high side's going to get the advantage again.
It's an Andrew Cootie daydream up front. He's going to lead another, so far the most laps led here at Daytona. Jordan D. Martin ready to pounce. How about Abraham Vila back there in that second slot? Everyone back wheel to wheel to 1 and 2.
And look at P4. Justin Champagne starting to fight up front, but still the 17 trying to bleed that bottom line, but at the moment to no avail.
Still 2 by 2. Joseph Armstrong has worked his way back up inside that top 6. You got King shuffling back there in 7th. Greenwood cracks the Sweet 16 for the first time tonight. Vila, Catburn back through 3 and 4.
Up top, it's now 4 cars, 3, 4 around that, breaking away, getting single file, just trying to log some laps and not have an accident like we saw before.
And how about this one, a little report of the update. Last time we had a caution that early in an e-ticket event, you got to go back to August. How about not even there? Because the earliest we've had a caution in an e-ticket event, lap 13, NWP 400, that was at Daytona. This time, lap 6, lap 7.
Cars are starting to get loose in the pack too, depending on who pitted, who didn't. You're starting to see handling become a bit of a factor as they get deeper into the run.
And it's that run down the hill we talked about in pre-race. These tires will go ahead and wear on the next gen. And usually you don't hear that about super speedway racing, but this is different. How about Justin Champagne out of the pocket? He brings another 4 downstairs. It's 3 down low with the blue ovals. It's Chevy on Chevy with Toyota right in the outside lane.
We talked about it before the race. Justin is not content in just sitting and riding around. He has some of the biggest aggression and biggest aggressive moments of anybody in the field.
And there's one thing he wants to do, and that's not right second. He's going for the lead, and he's got a tandem help from behind. That's Timothy J. Moore with a shove to the rear to the 38. Vila still back there with the wheel to wheel. Joseph Armstrong in the 5th place spot. How about another Ford coming forward? That's the King back there in 8th.
And you know what? You know what you're learning right now? 15 laps in, you're learning it is hard to take the lead from that top side. That leader has control starting out, and you need to be aggressive. You need to be like Armstrong, sticking your nose out, trying to find that run. As they go through 3 and 4, though, the top 4 starting to break away, now the top 5.
We knew tandem drafting was going to be a thing, but we didn't know it was going to be that aggressive early on, riding inside there with Abraham Vila. Behind him, he's got Martin and a whole line of machines. Gives a shot to the rear of the 29. Looking back forward, that's riding off board Frank DeAngelis downstairs. He's with Timothy J. Moore, all lined up with back to the 2x2 to the high banks of 1 and 2.
The organization is not there for the bottom line. You saw Justin get shuffled out in the middle. Now there's maybe 4 or 5 cars up in that lead pack, a few in the back that are stragglers, but that high side, they have all the organization, and it's showing the way that the top 5 and 6 are starting to break away.
Up front, you look at the left side of your screen, 17 drivers up inside that top 17. I would say it's about 20, 21 drivers up front. They're lined up in the main pack. Everyone else scattered back there, just riding around. You can already see it there. It's 2x2, and then you got pieces of machines lined up in the back.
You're seeing cars get loose too, going up and down the track out of the corner, switching lines, and it's only gonna get more difficult as this run goes on. If you're gonna make a move, make it now the way that Moore and DeAngelis are on the bottom.
Joseph Armstrong went for a peak 3 wide. Now he's gonna go ahead and hold downstairs, slams the door on the 17 or more. That's gonna check up the entire inside lane, but now you got a leader up front down low. Armstrong is one driver that knows how to get from the back to the front. He's looking for the top of the board to break up the bow ties on the outside lane.
This bottom line is getting runs into 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. But that high side gets the run out. So you see the 20, he starts to make up some ground, and then they get out of the corner, and the 24 starts to make up more ground on him, getting the exit.
Michael Gregory slamming the door hard there on Raul Alves, putting the 31 Sim Shop Chevrolet to the inside lane, but it's all back wheel to wheel. Did they calm out? Are they nervous out of what happened? I would still very much be, but we've seen it before. When drivers get too comfortable, that's where things go wrong. It's formation laps, back to the high banks of 1 and 2.
They might still be going 2x2 and not going 3 wide, but there's aggression out there still. There's guys switching lanes. There's guys bump drafting as hard as they can, and there's blocking out there. You're seeing it all over the place, but those top 3 or 4, they're so difficult to beat with the organization.
Got some more, a couple single car incidents back in the back, maybe 1 and 2 slapping the wall, nothing to go ahead and throw the yellow from the admins. Chevy on Chevy up front. It's Martin on the outside lane. How about King from the back to the front? That's 4 already for the Sherman-Williams Ford.
And you see that Blue Moon car behind him, the 57 of Cranky. He's in the top 5 now, side by side with Armstrong.
One driver we didn't talk about in pre-race, and I guarantee you he wasn't happy about that. That was Spencer Burns, who has just cracked the top 10. Him and DeAngelis will be working together, no doubt about it. Last time Spencer Burns went to victory lane, it was his first ever race in NR Night in America. That was back in Darlington, as Matt Swearengin goes around into the outside wall. Everyone goes back to scatter, looks to go ahead and hold the wheel-to-wheel. Most machines still dropping back. Another instance of one driver getting loose right in the middle of the field, and this is going to separate everyone.
I think it started with Swarge, and he tried to get up in the top line in that 15. Everyone scattered, and luckily nobody had any big wreck. But yes, that front pack is now only 13 cars, and we've seen races go green like this before. That little incident right there could be the difference for a lot of people in this race.
And they're on ice right now. Now they have to all single file up to the outside and to close back in. But what this does is burn laps off. Now with that incident, without anyone going around, we saw one go in the grass, no problem. But this actually opens the door wide open for green flag pit stops. You just look at it right there. Find your buddies. Mosteller's back in 20th. His next buddy is probably Swearengin. I want to say actually maybe Joseph Armstrong. He wants to get up there to pit with them. They're in the same chat together. They're talking it up. But up front, right now you're up inside that top 12. You're loving it. Now you know there's an opportunity to come down pit road, make up spots. And the more they stretch out this field, the longer the green flag runs will come. Back to the line, ladies and gentlemen. 180 to go.
Now it's looking like there's enough of a gap that they're able to make up that gap too. So as long as they're single file, they should keep in contact with that front pack. But looking up front, they're still racing for the lead.
Nothing has changed up inside that top 8. It's King back to 5th, this time more down to the inside. Burns looking for a tandem trap. We've already seen it so far today. These drivers get tandem together, and it's like they get shot out of a cannon. That inside lane, they get hooked up together. That's great and all, but guess what? You still don't have a fast repair, and engines will expire if you don't go ahead and get clean air on that grill.
And adding to that, they just don't have the numbers on the bottom. Yes, there's some in the back that are going there. But you look, that top line goes from the front all the way to the back of this pack.
Gonna go ahead and hold on to the outside lane, all single file down. This is the Daytona 500. It's been interesting to go go ahead and start this one. Scares left and right, but when you're running on the ragged edge, that's exactly what you get for 500 miles. Abraham Vila's not left. I think we got an ally there with the 24.
I think we do too, and that 78 car, Martin, he is not left either. Those top three, they are working together well, and if they work together like this the rest of the race, they're the ones to beat.
And why would you? You're up inside the top three. You make a jump to the inside, and here comes Elvis downstairs there with more, but think about it. One Elvis in the wall, that was king, and that's exactly what we're talking about. It's the aggressiveness behind you that you want to stay away from. If I'm Vila, I'm Martin, I'm saying, hey, no, don't bring that towards me. I'm going to run single file up there. How about you guys jump your cars up and head to a limb?
That was a brilliant move by Elvis. Jump to the bottom when the cars in front of you are struggling, leapfrog them in line, but don't stay on the bottom when they're losing ground. Now, he's up with those fast three. He's in the fast four, and he has the ability to go with them when they pit, strike if they screw up. Anything he wants, he can do now.
Zach Todriff up inside the top 10. It's the PBR boys saying hello. It's Martin still up there in third, but Raul Alves, we haven't heard a lot from him ever since his win at Atlanta with the trucks. He's looking for one thing, victory lane. He stayed quiet for a reason. Keep an eye on that 31. I think we see him a lot up front tonight.
I think we do too, because if he continues making those kind of moves, he can't be shuffled to the back. He made an aggressive move, but not too aggressive. Didn't cut someone off. He didn't try and bump somebody out of the way. He made a typical drafting move, and you're seeing it pay dividends now.
Well, how about this? Remember we just talked about that incident with Swearingen hitting the wall? Everyone's shuffling back. They're back together. This entire top 28 is in a pack. Everyone else really spread out, kind of dropping back to stay out of what's going on up front, but you can't afford to go single file with your buddies 15 seconds back anymore. You need to stay on the lead lap, and that's what's making this racing so aggressive.
It's almost like a rubber band. These guys get spread out, but they're close enough to each other. They get enough of the draft. They come back together again when you let go of that rubber band.
Let's start thinking about pit stops here. Yes, if we didn't have the yellow around lap 17, they will be good to go, but I don't think I saw everyone come to pit road. So they will still be pitting around lap 37, some stragglers here and there, but that lap 7 look around, I want to be surprised at some drivers around lap 40 looking to pit road. How about a dive to the inside, trying to break the bubble on the outside lane? Alvis looking top of the board. He's there with Timothy J. Moore.
Alvis doesn't want to make this a boring race. He doesn't want to ride in line. He wants the lead, and he is going for it. Side by side with the 24. The 24 has the edge at the moment, but he has that 17 Best Buy Ford right on him.
It's a battle of the tandem drafting. It's Vila on the outside lane. He has made himself home up there, but it's not going to work. Elvis to the inside. He clears the 24 with help from Timothy J. Moore. New driver top of the board. It's the 31.
It took 25 laps, but the bottom line asserted itself with Raul Alvis. Alvis takes the lead and blocks Moore. He can't block him, no. They're 3 wide per second.
The shuffle back to the trial. We're heading through 1 and 2. Alvis trying to block 3 lanes at once. He goes for the swipe. It's Cootie stuck in the hole. He starts fading back. Spencer Burns to the point to the inside lane.
But in the middle of the pack, they're now 3 wide. That's shuffled it all up again. And now they're a little loose back there too, but all good.
Justin Champagne scraping the outside wall. He starts dropping back, and you had the get off your feet moment right then and there. They go back 2 by 2. Spencer Burns letting them know he's now top of the board. It's Ford 1-2 on the bottom.
4 versus 4 on the top and bottom. The 45 is a little loose though, and DeAngelis goes up high with Burns.
Trying to go and shuffle it back. The PBR boys know it's time to race. We said it in Countdown to Green. You need to have a great outing. It's Mikey G, the defending winner of the 500. He's up to the P5 slot. They're going to wheel back to 1 and 2.
And you see what one bad move will do. Cootie went from the lead through the sucker hole back to 13th, 14th around there. But we talked about it before, the big shuffle. There is pit stops coming up, and the fuel range, 36 to 40 laps, which means next 10 laps, we could see some people pitting.
How about a shuffle back? That's going to be king. He got stuck in the hole and found himself a home down on the inside lane, but still 3 wide. How about Martin? One of those drivers. How about all 3 of those drivers he's talked about? Stay in top 3. They have faded away. Martin continues to drop back. It's now the Fords on the outside line, and some someone trying to defend Daytona. Mikey G, top of the board.
Gregory and the Trojan Toyota trying to block the Publix 4-car, and they're side by side heading to 1. Nobody can keep the lead, but look who's in 4th. Demos, the Coca-Cola car, he's right up there too.
It took him 28 laps, but he's come to play. How about some drivers that are also in the ranks? David Joyner cracking the Sweet 16 for the first time tonight. Andrew Cooties went from 1st to 15th. How much shuffling we've seen in 28 laps? Well, guess what? On the right side of your screen, you can go ahead and see it. Things got nasty as we continue to work our way back through 3 and 4.
Now Demos goes up high. He's looking for the lead. He's got Drew behind him. Meanwhile, Cronky and Molina, they're behind Gregory.
Gonna go ahead and look for it again. Spencer Burns back to the 5th place spot. DeAngelis back to 729 out of 200. Everyone continues to work their way back into 1 and 2.
And now Demos has control of that top line. But now it's just a matter of who jumps out. At the moment, single file, but Elvis, he's about to clear himself. He might make that move again.
David Joyner has now cracked himself inside the top 12 as it's Daniel Mosteller top of the board. Drew Jua finds himself in that 2nd place position. Spencer Burns back to 3rd. The outside lane goes back to the dominant form. Tandem drafted, sliding towards the rear. Everyone working their way back through 3.
Burns is making the move up front, trying to go for the lead on the bottom. He's going to be underneath that number 9 Chevrolet. He's going 45 around.
Tagged down to the inside.
Wow, what a save.
He's going to form back up. He won't be good, but that's another one of those heart-stopping moments. And we just saw it again. Remember, Chad Jeffries was one of the first drivers to have that happen in the restart. How about the opportunity to the inside? Here comes DeAngelis downstairs with Elvis.
DeAngelis and Elvis, they've been the ones stirring the pot all race. And now DeAngelis, he's cleared for the lead, coming off the corner, but the high side gets the run again. They're 3 wide now behind them.
Vila stuck in the middle, couldn't make a decision, and says, see, it's the backdoor move, and he starts fading away. Mosteller, Jua to the outside. DeAngelis and Elvis to the bottom. Since lap 1, it's been on your feet moments. Here from Daytona, back down off 4.
DeAngelis cleared off the corner. Now Elvis goes up high. He cleared as well. Side by side to the line, and it looks like Elvis is going to get beat out a little bit by DeAngelis.
Justin Champagne had to squeeze himself into the outside lane. He nearly lost it off the nose, 1 around. Way in the back, that goes Dominguez, and the caution will wave for the 2nd time tonight.
Throw out the fuel strategy.
Yeah, right in the middle, Tyler Glass nearly getting hit. That's the 8 of Dale Greenwood. Coming down off the tri-oval. He's involved in that 2nd incident. Now, he should be good. I don't think he broke anything. Maybe a toe link, but I don't know. Well, 31 laps in, and they're racing like it's the last lap, but I hope it's like this the entire night.
I can take a breath for once. I can take a breath finally. That was a ton of action.
And here's the thing. For a lot of the new viewers back at home that don't race on iRacing, you have to be focused every single second. You're not on cruise control on I-75 having a great old time. No, it's 200 plus. You're going 205 down to 1 and 2. You can see the speed on the broadcast. I was looking at it. And you got to make sure if someone's going to make a mistake, quick reaction. What do? Do you jump high? Do you jump low? Or do you go ahead and race?
I think at this point, you just go for it. I mean, we're seeing these issues with handling. These cautions that pop up, they're going to happen, it seems like. This is starting to get the feel of not a too much of a short run race, but it's not getting that feeling that it's going to go 2, 3, 100 miles of green flag racing. We're 30 laps in already, and we got 2 yellows.
I still would not be surprised if we see any green flag stops. Now, we're going to go ahead and look back to see exactly what happened towards the rear. You saw Dale Greenwood get sideways. I think it's just a matter of drivers in the wrong place at the wrong time. You saw Anthony Burrows was in the outside wall, but how about that one? Watch the 3 machine. You got Kwame there in the middle. Kwame Scott, Alexander Dominguez. Ooh, the 88 looked to come up.
Yeah, the 88 came up into the 3, and at that point, it's lost at that point. You're going to hit somebody else going down low. And look at the 45 right there. He had just been the leader, and right there almost got caught up in somebody else's mess.
Ooh, Wilkerson got tagged. That's the 43, and already 2.
Look at Gregory really quick. Let's see Gregory on the replay.
The onboard.
He was so close to being caught up in that after that little spin, half slide down on the bottom.
Right here. Right on board with the 45.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. 2 3-car incident, but if I'm not mistaken, we still don't have drivers out of this race just yet. Pit road, it's wide open.
At this point now, you're going to be past the quarter-way mark before you got to pit again. So really big yellow here. And as long as it didn't take anyone out, probably really needed for everybody involved.
Gonna be a lot of fun to see how the rest of this race goes on. NR9 in America fueling victories all year long. Hey, how about a new one top of the board? Raul Alvis, Frank DeAngelis, top 2. Dale Tanhart there in 3rd. Hey, can we see a Tanhart go to victory lane?
Anyone we can see go to victory lane. But Dale's been pretty fast in practice, and now he's got the track position to back it up. So let's see that Dale Jr. tribute go up to the front.
Alvis will be number 1. It'll be him versus DeAngelis. Now, in countdown to green, we talked about their spats back and forth. Frank DeAngelis has gone ahead and won races with him throwing Alvis in the wall. Well, Alvis is throwing him in the wall back and forth. Now, they did say they have leveled out the playing field here tonight, but you still got 10 races for this entire season.
Yeah, I don't see this happening in front of the pack. There's too much to lose, and we've seen it before where different people have taken out leaders, has taken out the pack. But yeah, I mean, you look ahead at the next couple of weeks, and fairgrounds not too far off, short track racing, so you can see the revenge pull there. But right now, I'd say put it all aside.
Gonna go ahead and get a word from some drivers all the way back to the rear end. TCB, remember that wreck on lap 7? He's still on pit road all the way to the rear. Dale Greenwood, another one on pit road. How about this one? Alvis and Tanhart coming in early as we get the one to go this time by.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Maybe they missed their stall, they didn't get the adjustments they wanted, but now that's going to make the front row DeAngelis and Demos up front with Armstrong and Berkey right behind them.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. Now, yes, we came very close to green flag stops, but still got a lot of racing to go. Lap 34 out of 200. We still have the opportunity to see it come down, but we still see that aggressiveness up front. And it's a big switch from what we saw in the Garage Guys 499 and even the NWP 400. The NWP 400, when it came down to it, caution after caution after caution, 70 lap green flag. Garage Guys 499, 112 laps green with 2 running in the middle. I think it's just a new dynamic tonight.
Well, I'm not going to rule out that we couldn't have a long run at some point tonight. And if it is this one, remember, 36 and 40 laps is how long they go on fuel. Those other guys just topped off. So it'll be about lap 69 to 74 before they have to pit again for fuel, as much as like having to. So if they go green, it's going to be a little while. So handling is going to be a really big issue, I think, first and foremost.
Well, they did put the new tires on, and so we get ready to go back wheel to wheel. This time it's a Ford Chevrolet front row. Joseph Armstrong, he can breathe. He doesn't have too many cars in front of him now, and he's got an ally downstairs. We've seen him and Frank work together multiple times. Alexander Kroenke up inside the Fast Four. Hey, that's a big move for him.
Well, and for the first time tonight, all 3 manufacturers represented in the top 3.
Bingo, as we get ready to go racing just one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, back on your feet, DeAngelis, Mosteller, that goes Joseph Armstrong behind as we get ready to go green. Pace car makes a hard left onto pit road. Rack them, stack them, try it again. 2 yellows in the books. We go back green, rolling from Daytona. Mosteller didn't get the start on the outside lane. It's going to be DeAngelis, Armstrong, and Burns. Top 3 down to the 1 and 2.
Strong start. They can go anywhere they want now. There's the run up top. Demos is leading that top line. He goes down low to follow them, though. But it's a 3-car breakaway, the strongest restart we've seen tonight.
Mosteller's going to get one heck of a run. He's got Andrew Cooties right behind him. They build right to the rear to the 06. Burns lost all type of forward momentum. Now the second lane gets formed. Armstrong to the outside, and he's to the lead back through 3 and 4.
Toyota takes the lead with the 9 behind him. Now that high side getting the lead again, getting control of this race. Oh, and look who's up in 6th, Justin Champagne.
All shuffling back around. First time Max Steinmeier is on the left side of your screen. Back to the line, 36 out of 200. TRD, top of the board.
The top 2 have the advantage, but DeAngelis leads the bottom side by side with Cootie. As they go down to the corner, he's side by side with Mosteller.
2 distinct packs formed towards the rear end. That's Dylan Jones back there leading that herd. But it's 2 by 2. Back to the high, makes a 1 and 2. DeAngelis wants that top spot back. He's gonna get it. Burns right behind him. A shove to the rear end of
the Ford. It's still dead even back down the super stretch.
Yeah, not so fast because Armstrong and Demos are a potent pair up top. Cootie behind him, but it looks like D'Angelo's going to try and take the lead one more time as they exit 4.
2 by 2, back to the high banks of 3 and 4. The run down the hill, give it to TRD. Joseph Armstrong trying to surge back to the lead. He's going to get it. It's the tandem drafting up front. Bring it Toyota, another 137 out of 200.
Armstrong opened the door for a moment, and Demos almost took it. Now they're single file. Cootie down low, going for the lead, and he's going to get the run to get ahead. Does he clear him out of the corner?
It was a massive run from the outside lane. Now D'Angelo's will be lined up with him with the 2 by 2 continuing. This time it's back to the wheel-to-wheel. It's tandem drafting up inside the fast 4. Who can push the best back through 3 and 4?
It's looking like D'Angelo's might be as the 24 car is gaining on the lead again. Now Armstrong up top, trying to challenge.
Everyone continues to go ahead and fly by through 3 and 4. Burns, D'Angelo's, they're not leaving each other, and Moore's just sticking around. This time Armstrong loses the draft with the blink out by the 9. Oh, he goes 3 wide. That's going to be the 9 on the outside lane, and say goodbye as Mosteller drops to the rear.
Oh, and at the same time, D'Angelo's takes the lead from Cootie with Burns behind him.
Back to the wheel-to-wheel, and that means the 9's going to have to regroup. Back to the 20th, 21st spot. Up front, it's still a battle for the lead. Burns on the outside lane. He's lined up with the 69. Joseph Armstrong back there in 3rd. Fast 4 lined up as Justin's up there in 4th.
Cootie now getting the push from Moore again. Martin behind him. We've seen these 3 work together tonight. Armstrong thinks about going low, thinks better of it.
Looking to go ahead and still hold that side-by-side of the blink out there by the 20 as they work their way down off corner exit. Andrew Cooties wants to go back where he started. That's right up front. This time the Ford's going to get it to the line. Frank the Tank, top of the board.
D'Angelo still leads, but John, I think that 24 might be the strongest car out there. He's getting huge runs no matter where they put him, where they shuffle him. He is still competing for the lead like he is right now.
And that's the big thing, too. When he made that move on the outside, what did he do? He dragged that brake, so when he got all that forward momentum, he put all of his chips in the middle, and he just surged on forward. Keep an eye on drivers. They may go with that 24 as this night goes on because it's all about the proving ground early on, and no one's proven better than Andrew Cootie back to 3 and 4.
Moore shoving him through the corner, just now breaking apart, and that's going to get him and his nose just into the lead. Off the corner, the 24 leads.
Man, Armstrong late on that quarter panel of Burns. That was a hold your breath moment, but it's still the 24 top of the board. Timothy J. Moore goes in the catbird seat. Martin, top, all the way to hold on to it as they're back wheel-to-wheel.
But now Cootie has the lead up top again, and now behind him, Martin. Those two have worked together as well. But Moore gets the push from Gregory, who we just saw almost get wrecked earlier.
They're going to hold that wheel-to-wheel as Thurston has crocked that top 12 for the first time tonight. Keep an eye on him. We talked about him earlier. It's Moore downstairs. He's lined up with Mikey G. Andrew Cooties has Martin. Remember, they worked together earlier. They're back in business through 3 and 4.
And look right behind him, that Chrome 99 glass back there now, as Cootie gets the run off the corner side by side with Moore coming to the trioval.
The shuffling continues, but now it's back to the deadlock up front. Andrew Cooties with 160 laps to go from the World Center of Racing. How about that 45 machine with a shot there to Moore? Timothy J. Moore up the second. Now even back through 1 and 2. Timothy J. Moore top of the board.
Martin trying to push Cootie to the lead. Can't get him there at the moment. Down the super stretch. Moore has the lead with Gregory pushing again.
They've all filed in together. That's a top 19 under a blanket. 1 second making the difference. You see that second line in the back. Led there by Schmidt just riding around. It's all action up front. Now Gregory sits catbird. Cootie with the side draft on the 17. Goes up top. Looking for the run. He gets it down the hill. He's back into the trioval this time by.
You're starting to see about 10 laps into this run. The handling of the car is starting to go away. You're seeing people slide up, and you're seeing Cootie slide up to the lead.
Saw Kroenke just get out of line just a little bit on the outside lane. That's with Justin about 6-7 lanes back. They continue to shuffle from the rear end of this main group. Bottom heavy, 3 wide looking. But up front, who has made their way inside the the top 8, it's the 48. Chad Thurnquist, welcome to the show.
We just saw him drop into the back earlier, now competing for the lead as that bottom line surges ahead into 3.
Everybody wants a shot at victory. Tyler Glass in the 99 Aflac Ford. He's found his way up inside the top 8. Everyone continues to shuffle and they get the shot. Who's moving forward? That's Vila back there in 14th. Timothy J. Moore and that Ford, top of the board, back to the line.
Gregory has cleared the 24. He can do what he wants, but he chooses to stay with Moore. They go through the front stretch now, and the 4 is ahead of Cooney as well.
Andrew Cooney drops back there to 4th. They're still wheel to wheel behind. It's Jewel up to 3rd. Daylight on the outside lane. Here comes DeAngelis. That's with Burns. 3 wide down off turn number 2.
Martin gets shuffled out, but now here comes DeAngelis in the middle. 3 wide between Cooney and Thurston.
Justin Champagne had to hop on the brakes, jumps to the middle lane. Everyone continues to shuffle back. It's Vila near the outside wall. Now he links up with a friend. Still 3 wide. Kwame Scott looking to make up time.
The 3 surging next to the 24. We've seen this before, and we'll see it again. Now up front, it's looking like single file with the top 3.
Timothy J. Moore loves what he sees. The chaos behind, the aggressiveness. Let it stay there as they work their way back to the high banks of 1 and 2. It's still the 48 of Thurnquist on the outside lane. He's lined up there with DeAngelis. The 24 got hung out to try. Is that a moment we may see a lot tonight? It may as well.
This might be a moment we see at the finish tonight. Right now, what we're seeing are moves they can run at the finish. But right now, it's those top 3. They pulled a bit of a gap on the field right now. They're just riding it out.
If you're going to make a mistake, you might as well make it early. Joseph Armstrong all over the rear end of Glass. Got his rear end sideways. Cooney's looking underneath the 19. He has to stomp on the brakes. They're back wheel to wheel again. James Thurston was the leader. Armstrong wants to lead the cavalry. Back to the line. It's all Timothy J.
Thurnquist down low behind Jeffries. Now those two, we haven't talked about it much tonight, but they are quietly getting their way up to the front. The bottom line starting to assert itself as we get later into this run.
If you're going to make a mistake, you want to make it early. That's the big thing here tonight. I mean, you already saw it. A lot of mistakes early on. Very sketchy early on. But look at the drivers that made a mistake and now they're back for it. Remember Chad Jeffries driving that restart. The first one of the Cup Series. He made that big slide coming down off 4. He's back up inside the top 10. Burrows got involved in an incident early. He's back up inside the top 18.
Armstrong's looking for the lead though now. Side by side with Moore with a push from Thurston.
Thurston's all over the back end of the Toyota. Now he's going to get the run down the hill. Joseph Armstrong asserting the dominance and bringing Toyota back on top. 46 out of 200. They work their way back to 1.
Thurston cleared the bottom for a moment, thinks about a move, but it's DeAngelis instead. DeAngelis gets the push now from Moore. He's going to be side by side for second, but Armstrong looks to block.
He left his friend, and now Armstrong's going to slam the door on the bottom. Just slides on the nose there of the Ford. Now goes back to the top. Another shot from the rear for the 14, trying to hold them all at bay back through 3.
Armstrong might be the first one all night to control both lines, and it works to his advantage. It's the 20, 14, 06, 70, and looking 5th. The 3 is coming up.
When he crossed the bow there at DeAngelis, it really stopped that run down the bottom. Now they got to go ahead and regroup. Kwame Scott, another driver that made a mistake early. Guess what? He's up to 5th. It doesn't matter how you start, it's where you finish. And right now it's learning from the mistakes that keep those machines rolling. 47 out of 200, they're back to 1.
Vila now leads the bottom line, made the move down low. He's going to be under Scott, but the top 4 single file.
Want to go ahead and watch back on it too. Another driver back on the move. Jua's found his way up to 13th. How about Burrows up to 12th? But now it's that single file run onto the outside. Thurston trusts Armstrong here. He's not going to leave him. And right behind you got Burns and Martin. Seen it before. Martin's the more of the passive aggressive. I'm going to hold on. Well, how about this one? Burns to the bottom.
I don't see any passive aggressiveness right now. I just see aggression. Looking through the corner, down the front stretch. The 3 now pushing his way to the front with Burns. Scott is right with him.
Roasted Gems Coffee says thank you very much. They're going to go P1. Spencer Burns gets a shot from the rear there by the 3. They're back wheel to 1 and 2. Everyone continues to shuffle about. Armstrong wants help. He's going to get it from the 14. They're still dead even coming down off corner exit.
Thurston with the big push, but now Scott is right on Burns. Burns in the 06 pulling up the side for second, but Armstrong just has such a strong car right now.
And continue to hold that wheel-to-wheel, but Burrows has found the lines that work best for him. You look back there to that 11th spot. He's wheel-to-wheel. Timothy J. Moore still holding on to that top 10. Everyone continue to find the drivers that work best for them. They said they love this aero package. They're showing it back to the line.
Yeah, because right now, side by side, Armstrong barely gets past Burns, who it seemed like had the lead. It doesn't matter what line you're in. It doesn't matter who's drafting with you. You're going to find a way to the front if you get that run.
They continue to work their way to the high banks of 1 and 2. Thurston back to second. It's Martin up there in third. Burns needs help from the 3 behind. He's not going to get it just yet, but they close in the gap. Let's start talking about fuel again. Last time it did, a yellow came out. You're approaching lap 50. When do you find the buddy that you know you can trust coming down to roll it down to 55?
I think the way they're racing at this moment, you got to find them within 10 laps or so of when you're going to pit. And based off the fuel window, 36 to 40 laps, it means it's probably going to be around lap 69 or 70 is when the first guys come in. 74, 75 is pushing it. So I'd say in the next 10 laps, find your partner.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see. And what's one driver we haven't talked about for a while and finally came in frame? That was Braden Movick. He saw what happened earlier. He went, nope, we're going in the back. We are not ending this early. It's Armstrong on the outside lane, but him and Thurston can't get on that same page. We saw the 20 come down a side draft. Thurston just a half a second late. It won't hurt you later on, but right now puts the 20 back to the lead.
20 is still keeping control of that top line. Burns gets that push from Scott, but it seems like just it's not enough. You might get a nose, but you cannot clear it.
The 3 down to the inside, wheel-to-wheel there with Armstrong. Kwame Scott with the slide down off corner exit. He's still holding on. Every single driver, if I'm not mistaken, has found themselves in the back, the middle, and the front. We're just 51 laps in, already 150 to go.
Yeah, quarter of the way through already, and there's no clear person we're seeing as the guy who's going to win this thing. Out of the corner right now, Armstrong leads the high side again, leaving a bit of a door. Oh, a little bit of a moment there from the 06.
Yeah, got shuffled about, and that's going to absolutely destroy the inside lane's momentum. This is daylight for Thurston if he wants to go ahead and take it. Vila nearly slamming DeAngelis in the wall. Now they single file back up, and that's 69. He won't be taking those moves there late.
Yeah, but this early you're able at least to recover, and that's what matters. Nobody spun out. It's not like earlier. They're going to probably get a little calmer here as we get to lap 52.
Back towards the rear end of the top 20 on the board. Brower has cracked it this time by. Same with Basin. How about William Schmidt? First time inside that Sweet 16. Loving what he sees and has a very unique scheme.
That Don Julio Ford of Justin Champagne now leads the bottom. He made the aggressive move when it opened. Now, side by side for fourth. Looking for more.
Got 2 Fords downstairs, still Toyota and Chevy on the outside. We talked about more, and yes, they've been aggressive around him, but he's still the passive-aggressive one. Kind of just watching to see where he is. He was 4th when they all started to cluster. He's up to 3rd. He's not making room, but I wouldn't be surprised if Corky's in that same boat. We've been following each other all night long. They found themselves back inside the top 5. Vila looking for a peak. No news for him.
It seems like the top 4, top 3 for sure, they're on the same page. Right around, log some laps. Get this thing as close to the finish as you can, but the rest of the pack, they're not going to have any of that because you can fall back if this thing goes single file. So side by side, still with DeAngelis on the bottom now for 4th.
Want to watch this run on the outside lane. DeAngelis is on the bottom right now. You just see the difference of speed there when you're leading on the bottom versus in the draft on the outside. That's what we're talking about, that big wall of air that's making the difference. And you already see it. That's why the outside lane is so strong. And that's why you also see a big tandem drafting effort on the bottom. I think Basin tried something like that earlier. Obviously, didn't go the way he wanted to. At the end of the day, still no drivers out of this race. We've got 2 yellows.
You're still seeing handling become an issue, though. Down the back stretch into the corner, Justin Champagne had a moment as well. These cars are getting looser. It's looking like it's harder to control them in the draft, and it's probably why the high side is getting that big run off the corner.
Well, I want to go ahead and point something out. Well, guess what? The sun has started setting from Daytona. It's completely shaded now. Heading down to 1 and in the tri-oval, things continue to shuffle. On the outside lane now goes Spencer Burns. We're starting to see that little calm factor that gets drivers in that head of, hey, you're at the pit soon. Lap 54 out of 200. You're going to make moves with your friends. And that's what we saw before. While everyone else is possibly thinking about that, Abraham Vila's like, nope, let's go for the lead.
Yeah, Vila made a move, and now that move is getting him all the way up to side-by-side for 3rd. He's got Frank behind him, Justin behind him, Scott behind him. There's a strong bottom line all of a sudden, trying to push their way to the front.
Everyone continues to shuffle about multiple different leaders, but it's the Joseph Armstrong 20 out front that continues to assert himself. Thurston on the outside lane continues to hold the wheel-to-wheel. He has been best buddy there at the 20 so far tonight. It's Champagne trying to get some type of run rolling, but as things continue to shuffle, things will continue to change. How about this one? Max Swearigan, he's found his way up front now. He's up inside that top 15.
Again, just stay in that top draft. Stay up front, and you'll be in contention to win this race, whether there's tons of crashes or whether it goes green for the next 145 laps.
Timothy J. Moore, this is from 10th. You want to see what the drivers see here tonight? It's just one car in front. Even if there's multiple rows behind, you got that giant spoiler on the back. Very hard to go ahead and see. They almost got to go off the instinct. You see a little bit of smoke, you got to react right off the gun as they work their way back into 1 and 2.
This shows just how hard it is to avoid wrecks when they happen, to see these backups and stack-ups. And still, up front, Vila looking for the lead underneath Thurston, and now looking for it underneath Armstrong.
He's got a big shove there by DeAngelis and a help there by a Champagne, and that's going to bring it wheel-to-wheel. Still the right around from the 3 as they work their way through 3 and 4. Armstrong's got to make a decision. Does he go low? He won't be able to. And back top of the board goes the 1. That's through 3 and 4.
He stays loyal up top with Thurston, though, and that's going to get him a run. Coming to the line, Vila and Armstrong side by side, and this time Armstrong keeps the lead again.
It was a dogfight, but then it was a thrust from the back by Thurston that shot the 20 on forward. We've seen it before with the side draft. Armstrong just very little came down low. He had the 14 right on his rear. The run down the hill is big, but now he's going to leave him out to dry. Thurston to the inside. He's wheel-to-wheel.
Thurston wants the lead before these pit stops may come up, and Vila will gladly give him the push past the 20.
Back wheel-to-wheel, that's down the backstretch. Alexander Kroenke all over Martin, but Martin does not want that pressure from the inside lane. He's going to do everything in his power to keep Joseph Armstrong in the lead. It's the Toyota duo on the outside. The bow tie battle downstairs. The dogfight of manufacturers, they lead back to the line.
We've seen it time and time again. They pull up beside Armstrong, but Armstrong gets the run through the corners and tri-oval. You're going to need somebody to go out from behind Armstrong and get a bunch of cars too if you're going to beat him.
Continue to shuffle. That's back into 1 and 2. Armstrong continues to hold that outside lane. How about Champagne looking for some moves, maybe 3 wide? He jumped way wide there with Burns. Mikey G getting sideways on the bottom. Armstrong, Thurston, Martin, and Vila, your fast 4. They continue to fight it out down the backstretch.
But it looks like Armstrong just has enough of a gap staying ahead. Now Martin trying to push forward. He's trying to keep second away from Thurston.
Well, this race has been going by at a very brisk pace. 2 cautions, 58 laps. And it's also due to the fact of how fast they're going. And the pushing and shoving has kept you locked in on what's going on. Armstrong is still holds on that top lane, but you need a shove from the bottom. Now, who are the drivers that have been able to break that air so far tonight? Frank DeAngelis, he rides 7th. Champagne back there in 8th. Moore, Gregory, but they're outside of that zone where you can get Thurston forward. You need Vila to push and shove your way through. The only problem is you don't want to risk a yellow.
And the big problem now is we talked about it before. You asked, when do you start going down low? Well, it's about 10 laps or so before the fuel window ends. Now is when you're going to have to start figuring out, how do I get to the bottom? If you're somebody like Armstrong and Martin, you have that power. But Kroenke, he doesn't. Burns doesn't. Champagne doesn't. How do you get to the bottom and find your friend to pit?
That top view just shows the difference on the draft. Burns was able to close on, and we've been seeing a lot of that brake drag that we haven't been talking about a lot here tonight, but it's been a big difference maker. Thurston back there in 4th, lines up and loaded, but Burns back up in the 5th. The PTSRI guys have been really good at figuring out this aero package and finding where to put their car at the right time.
Now the question for me is, what happens when the track changes? We talked about it before. We got long shadows forming over the front stretch. It's going to be dark soon, and these cars are going to drive differently.
There's going to be 140 laps to go soon, but how about out of the pocket? Spencer Burns with a shot to the inside. He's got Justin that he knows is aggressive. He's going to be looking for a shove to break up that outside lane. Armstrong lost the drafting help. Now Martin closes in the gap. 4, Toyota back to the line. Spencer Burns within 1. Is he going to get it? The answer is no. Armstrong back on top.
Side by side, they're almost dead even, but Armstrong gets the run. Martin staying loyal to that Toyota.
Hey, he's going to look to the outside right here. That 20's got to be forced to the air on the outside lane to flow ahead and throw the block. That's allowed Burns to close in the gap on the bottom. Armstrong with the run down the hill. But now the miss continuing on the outside lane has given the inside lane the opportunity.
Just give him a little bit of time, though, because Armstrong's getting that push from Martin again. Coming through 3 and 4, 2 tandems, side by side, dead even.
No one's going to go ahead and give anyone a break up inside that top 10. William Schmidt has worked his way up to 13th. DeAngelis back to 10th. A lot of separation from that 69 to the 1. Burns with the fight of a lifetime on the bottom, but can't break the Toyota battle on the outside lane.
And they go back to 1 again. 38 of Champagne pushing the 06 of Burns. Armstrong has a chance to block if he wants, but he stays with 78 of Martin.
Continuing to hold that wheel-to-wheel. Chad Jeffries trying to close in that gap. Burrows would like to get back top of the board. He knows he's the favorite to win a championship. And what more does that say if you win the first race of the new series? Armstrong, Martin, Burns, and Kroenke. That's your fast four. That's back to the high banks of 3 and 4.
Fast four for a moment because Justin now breaks in, pushing Burns. Burns now edges out to the lead, but Justin slides up. That's going to cause a bit of a stack up on the bottom and give Armstrong the lead again.
Thurston gave a big shot to the rear of that 38. Champagne had a handful, but it's still Armstrong down on the outside lane that continues to get the run. It's back wheel to wheel into 1 and 2. Martin all over the 20 machine, trying to keep the surge forward as that machine continues to go down half a click to try to side drop the 06.
Every time they go through 1 and 2, it seems like Armstrong goes low while the rest of the line goes high. He's not careful, they'll leave him out to dry.
Everyone continues to go out and find a way to break it, and he's doing a great job. Champagne won't stop pushing that 06, but needs to start getting some type of cleaner on that grill. He starts backing up here, and this is where he's going to get the opportunity.
Seeing how loose they are on the bottom, how hard it is for them to keep control. And that is allowing the top side to get the run and get Armstrong again ahead of the pack.
Toyota, outside lane, forward, inside lane. Alexander Kroenke watching the show unfold up front. It's Anthony Burrows back up there into 7th. Abraham Vila back to the 8th place spot. Scott back to 9th, looking for an opportunity. We continue to see the run off the top lane that continues to work for that outside run.
But looming large over all of this is the quickly approaching fuel window. These guys got to pit in the next 5 to 10 laps, and you're seeing it on the bottom. A huge lineup that's really just stonewalling the guys on the high side now.
And if you're Burns, you want to be leaving the field all the way down to pit road. You don't want the 20 to try to force his way to lock up that bottom lane. And now they are very much thinking of, hey, when are we going to pit? Glass sideways in the back, able to save it. That was off the nose there, the 48. But time is ticking. This will be your first shot at a green flag stop. We've seen it before. Come on a pit road, it's tough. You're so used to 205, 206, 207, up in that 200 range, down to 55 miles per hour, and you got to hope nobody makes a mistake around you.
Especially if there's a lot of guys on the same strategy like it's probably going to be. You're going from, like you said, 205 to 55. That's 150 miles per hour in half of the front straightaway.
Continue to work their way down the backstretch. Armstrong on the outside lane. Doesn't have a shove there from the 78 this time by. That allows Burns to get a nose out in front. Champagne has not given up the quest to get the 06 to clear the 20. They're still wheel to wheel. No one's changing the dogfight. Back to the line.
Back to the line, it's going to be Armstrong again. He gets that run on the high side, and it's just enough every time by to keep his laps led going up.
66 out of 200, back into 1 and 2. Alexander Kroenke on the outside lane. Now he will most likely be the leader as Martin and Armstrong find the daylight down low. They've lined up. Now it's just a matter of time. How do you get onto pit road without an issue? Back to the outside with a shuffle. This time Burns is going to join them.
That surprises me. This close to the fuel window, I don't know why you'd go back up top. But it's Kroenke who's going to take advantage, jumping up to 3rd with Justin Champagne right behind him.
Martin's going to slam the door. He's going to cross the bow there of the Ford. He's going to hold on to it. They still hold the wheel to wheel. This time it's a switch of machines. Burns on the outside with Armstrong. Kroenke on the bottom with Martin. This time it's Toyota on Toyota, but nothing can stop the 20 back to the line.
Dead even Toyota lockout up front. Behind them, Burns, and Kroenke. Burns goes for the lead.
Drops to the bottom. It's going to work out for him, and now he's going to try to surge past the 20 machine. Armstrong got the side drop, but he starts dropping back. Burns top of the board and clear all around.
Now you got to block the high side. Keep Armstrong behind you. He does.
All lines up, wheel to wheel. The 3, dropping back. Kwame Scott lined up the 79. That's William Schmidt up the 10. But Spencer Burns finally goes top of the board. And his big teammate there, Burrows, lined up there in 3rd.
Tandem breakaway up top. The front 2, they have a bit of a gap. But here comes the 78 of Martin, going to try and challenge that. Burns to the line, keeps the lead.
Laps fading on when to come to pit road. That's going to be interesting to see how it all comes down. Back wheel to wheel into 1 and 2. Burns, Armstrong, Burrows, and Martin, your fast 4. The outside lane continues rolling back through 1 and 2.
The top line seems to be all in order, but never mind. Here goes Vila down low. The door was open, but he didn't take it.
Alvis back to 13th, Moore back to 16th. The first time tonight we haven't seen Frank DeAngelis crack that top 4, really just right around. He knows it's time to find your way to pit road. Burns, Armstrong, let's find your buddies. Do you want to pit 1 lap before, 1 lap after that main group, or do you want to pit in the main group?
I think you pit in the main group. You're probably going to have more people coming in with you, or if you do have less, it's easier on the pit road. And on top of that, you're up to speed quicker, and you're able to pass the guys that pit after.
69 out of 200 as they work their way back into turns number 1 and 2. Spencer Burns continues to work forward. Armstrong right off the rear end of him. Burrows back in that 3rd place spot, lined up nose to tail. Vila looking for a peek to the inside, but now it's time. How many laps do you think are left before they come in?
It has to be any moment now. In the next 10 laps or so, next 5 laps even, depending on when they put it under caution, that would probably determine when they're coming in, and everyone's going down low now.
That goes Vila down to the inside lane. He's going to be wheel to wheel there with Joseph Armstrong. That's going to be Martin lined up. Burns coming in. This may be the time. Down off 4. Nobody swipes up inside the Sweet 16. We keep chugging. 20, let me rephrase that, 70 out of 200. Laps fading away.
But the majority of that front pack that was double file now is on the bottom. Vila gets the push from Martin into the corner. Now Armstrong goes down low trying to take the lead from Burns. Burns blocks him.
Continue to hold that wheel to wheel. It's still Burrows on the outside lane, needing a shot there from the 3. They all work their way back down off the end. Everyone holding the wheel to wheel, but it's mostly, when are you coming in? That question continues to fill the air as they work their way down off 4.
Those front 4 or 5 on the top side, they're getting left out to dry. Top 5 on the bottom breaking away, now turning to the top 6. They come off 4.
Spencer Burns down on the inside, lined up with Joseph Armstrong. Does he make the move? You look for the sweep to the bottom. Won't work out. 1 sideways down, coming on in. That looked to be Wilkerson. We stayed green. He made it into his box. They worked their way back to 1.
Choo-choo, it's the freight train up front, top 7 single file, last one in that line, the SpongeBob car of William Schmidt.
That's going to be Basin back up inside that top 12. Now, I don't know if Jarvis didn't want to work with him after what happened earlier, but he finally found his way near that top 10. Vila to 3rd, Martin to 4th, Koenke to 5th. We talked about before, you don't win this race, at least you get a good point stay if you're up front. The last thing you want to do is end something early, and you can't trust anybody unless you have some type of allies that you worked with earlier.
Now they come up 4 again. We're going to see, do they jump down into the pits? Looking like they're not going to. There might be some of the back, but nope, none of them do.
Last one for the slide. Dominguez on pit road. That's another one coming early. We have the stragglers towards the rear trying to make their stops early on. Koenke back to 5th. Champagne back to 6th. Everyone continuing that wheel to wheel. That's back to the high banks of 1 and 2.
Now just the top 6 or so are single file. Top side still trying to come back, but at the moment, the power is on the bottom.
The momentum shifts. That's the big thing. Earlier in this race, you want to be on the top, but right now you want to be on the bottom. And the question is, who's going to fan out all the way to the bottom that doesn't trust each other? You don't want to get shoved from the rear. That's the big question. Down on 4 this time by. Do they start working their way in? Burns, Armstrong, Vila. They'll peel to the bottom. Here they go.
There's probably about 10 to 12 cars coming on now. Do they all get it woke down?
Everyone lining in. Mavic to the box. Smith got tagged down into the grass.
That's about 20 cars. That's a ton of ground loss no matter what way you look at it.
Gary Owen coming in as well. Braden Mavic, he missed his stall. That's going to be a couple times.
Here's Cadell. He makes it in just enough.
Right side's going on there for the 06 of Burns. And about half of that main field that came down in. Another one.
Shot it too.
A lot of drivers overshooting their stalls. This is the first time we get green flag pit stops underway. Burns off and away, and they all come with them. Champagne, Mosteller, that goes herd number 1. Where's the second pack coming? That's the real question. continue
And
to look
Demos
for it.
is looking, oh wow! Justin tried to block Demos and it worked. But what an aggressive move out of the pits.
I think what he's trying to do right here is just stack up the main group. That's the actual goal right now as they work their way down to the inside. Still looking to get a read of what's going on up front. Burns is out in no man's land. Max Surgeon out on his own, but that second pack is in. Tyler Tinsley is in. That's going to be also the 7 machine. Let me go and rephrase that. Maybe not. The question now is, where's that second group?
What you notice here, so many people have overshot their pit. Now we got a group of say, I don't know, 6 or 7 still out there, maybe 10.
Yeah, this is it right here. That's that second group that didn't come in.
But they are also intertwined with those who did pit. So it's going to be interesting seeing the strategy.
Here they come.
Oh, up top. He missed his pit. He missed the entrance. Is that Burrows?
That is Burrows. That's the 62. Dropping back to the rear, and now you'll have to try it again. It's about I want to say about 6 or 7 cars that came in that time. You definitely wanted a pit in Group 1 because Group 2 didn't come together. I'm surprised about that.
Well, missing the pit like that, like Burrows did as well, this late into the run, you could run out. If that was when you wanted it to go all the way to the end, now an extra lap and losing the draft, that's a huge mistake.
I think he's having a coast. You can see he absolutely just lost it. Andrew Cooties to the outside. That's of more. As they continue to hold it back to the high banks of 3 and 4. Alvis, Jua, Basin. There they go. This is now the nether part of group number 2.
Now we'll see. Does Burrows? Okay, Burrows will make it this time.
Coming on in, Kevin Champagne catches the glass. There goes Glass. Right in front of Moore. They go around. No caution as they continue rolling.
Oh, his stall was all the way back there. He completely missed it.
Yeah, we've had a lot of incidents on pit road. We're getting a here from the admin. There's also a 4-car incident, but if it's on pit road and it's off the racing surface, you have to stay green. It's out of the way of the oncoming cars coming up to speed. Right side's coming up. DeAngelis there with Burrows. I am shocked that this second group did not come in together.
Well, based on the ticker right now, Justin Champagne leads the first group. Where do they come out on the backstretch compared to these guys?
All lined up here. This actually right here is Joseph Armstrong leading that first group. Champagne came up there in 3rd.
Oh, they're coming up quick.
Do you file in together? Who had the best strategy call? They're coming all the way to the outside of 1 and 2.
Yeah, it might be close to some of the front ones, but if you're in the back, you made a mistake. That is a killer.
Burns lined up with Armstrong. That's nose to tail on the outside. They're going to catch DeAngelis there with Gregory. He'll be the outside of this main line.
That last group, it looks like they might have made the right move because, yes, they aren't going to keep the lead, but they're going to shuffle up towards the front.
They're going to be almost at the full saw. I mean, they may still hold on that inside lane, but they have enough numbers down. There's about 5 machines downstairs. Everyone else on the outside. Now you got to wonder who didn't play the strategy right. Thornquist, Greenwood, Burrows, Steinmeier back there as well. That's now a new group. We're going to call that group number 2. That's lined up single file towards the rear. They got numbers. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 machines back there with Joey Stone. If they can line up with each other and work their way coming down off corner exit, I think they can still go ahead and catch back up to that main group heading down the backstretch right now.
Now to keep everyone in the loop on this, again, with it being 36 to 40 laps on gas, it means that the next time they'll have to pit, lap 111 to 117. We're going to get past halfway on this one.
Basin on the middle, still holding on. Scott up to 12. Remember that aggressive racing, hits back after the green flag stops. And who's back top of the board? Joseph Armstrong holds on to it back to the line, 78 out of 200.
Armstrong now leads a group of only 14 lead lap cars up front. There's a couple lap ones scattered in there, but as they're side by side for the lead, it looks like the top guys have thinned out a bit.
Still holding that wheel to wheel back to the high banks of 1 and 2. Armstrong on the outside lanes able to get the run down the hill. It's still Champagne lines up with him. Vila top 3. Burns has help. That's from Jua. 2 by 2. You know what's one thing we have not done so far tonight? That's going ahead, and how about we go and turn it up just a little bit. What a race we have here, ladies and gentlemen, from the World Center of Racing. You gotta love Turn It Up, our version of Crank It Up. He's usually on Fox. NR Night in America for the victories all year long. This is round one of the NR Cup Series here from the World Center of Racing, closing in on halfway.
Yeah, quickly approaching halfway at that. And you look at how this pack has started to shuffle out. You look all the way at the front. You got Jua in the lead. Then you look all the way in the back in 14th. That's Demo. So a lot of shuffling has happened here, and there's a lot of new players up front now.
You got Vila back there in that second slot. He's lined up there with Jua down the bottom, man, still holding that wheel to wheel. You got 120 laps to go. We've had 2 cautions tonight. They have come early, but ever since then, everyone kind of filed up, realizing, hey, still a lot of races left to go. Let's not go ahead and hold on. Let's not make a mistake. Back to the high banks of 1 and 2. You top 3, all lined up and in.
Now that 18, it looks like, is off the lead lap, but it would be the lucky dog if we get a caution.
That's the big thing, too. And you can see right now the top 20 is all on the lead lap. Jua, Vila, Burns, Gregory. That's the fast 4. Joseph Armstrong back to the inside, holding the wheel to wheel. Michael Gregory with a shot to the rear into the 06.
But Jua and Vila, those are the ones out front. They got a bit of a gap in that lap car, and they're drafting really well to each other as they go through the trial.
Going to continue to line up drivers that we want to talk about that have honestly surprised me. I am really surprised Dylan Bason's been able to rebound after that. Even Kwame Scott, they're 8th and 9th right here. We didn't really talk about them early. We talked about a driver change. How about the run? This is going to lap some guys.
Albus is getting lapped, Swarajin lapped, Hodriff lapped, and so too is Glass. You see those pit problems, they come up horribly for these guys here.
82 out of 200. Basin back to 8th, Scott back to 9th. You got Martin back in that 12th position. Thurston in 18th, Gary Owen in 19th. All lined up, but hey, going. Even Schmidt, they're in an area where they could very easily go a lap down. That's 34 seconds off the pace.
Well, and Thurston, you know, he had those issues. He was running up front. Now, way back in the pack. Schmidt, same thing. And now they go for the lead. Vila down low underneath Jua.
Holds the wheel to wheel, and Armstrong's going to join right with them. He doesn't care what's going on behind. It's about what goes on up front. Vila, top of the board for the World Center of Racing. Armstrong right behind him. It's back to business, still under halfway.
Oh, what a move by Armstrong going down low. He is going to take the lead here with a push from Burns, and Gregory right behind him. Top 3 with a huge run on the bottom.
It's wheel to wheel, and it's back to the super pack, working its way through 3 and 4. Contreras lined up on the outside lane with Jua. All back to the rear end there of Vila. A shove to the rear end for the bow tie. Brings the 1 back to the lead, down off corner exit.
But do they get the lead through the front stretch? Now Armstrong down low. He's gonna fall back, yes. Vila goes down in front of him.
You gotta slam that door. You got that lap machine there on that outside lane. That's closing in quick. That's Chad Jeffries as he goes 1 lap down to the high banks of 1 and 2. Abraham Vila trying to shock them all as he works his way back through 1 and 2. Down the super stretch this time by.
And there's another one, all on his own. William Schmidt, 19th. He's next up to be lapped in that SpongeBob car. Now he's racing the 18th Lucky Dog.
And things continue to shuffle. How about Drew Jua up the 4th? They've jumped to the outside lane. This is where you want to scatter and make up spots. Gregory downstairs has Basin in line with him. They got Champagne on the outside. That's lined up with the 3. All back wheel to wheel as they shuffle their way back to the line.
But a little even up, never mind. There goes Burns down. Vila goes to block him, and Armstrong is left up to the top.
Wheel to wheel back to the high banks of 1 and 2. Drew Jua has worked his way back to the rear end of Burns. Daylight topside. Who takes it? At Champagne. Mason's going to roll with them. Now they're all lined up. Burns slams the door with Jua, and everyone trying to shuffle about. Top goes bottom. Champagne to 3rd. Looks for 2nd. He's looking for the lead.
Left car there. That's Gary Owen up top for 3 wide as Vila slams the door on Kevin Champagne. Champagne looks high with no help.
He got that side draft. He got the side draft there on Vila. Now here comes Basin lined up with him. New driver, top of the board. There goes Armstrong. Down below the yellow line. Sliding back up nearly into Swearigan.
Made it.
They all hold on back to the line.
Wow, what a save. They're 3 wide though back
He's in
there.
the wall. He got the outside wall right in front of the 54. That's Zach Tondra.
What a shuffle, though. Now Armstrong, yes, he's back in 10th, but that front pack is scattered now. Having those lap cars there, having those runs there, that made the difference as Kevin Champagne's in the lead.
It just turned on like a switch. holding on 2 by 2, and they just let them rain. How about this one? Champagne below the yellow line. Gets 2, gets 3. Now holds the inside lane. He's up inside the podium spot.
Remember, going under the yellow line in the series is not illegal, but if you're a competitor against him, you don't have to let him up. You cause a wreck, though, when you go under there, you're out.
And we're hearing questions here in the chat. Some are asking, are there stage racing? Well, one, if you're new, welcome to NR Night in America. This is the Daytona 500. Thank you so much for 30,000 subscribers. To everyone that has subscribed, there are no stages. We dropped the green flag. The only reason we wouldn't drop the checkered flag as the last one is if a yellow comes out. Oh, by the way, it's 200. That can go all the way green.
And I want to give a shout out really quick. He's not third on the board, but third in line. Contreras in that M&M's Toyota has kept himself in that lucky dog spot. When the next yellow waves, if he keeps it up, he's back on the lead lap.
He's got Burns right behind him too. He can very easily find his way through right now. Yes, you want to possibly get that lucky dog. But I think Timothy J. Moore would love for him to go out in front of those leaders and get something going so he can get the lucky dog.
Yeah, because Moore is back in the pack while Armstrong goes 3 wide. He brings Moore with him.
He's going to make it. He's going to shuffle it through the middle, trying to get something to work. Here comes Vila down the bottom. Everyone starts shuffling back to the high banks.
And now Vila on the bottom, he's side by side with Contreras. Those top 2, though, with that little buffer. Champagne, Basin, they can choose to go which way they want. Now Muppet goes up high. The high line's starting to form up again.
Closing in on halfway. This time by will be just 12 to go on that. It's Champagne and Basin for Toyota to the high banks. It's downstairs, still Burns and Vila. Michael Gregory has been a man of his word. He sticks up front. Here comes the 82. Basin on the bottom. Red Bull trying to go top. Do they get it? They don't. Champagne leads it back to the line.
Still close, though. Champagne with the push from the 18. Basin with the push from Burns. Into turn 1. Basin goes ahead to the lead.
And it's still right on the edge of your feet. Everyone trying to go ahead and hold on to it. Burns downstairs. Gets a shot to the rear end there of the Toyota. But Champagne got the roller coaster run down the hill. Shuffle in the back.
Armstrong is in the wall again. Now he's falling back. Goes from bad to worse a little bit for him.
Puts DeAngelis 3 wide. That's Jordan D. Martin in the middle. Jacob Wilkerson needs someone to throw him a bone. He's been now multiple laps down, lined up towards the rear, but it's still Kevin Champagne on top, back through 3 and 4.
Bottom of the scoring pile on Contreras, Moore, and Glass. That's your lucky dog fight. Not anymore, because those are Contreras is going to try and get his lap back.
He's going to jump to the outside. Now gives a shot there to Moore to go ahead and go on the lucky dog spot. Scott wants to take that away. He's lined up on the bottom with the 94. All back middle wheel, full saw into 1 and 2.
And he's got Gregory and now Bubbick behind him. Bubbick has been quiet tonight, but he's finally showing about halfway through this race.
Down the back stretch, Martin 13th, Mosteller back to 14th. They've been up front before, but when things get energized, they start dropping back. Michael Gregory wants PBR to get a shot at getting one of his teammates back for him. That is the 18. Oh, by the way, he also wants to take the lead coming down off corner exit.
But the lead's going to stay with Champagne. Scott's going to stay up with him.
Back to the line, Kevin Champagne, no doubt about it. One of the drivers just trying to trophy hunt here tonight. He sits first, never mind. Michael Gregory gets it done on the outside lane. He works his way back to 1 and 2. Braden Modic trying to get a lap back as well on the outside lane.
And now, look, the run to the lucky dog. They're coming together. Moore, 4th in line. Glass, 5th. And the leader of it right now, still barely on the lead lap, Contreras in the M&M's Toyota.
Everyone holding that wheel to wheel, and Braden Modic has actually cracked that top 2 spot. First time tonight we've seen him contending for the lead. It's Kevin Champagne on the bottom. It's the 3 of Scott behind. The inside lane with the advantage, but the roller coaster run down the hill will form to the outside lane. Still back wheel to wheel.
Strong run by those on the bottom, but it's not going to be enough to get ahead of the 18, but it's enough to get the lead.
Everyone continue to hold that wheel to wheel back to the high banks of 1 and 2. How about a shuffle towards the rear? Everyone trying to get their way back in position. Find the line that works best with you and stick with it. The 99 machine, Tyler Glass, has started working his way forward. Another driver 1 lap down. Michael Gregory knows he wants to get the 18 of Contreras on the lead lap, and it'll be a helping hand for another teammate back in 20th. That's Zach Tondra on the outside looking in.
If you're Timothy J. Moore and Glass, you are rooting for that 18 to stay barely on the lead lap, because if not, you're going to have to fight up and get to him. At the moment it's happening.
Gregory maybe an inch off the wall, had to lose some speed. Here comes Champagne down the bottom. It's the retro paint schemes. 1-2 downstairs. Scott Champagne back to the line. Gregory's going to lead that one, 93 of 200.
Quickly closing in on halfway. Kevin Champagne, your leader, with Scott pushing him. Gregory up to second. They're so close to the corner.
Couldn't fit a paper. Oh, they go in the back. To the high banks, a 1 and 2. That's Chad Jeffries around. Wilkerson is in it, and Contreras was out in front before the yellow wove. He got back on the lead lap, and that may mean, if I'm not mistaken, it may be Timothy J. Moore. That goes on the lucky dog.
There he is.
And this changes everything. Chad Jeffries involved. The 88, that goes Alexander Dominguez with right side damage. Wilkerson can't catch a break. I believe maybe the 5 got a piece of it. He's to the inside. Gary Owen and hotbox in and say see ya. That Jetsons machine may be done. You're afraid that might just be a tire rub. Well, that's gonna
tire ain't moving. Look at the left front.
That's
it's
the
not
suspension.
moving. Yeah, look at the right. Yeah, it's
and the right. He's been on pit road for a while. He's gonna join TCB.
He's toast.
Caution is out for the 3rd time today, and things are going to change, aren't they?
You know, early in the race, we were thinking this might be a wreck fest. We had 2 cautions really early.
We were worried.
And they were way too aggressive. And now we're almost halfway. We're going to be halfway probably, or around halfway when we go green. And we've had 3 cautions so far.
Chad Jeffries, a heartbreaker right here, was really looking for a big opportunity. Now, I don't think he's out of the race. We did not see anything of smoke from the engine. It was a tire rub. Both of his suspensions were completely broken. And now here we go. We get ready to go ahead and try it one more time. Let's go ahead and see what happened.
It's the guys in the back. You're not safe anywhere. We saw a wreck in the front. Now we see it in the middle, back of the pack.
They're saying it may have been Justin coming up into Max Swearinger.
Well,
keep an eye on that. Keep on the mystery machine in that Toyota on the outside. You got Kevin Champagne in the middle. That's the Don Julio Ford.
He just gets tight into the corner, and that's it. Down into him.
Frank D'Angelo
again.
Unbelievable.
Good Lord.
William Schmidt as well, another one.
Yep.
That could have very easily had it. Even Jordan Martin, that's the 2nd time DeAngelis and Martin have been having the perfect view of a wreck and didn't get into it. I want to say maybe it's about 2 drivers that are catastrophic. I mean, we're going to look back again on Max Swearinger as we look through it again. This is going to be up to real speed. Yeah, you can see he just came up, but Max did a great job of holding on to it. He's going to be fine. Frank's got right side damage. He should be okay. Remember, once again, these next gens are built like tanks. Watch this hit. Bam.
In it again.
Unbelievable.
And how much damage did the 88 get? Because I think that he woed up before he... there's a little on the right front.
Yeah, he's got the right front. Wow, Gary Owen. Looks like he may have... I don't know if he got tagged. Maybe it's just a little bit, but something that's going to hurt you completely.
And the thing is, we haven't had a really... We've had 5 or 6 car incidents this whole time. We haven't had the big one. We haven't had it where guys are desperate. There's a lot of guys who are going to restart the back, a lap down now. We're going to need to make their way to the front because you only get 1 shot unless you're going to really, really be out there and try and take a shot at the wave around if the leader's pit. If the leader's pit, you stay out, yeah, you might have half a run or so to keep on the lead lap, and that's if these guys have a caution.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see. We got a lot of great things working our way, but how about this one? Braden Movick out on front, 95 out of 200. We're going to give these guys some time to get on pit road, get it back repaired as we're going to go around just one more time this time. So drivers will be working their way on. That's going to be Tyler Glass. Actually, let's go ahead and rephrase that. You know what they're looking for? They're looking for that wave around. Yeah. They all came down to pit road. We're going to go ahead and keep the yellow out just one more time. We want to talk with some drivers before we get back going. But it's going to be Glass, Swearinger, Schmidt, all of them. They're all going to get back on the lead lap. Joey Stone, Tyler Tinsley, Braden Mudvick's going to be up front. I think we're going to have about 28 drivers back on this lead lap.
It's going to be interesting when it comes to fuel mileage. That's going to be interesting when it comes to progression. I'm really interested to see how this all cycles out.
Going to be a lot of fun to see how this all goes down. NR9 America fueling victories all year long. You know what, let's go ahead and talk with some drivers. You know, there's one driver I really want to talk to because I think he's had one of the most wild experiences so far tonight. And, you know, that may just go ahead and be, we're going to go ahead and say it is. It's going to be Frank D'Angelis. Let's hear what he's got to say. D'Angelis, this is John. You got a copy.
Oh, what's up?
You have seen it all tonight, and we're not even halfway. We're almost halfway. We're right there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry I interrupted you. Just ask your questions.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. How is your night going? It looks like you're having a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm having nothing but fun, man. Ever since the drop of the green flag, Andrew Cootie has been doing things that should be illegal in normal night. It's been dangerous. He runs. You've definitely seen it on the broadcast. He's chosen to run the 2 different lanes twice a lap. He side drafts. He runs the wall, and then he complains when we split him when he doesn't hold his lane. Champagne, Justin, again committing unworldly crimes against the field.
Man.
I mean, you saw the replay. He's a lap down, being like I can't say that. My bad. I almost dropped something really bad. He's acting like a idiot, just side drafting for no reason. He's been racing every lap like the last lap. Also, why is Basin still allowed to race? I mean, he wrecked the whole field on lap 7.
It was a couple machines. If I'm not mistaken, only TCB's the only one out from it.
Yeah, I know, but still, like, I don't know. His excuse was we were lined up, and I don't know what happened. That was his excuse for pushing in the corner on lap 7. So, but besides that, race has been pretty fun. We've been working together. We've been all dandy. We survived green flag pit stops. I just pitted to check up on fuel. It's going pretty good. I think I gave you like $2 or $3. So yeah, I made it to halfway. So my Twitter meme is now irrelevant.
That was one of the best marketing tools I think you ever gave for NR Night. Well, I'll tell you this, Frank. You got a lot of people rooting for you back at home. Coming halfway through the 500. Let's see if the second half is just as fun as the first.
Oh, it's gonna be better.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very enthusiastic Frank DeAngelis. We gotta love that. We love when drivers are on the top, you know, saying what they believe and just going nuts. And well, that was a lot of fun.
There's a reason both of us basically had him as our chaos pick tonight.
Well, it's gonna be a lot of fun to see. Now you got Kevin Champagne with Braden Lovick. That's their new lineup up front. Well, guess what? Third caution out tonight. Are we gonna have a lot more? I wouldn't be surprised if we have maybe 2 or 3, but you're coming down to the area where it's time to get back up on your seats, closing on halfway.
This is a whole new race. You only have about half a race left. Yep. Well, yeah, just about half a race left, I'm saying. And this is really a restart of the entire thing because everyone's bunched back together, everyone's strategies are flipped on their heads, and, well, all those guys are laying back. It's kind of time to start moving up forward now if we have another long run.
Time to try it again. Lap 97 to line 98. Mulvick Champagne back to the line. Green again for the World Center of Racing. Wheel to wheel back to 1 and 2. Scott back there in third. Gregory back in fourth. All holding back to the high banks.
Day McDonald's versus the night McDonald's. Up front, side by side, double file. Looks like the Moon Man's going to the front, though.
Gregory's going to give a big shot to the rear of that 42. It's still Kevin Champagne on the outside lane. He's lined in with Scott. Wheel to wheel down the super stretch, full saw back through 3 and 4.
I think we've seen tonight the 3 and the 45, the best pushers in the field. These guys, if they're behind you, they're going to get you to the front. This time, it's Kevin Champagne.
Ford, Chevy, that's the top 3. Armstrong looking to make a Toyota up inside the Fast 4. Back to the line, 98 to 99 as we close in on halfway. Everyone up front, shotting their way back to 1 and 2.
Hey, we talked about where you find your friends, you find them. Now all 3 manufacturers work together. Never mind, it goes Armstrong to the bottom.
Burns is going to go ahead and join him. That's Braden Lovick lined in on the bottom as well. Now he jumps to the outside as Armstrong has a blink up. The outside lane with the run down off corner exit. Champagne, Armstrong, wheel to wheel.
Armstrong now is going to be the biggest test of the race he's had so far. On the bottom, the line at the disadvantage, plus you have 3 strong drafters up against him up top.
Still wheel to wheel back to the high banks of 3 and 4. Kevin Champagne and Kwame Scott. Back wheel to wheel once again, Kwame Scott. A late entry into this race. We got the message saying, hey, you want someone with 7,000 iRACING that's going to go for the win? Pick him for the 3. Now he sits Catberg. Next time by, welcome to halfway.
And it's fitting, the 3-car running for the win at Daytona. You can't script it better than that.
Wheel to wheel, Armstrong on the bottom, looking 3 wide when Champagne trying to side draft. He gets it on the 06.
Armstrong again, he's a little loose on the bottom, and that opens the door for Kevin.
And so holding that wheel to wheel, look at that shot from Scott right back to the rear of the 94.
Wow, what a move there. Top three right up onto each other. The two McDonald's car with the good wrench plus.
Braden Movick to the outside. That's a 3 and 4. Make it 5 drivers in line as Sung starts going ahead and fading back. It's the inside lane all lined up. Dylan Basin looking for daylight on the bottom. Michael Gregory lined in as well. When you start seeing that shuffling, we saw it on the last restart. Some don't want a repeat of what just happened as they work their way back to one.
Armstrong and Burns, they've been down low, up high, no matter where. They're a dynamic duo. Wherever they're at, you have to be in front of, and that's just what Kevin did.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining in, welcome to Halfway. Armstrong, daylight on the outside. He's going to take the lead. He's going to be lined up with Scott. It's most likely to be gridlocked up inside the top 6. Let's talk about this portion of the race. Okay, you made it to halfway. Now you still got 100 laps left in the tank. What do? Do you ride around in the back or still starting to see the stragglers?
I don't know, if you Burns like up front, you make crazy moves and try and get the lead. He's got Armstrong behind him right now, all over his bumper. Kevin Champagne side by side with him.
Burns on the outside, lined up with Armstrong. That's not leaving anywhere. It's Kevin Champagne on the bottom, sun setting from Daytona as they work their way back to 1 and 2. The outside lane for the first time since maybe the green flag stops has got it all rolled in. Burns up the top end. Burns to the lead. It's 4 on 4.
But Gregory right on him, though. It looks like Gregory's going to push Kevin right next to Burns, but Armstrong has such a strong car. Those two pull a car length ahead of the 3.
Dylan Basin up to 6. He's down the inside lane, lined up with that double yellow line. He's down there with Kroenke as well. We heard what D'Angelo said about that 82, and I'm starting to wonder what I said before. Are some of these guys avoiding the Red Bull because of what happened earlier?
They might be. I mean, he's shown to be a bit erratic, but at the same time, he's shown to have a ton of speed. I feel like that's got to be the risk you take. Draft with him. He's got a fast car.
David Joyner has cracked up inside the top 20. Burns, Armstrong, Champagne, and Scott fast forward, working their way down off corner exit. Who's back on the move? Andrew Cootie's up to 13th. Jewel up to 14th. And guess what? You get another long green flag run. Those guys that took a waiver hour got the pit early.
And John, we saw him have a ton of speed getting his lap back. Contreras now right at the edge of the top 10. He's going to be in this at the end of the night.
Pulling that wheel to wheel. Gregory back there in 4th. Scott back there in 5th. Dylan Basin back inside that top 6. Spencer Burns on the outside lane gets shoved back to the line. Gets his Roasted Gems coffee forward. Top of the board. Still daylight down low, but it's going to tick with that 20 machine.
We saw Muppet think about going 3 wide. Not that's going to become more of a thing as the night goes on. Look at Armstrong. He's looking down low. Stays with Burns. While Kevin Champagne pulls ahead of the lead on the bottom.
Starting to get dicey up front. Everyone trying to shuffle around. Kevin Champagne across the barrel of the 06. Holds on to it back to the tandem. It's still the 45 on the bottom with the 82. Machine of Dylan Basin. Toyota on Toyota with 4 on 4.
Say what you want about Basin. He is making a heck of a run to the front with the 45. They're making up ground to the bottom. Now Gregory cracks barely into the top 3. Not yet.
Braden Movick has shuffled to the middle, now drops back to the outside. And here's the thing, we haven't seen the most aggressive yet out of all the drivers. We've seen them get way more anticipated towards the end of this race, but who's moving forward? Start circling again. Chad Thornquist hasn't led a single lap tonight. He's finally back up to 10, starting to get a little bit more comfortable. Matt Steinmeier, the Jumpman machine has not cracked the top 10 at all tonight. Keep an eye on him. I think he's going to go line up here with some Toyotas back there and work forward to find a teammate in the 45, but up front, it's still the same news. Those guys that have been up front since the start of this race, they're still here.
Armstrong looking low again. Burns shuts the door. Champagne versus Gregory at the front. Basin with a big push.
Michael Gregory down the inside. That's with Dylan Basin. Wheel to wheel, back to the line. Can Champagne get a shove by Burns? He does. With a dogfight, carries the Toyota back into 1 and 2.
But next to Armstrong, or at least right near him, somebody we haven't talked about since the start of the race. Cootie in the 24, up to 9. Kevin with a bit of a wiggle, but he still is pushing for the lead.
Yeah, he's been losing that rear end, but now we're in that area where drivers set around 10, 11, 12 laps. You're going to start seeing drivers get loose down off corner exits because tires mean something. When you start in the day, that's what you get. A shot from the rear. That's Basin in the rear end there. Gregory all holding the wheel to wheel. The tandeming has not left the house. We've seen it since the start. Get 2 guys going at it. It's the shove fest back through 3 and 4.
Well, the shove is going to Kevin Champagne at the moment. He's keeping the lead over Burns. Armstrong keeps top looking down low. He wanted to make a move, but there's not a move to be made yet.
Alexander Kroenke back up inside the top 8. Andrew Coody's back up inside the Sweet 16. What goes on up front to the inside? Joseph Armstrong lines up with another Toyota. These manufacturers have been working together. Kevin Champagne wants a side draft. Does not want the one to happen. It does. Armstrong to the outside into the lead.
That might be all she wrote for a couple laps because Armstrong is strong. Now behind the 94, Basin goes up high. Gregory's on an island.
Hey, see that Toyota on Toyota, but you still got that Ford in the middle. It's almost a pattern up inside the top 4 on the outside lane. How about a shuffle? 3 wide, 3 rows deep. That's coming down off corner exit. It's still Justin Champagne stuck in the middle. Daylight to the outside to go back 2 by 2.
The top 2 now have pulled out. Now top 3. Basin, Champagne, and Armstrong. They want to go down low, they can, but why would you? The top side is rolling.
We've seen that before. That driver that's 3rd or 4th in line jumps to the bottom. It's that forward momentum you carry from the top to the bottom. It's like you get shot out of the cannon, and Basin wants to go top of the board, and he's got a manufacturer alliance behind him.
We're seeing coming to 90 to go. These runs are getting more aggressive. The moves are getting more aggressive. They know the money time is coming up as Basin gets pushed to the lead.
Joseph Armstrong up top with Kevin Champagne. That's the 06 of Spencer Burns. On the outside there, Kwame Scott lines up wheel to wheel. The inside lane has found some type of quest forward, but it's the shuffle, the jump, back to the line. Toyota on Toyota. Joseph Armstrong, top of the board.
Armstrong might have let the lap, but John, I think we answered your question. They want to work with Basin because he is up in the front, side by side with that Interstate Batteries Toyota.
Alexander Kroenke has cracked that top 6. Another one that's trying to work his way up inside that fast 4. But the outside lane has not been getting the shoves that they had earlier. Basin with a rocket ship on the bottom. Toyota has just had it made up inside that top 3, top 4.
But those who have drafted well with Armstrong, they are coming. 2 behind him, that's Burns. Then another 2, Martin. They're coming, and they're coming quick as they're 3 wide in the middle of the pack.
Thornquist back to the 10th spot, 3 wide still. Now they shuffle again. Some drivers still 1 lap down trying to get back forward. Vila, Champagne, that's stuck in the middle as Kwame Scott is stuck on the outside lane.
And who would it be in the middle making a 3 wide? Justin Champagne, Vila with him, Muppet down low in a 3 wide. They're getting more aggressive. You can feel the intensity starting to ramp up.
Contreras back to the outside. That's with the 4 machine as well. Drew Jua has made a shot forward. 3 wide still. Braden Muppet on the inside lane. Now he joins us way forward. Joseph Armstrong, top of the board through 3 and 4.
Basin getting that run on the bottom again, but Kevin Champagne drafting really well with Armstrong. Armstrong now going to get the 1 out of 4 as they go to the finish line.
Top 24 up inside a second of each other, and this is the closest they've been since about lap 35. Back to the line again. Joe's going to lead another. The most laps led so far tonight. It's Champagne back to second. It's Burns back there in third, but that inside lane still needs help. Here comes Kevin with the slide. Burns trying to slam the door. He's sideways. He saves it. Back to the high, makes a 1 and 2.
And we can't say that for long because Kevin Champagne has taken the lead from Armstrong. Now Armstrong fights back up top.
Jordan D. Martin wants daylight to the bottom. He's not going to be able to get it. Now he does with the wheel to wheel. Armstrong, Burns, Champagne, and Basin. That's your fast 4.
This might not be 3 wide all day. This might not be 4 wide with tons of wrecks, but it is exciting and intense. As coming to 88 to go, Kevin Champagne is dead even with the 20.
Basin down on the bottom. He's lined up with the wheel to wheel. Armstrong on the outside needs help there from Burns. It has been electric since the start of this race. Dale Tanhart about to go a lap down. Here comes the herd back to 1 and 2.
Get out of the way. He's got to because this pack is charging up through 1 and 2. Now Armstrong gets the run up the corner, but it looks like Kevin Champagne again, even with him.
Hey, he's got to go to the bottom right here. This is way too close of a pack. It's going to be that squeeze. I think he's going to stay on the bottom.
They're going to be 3 wide. This is going to be tight as you see they're 3 wide a bit in the back. Now Burns looks high, but he doesn't make it happen.
Still trying to hold it back. Wheel to wheel towards the rear end. Champagne gets through. Thornquist gets through. That leaves King, the odd man, out on the bottom. Lines up with that wheel to wheel. Tanhart is back in the main group, but laps start fading away. Joseph Armstrong back to the line. 1:13 of 200. They race their way back to 1.
Armstrong making a strong case of leading the most laps, getting that extra bonus point, but but Kevin Champagne wants to say otherwise. He gets a run down low, getting a nose ahead of the 20.
It's still that wheel-to-wheel action that you love to see. Just past halfway, 10:17 East Coast time. Just joining us, welcome. This is the Great American Race, the Daytona 500 on iRacing. Burns in second. Armstrong, your leader, back through 3 and 4.
Look who just entered the top 5. Contreras. Yeah, he was, oh, what a wiggle. But it's a move that gets him to the lead. Burns ahead of Armstrong. Armstrong with help from the 3.
He had a handful down the inside. How about a track update? Chad Jeffries, remember, suspension broken on both sides. He's back on the racing surface, looking to go ahead and salvage any points he possibly lost. Back to that wheel-to-wheel. Kwame Scott wants to go to the lead. He's on the outside there with Armstrong. Contreras is lined in. At one point was 1 lap down and back inside the Elite 8.
Well, the Publix machine is in the Elite 8, but don't open the door if you're the 3, because that 18 car is fast as they go down the super stretch.
Jua up to 6, lined up on the outside lane. Dylan Basin down the bottom. He's still holding that wheel-to-wheel. What happened with Burns? He got on that apron, lost that rear end, and yes, that big spoiler on the back is going to create downforce, but it could get very easily help you save that car down off corner exit. Back to line, Armstrong another.
85 to go. Nobody is giving any give to anyone because they're side by side to the lead again. But this time the high line gets the run in. And it looks like Scott looks high. Thinks better of it though.
He's trying to shuffle his way back around, but Armstrong is right now the way you want to be. If he wants to go to the lead, he's needed that run coming on entry to corner number 3 and getting it down off corner exit. Joey Stone in the cutscene Chevrolet. He's going 1 lap down. Joyner to 9th. Koike to 10th. Burns gets a shot to 3 and 4.
You're going to see a lot of these lap machines going by. This is when those wave around cars got to pit. But now the 06 jumps high. He's going to shut the door on Armstrong.
We're about halfway through for the drivers that just pit to question, hey, maybe you should start thinking about pit road. And once again, if you were the wave around machines, you may want to start coming to pit road here soon. Koike 10th, Burrows at 11th, Braden Lovett back there in 12th, Timothy J. Moore, Kevin Champagne, about Justin Champagne up to 18th. Here comes Scott to the bottom.
How fitting, the 3 in the lead at Daytona, but Burns pulls ahead of him. Now it's the 3 in the 18 going down low, but now Armstrong gets the huge run. He can make a move if he wants. He stays in line.
He's going to get that push down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Drew Jew, another driver that's never won a race in NR9 in America. How badly does Michael Gregory want to defend his 500 title? He has not left that top 10. He knows this is his shot to take the championship.
They're 3 wide in the pack now, though. You can't look now past the fast 5. They're 3 wide between Muppet, between the 3, and between Swarjan.
That's also Abraham Vila down to the inside. You saw that wheel-to-wheel. How about the 38 as Champagne stuck in the middle? Remember, last time he was there, he caused the most recent caution. Up near the outside wall, Michael Gregory, Drew Jua coming down off corner exit. Spencer Burns having a field day down the super stretch.
You know, he stayed in the back, stayed out of it for most of the night, but now Muppet is starting to make his way to the front, leading that bottom line, and here goes Armstrong for the lead.
Jumps to the inside on his own. He's going to try to clear him. He does. To the bottom goes Gregory. Burns with the crossover. They're wheel-to-wheel at 3 and 4.
Side by side to the line. The 45 pushing the 06 of Burns. The 4 pushing the 20 of Armstrong. They get in line. It's going to be Burns.
Braden Muvick here to help back there in 5th. Joseph Armstrong, top of the board. Spencer Burns down the bottom. They're still wheel-to-wheel.
And they're making it really aggressive now. We're approaching 80 to go. The 06 again on the bottom of Armstrong.
Joyner back up to 6th. Braden Muvick back to 5th. You still got King with the shuffle back there as well. Just inside that top 16. Jua dragged the brake, got a hit from the rear end by Joyner. David Joyner for the first time tonight up inside the fast 4. Drops back to 5th as they work their way through 3 and 4.
All that shuffling put Kevin Champagne in the back of the top 20 now. With 82 going on 81 to go, he's got a ton of work to do if he wants to get back up front. But now the work being done for the lead is Spencer Burns. He takes it again from the 20.
Welcome to the late afternoon portion of the Daytona 500. Spencer Burns has a shot in the rear. It's dirt grime all over the nose of every single machine. 3 wide. Contreras still stuck in the middle. Kwame is there. It's the one of Abraham Vila finding his way through and working his way back up to 7th.
You're seeing these guys up front a lot top, but they can't stay there. You see a ton of aggression from them, like Vila in the middle, 3 wide with help from the 3.
That's going to be tight. That's going to be close. He's got to find his way through. Joyner hung out to try.
But not for long because Burrows is coming. Oh, they're getting tight. 9 cars right under a blanket, make it 12.
Can't flinch. This is what it's about. Back to like Burns. Into Joyner. Down to the inside.
He saved it again.
He's going down pit road.
Oh, be careful on the exit.
Comes back across. They're good. Is this the 07 Daytona 500 again?
I'm still in shock that he saved that.
We told these drivers that there is an issue. You can use pit road as an access to avoid an issue. And just like in 07 with the 21 machine, they all still go. Well, except that they had a
There was
caution.
no crash in this one. But look at the 3 with that run. He's going to lead the bottom with Contreras behind him.
We stay green. What a race we had tonight. Unbelievable.
I'm just watching the reaction that everyone's getting, and I'm glad I'm not alone in being so surprised by how amazing this is.
Back to the line. How about this one? Just 80 laps to go in this race. Joseph Armstrong has been owning it up front. Now Drew Jewell wants to find a way through. Kwame Scott to the bottom. A shot from Contreras. Armstrong slams the door on the inside.
But now the 3 is cleared. There's no top line. If these guys want to make a move on Armstrong, they can, and Scott does.
Down to the inside, and a lot of people in the chat saying shades of Dave Blaney indeed. Well, now Spencer Burns is just inside that Sweet 16 as they go back through the wheel. 3 wide, King shuffling about, and Chua's out to dry.
You saw the energy move back in that line. The 20 was slow, and everyone had to scatter. That bottom line now is the dominant one. Armstrong falls in and 5th.
Oh, contact, there they go. That's Glass around, down to the inside. They all shuffle about. One in the grass, that's Mason. Caution is going to wave.
How did they all save that? A few of them.
Tanhart, right into the outside wall.
Again, but most of them saved it.
Don't we have the best drivers?
Yes, we do.
We said that, and I saw some on Twitter and Instagram say, yeah, okay, the best drivers. Want to think again? They should have all been in it.
Wow.
We got a replay to watch, don't we?
Yes, we do. We got to watch what Glass did do that.
Sun setting from Daytona, just the 4th caution tonight. And I want to say maybe only 1 or 2 machines are even out of this race.
It doesn't feel like it, but it is. Woo! Okay, we can breathe a little bit. So, with this, it also means if we go green, which I think we're deciding out, 1 more pit stop tonight, it could end up being a 1-stop race. Pit here, you got about 75 or so to go, and then after, say, 36, 40 laps, right on the edge of the fuel window, but you can make it work.
That's going to be a lot of fun to see, man. We got a lot going. And we just got word from the admins. They said best case scenario was for them to go down pit road. No penalties. Let them race.
Look at Gary Owen here. Look at him just slide through the glass. And it obviously wasn't intentional, but amazing drive by these guys. So on the bottom, you see the 99 of Glass. It looks like he's pretty good.
Down. Oh, netcode.
It's a netcode incident. Darn it.
And that's the thing about this, too. You can run so close together. Sometimes it's just the way the systems work. And it just goes right back around. But look at Dylan Basin.
Missed it
just
again.
Getting through, everyone else avoiding, and next best thing is the grass or pit road, which Brower and Vila decided to do.
Watch Gary Owen on the bottom here in that 5 target machine. He just slides his way through it. We might have to go back because
there he is,
at
right
that.
there.
Look at that. We got to watch the whole way through that. That was a heck of a save.
Tanhart got glass. That's going to be a suspension breakage or maybe a toe link in the rear.
Oh, man. Tough luck for them. This late in the race, too.
But things continue on forward. So we know what caused the incident, but let's go to the top. We're going to watch back on it again, this time at full speed. Sun setting, the grip levels are amping back up. All these drivers want a shot to win, and they've all got a big shot to do it too. But just the way they've been racing tonight, it's been entertaining for the viewers. The drivers are having a blast because they know they can be aggressive and they can still have a great run.
Yeah, so let's watch. You see Glass gets the run on the bottom here. He's going to stay on the bottom. Oh, there was a big stack up there between Champagne and Mavic. And watch the 16 of King when he gets into him off the corner. Again, just a netcode racing incident.
And if you think this is great, get ready for Atlanta in 10 days.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Watch Gary Owen in the 5.
Yeah.
Lined up with Brower. He nearly gets hit there by Kroenke, and you know what? You're not going to go ahead and destroy that splitter on iRacing. Just chuck it into the grass and let's see if it sticks.
Let's see what happens when he gets off. Good. Avoid that car, and he's through.
Well, don't we have an interesting night on our hands? 124 out of 200. As everyone continues to work their way back around, NR Night in America feeling victories all year long. That's going to be Tanhart. He's going to have to come to pit road. A lot of these other drivers are going to have to shuffle back around as well. Right now, we're in an area where it's like, okay, what do you choose here? How do you go ahead and work everything together? Sun's setting. We're coming down to it. This could very easily turn into a night race. It wasn't anticipated to be a night race, but from the way things are going, we very much could see it.
I'd say maybe that last 20, 30 laps be a night race, but you're going to be in the sunset most of the rest of the way. At this point, you can't lay down. You just can't. It's 75 to go at the moment, but we've seen how hard it is without a shuffle for you to be able to get up to the front. You can't count on that shuffle going your way. So if I am somebody in that top 6, 7, 8, I'm basically from Scott to Armstrong, it's go time for sure. If I'm everyone behind them, it's ultra go time, because at this point, your chance to win will dwindle if you continue to just hold back and think you're going to miss every round.
I want to point this out. PBR has had at least one driver up front the entire time. Now they have Contreras up there. And you start wondering, what do you think's the best manufacturer tonight? At first, like, okay, the Fords are the best at the tandem draft. The Chevys don't know how to hold the top the best, but Toyota has not left that top row.
I got to go Toyota just strictly because of Armstrong. Yes, he got shuffled back a bit, but man, he has been far and away the strongest tonight. We thought it early would be Cootie in the 24, but it just hasn't materialized.
Yeah, he started shuffling back as well. That was a big difference maker. Well, let's look at it again. Goodell, we haven't talked about him a lot. He's back up to 18th. Williams Schmidt up to 13th. I think some of these guys are still buying their time, but with how aggressive this field is, I don't think you can buy time anymore. I think it is go time even this early.
With how many instances he's been in, I want to give a shout out to Wilkerson in the top 15.
Yeah.
Still in this thing. So it proves you're not necessarily out to get into a wreck, but again, I still don't think that counts as a victory. That's a couple cars that got in it. There's no real huge one yet that's really taking a lot of contenders.
Never give up. That's the motto. That's what you got to stick by. Kwame Scott trying to catch lightning in a bottle. Let's do it again. Just 75 laps remaining in the Great American Race. Contreras, a push on the outside by Jua. Champagne lined up, middle wheel. Scott on the bottom. That's a Burrows.
And only maybe 50 laps ago, Contreras was a lap down. Now he leads the field at Daytona with under 75 to go, but Jua, man, he's starting to wiggle around behind him in second.
Contreras on the outside. Now the outside lane has got the advantage. It's Scott on the bottom. That's with Burrows. Will Braden Muddick have any type of energy on the bottom lane to close in forward? Tyler Glass, we thought there would be a suspension issue. How about not? Just door damage, and he stays up inside that top 10.
And here goes from third to possibly the lead. Justin Champagne makes a move in the front too. They got too far ahead, and Justin got the run. He's side by side for second, looking for more.
Well, guess what? Time's ticking, and you want to find your buddies early. Contreras on the outside lane has caught it with Jua, but creating that turbulent air on the bottom. That the 38 and the 3 have got to shoot forward through. It's Burrows. It's Muddick. They've all lined up on the bottom. Contreras with the run down off corner exit, holding the wheel-to-wheel down the super stretch.
M&M's versus Don Julio. What would we think of that before? I don't know, because now it is absolutely amazing. But the Publix machine behind him, he's pushing him hard, getting the M&M's Toyota up front.
This is the 2023 Daytona 500. Armstrong on the quarter panel. That could have been disastrous. They all hold on. 3 wide back to the middle.
He left the door open and it cost him. Now Armstrong up with the 18. 2 Toyotas coming up on Justin Champagne.
He went to the outside to block, now goes down to the inside. Trying to block every single lane. Back to the high, makes a 1 and 2. Slams the door on Contreras. Justin Champagne holding the field down off corner
exit.
Calling Kyle Busch because he's running 5 lanes at once. Champagne somehow kept them both back. Now the 2 Toyotas make a move on him down low.
Everyone's shuffling. Now it's starting to get aggressive. Feeding time at the zoo, maybe yes. But it's Armstrong to the point. Trying to clear. Forcing Champagne wide. Can't get it done 3 wide.
And they're going to shuffle him out of the pack. After all that aggressive racing, after all that to get the lead, he's out of the front pack. The 18 of Contreras racing with Jua behind him.
3 Toyotas up inside the top 5. Max Swearinger brings the mystery machine aboard. He's on the outside lane with Scott. Stuck in the middle goes Armstrong. Daylight downstairs there at the 79. Racing into the sunset through 1 and 2.
And up high, Swearinger leads the pack up there. The 3 behind him, but here comes Armstrong with a huge run. He goes up high.
Shuffles wide. Now gets hit from the rear by the 15 machine. Still that wheel-to-wheel racing. It's still Dylan Basin up the 4th. Mavic to 3rd. They created the bullet train, and now it's going to be hard to bust through.
But look behind them, they're 3 wide back in the pack too. So these guys having the right mentality, trying to get a little bit of a gap, and then somebody, you know somebody will be making a move. And out of all that, Mavic up to 3rd, Basin up to 4th.
It's been a wild, intense Daytona 500. Definitely one for water cooler talk on where this ranks some of the best eTicket events. It's Champagne on the bottom. That's lined up with Vila. Still that 2x2 as they work their way to the high banks, back on the super stretch.
But up front, the top 5 still are clear. Basin makes a move. Armstrong follows down low. Mavic getting shuffled back. The Red Bull Toyota leads the bottom into 3.
It's the Publix brand Chevrolet, top of the board. Drew Jua making himself known, but it's Red Bull taking it back. The Toyotas have been in sync since the drop of the green flag. Dylan Basin to the top of the board.
But Justin Champagne looks high. Basin blocks him. Armstrong down low. Side by side for the lead.
It's 70 laps to go in the race like it's the last lap. Matter of fact, they've been doing that since lap 1 of this race, and they're all still very much in it. Basin, top to bottom, slams the door by crossing the bow. Now gets a shot for the rear by the 20.
Top 2 pull a small gap ahead of Vila, but down the back stretch that's gonna disappear. Armstrong tandeming with Basin.
Here comes William Schmidt. Oh, there they go!
Off. He got hit by Champagne. Saves it. Does he get back into the pack or not? No, he saves it.
He's going to be losing the draft, and Mr. Contreras saying, see ya. He's going to drop to the back, no caution. And he's got to hope he doesn't go a lap down or at least try to stay lucky dog.
It looked like Justin thought he was clear, went right down into him. That's on the 38.
Oh, there goes Schmidt around, into the outside wall. Vila is in it. Basin gets tagged. Frank DeAngelis may have gotten a piece of it, and the caution is going to wave.
Frank's luck finally might have just ran out, but it doesn't look like much damage.
I don't know. I want to see that right front again. We kind of saw the end of it. We're kind of coming back from Contreras.
It's not bad. It's a little, but it's not
If
bad.
he avoided another one.
All right, we got to watch. We got to watch this replay.
Question is, where's William Schmidt? That was a lick from the short chute heading to 1. Everyone else bows it down. Doesn't look too bad. I think it's another one of those moments of you got lucky.
He got hit in the door, I think, at the right time.
Wow.
Oh, there's a good amount of damage.
Maybe race impacting. Yeah, there it is. The driver that recently won the Ford 400 has now gone ahead and gotten damage on the left front after an incident. It was a massive lick there with Vila. I mean, that torn all to pieces. And the caution is out for the 5th time.
We definitely got to see how that happened, because we had just seen what happened between the 18 and the 38.
Time to go ahead and watch back on it. Ooh, I think Vila just laid on the quarter panel. You can see he comes down. Oh, I think Jua may have had a piece of it as well. Let's watch back on the Publix machine again. We're going to go super zoom in. We know that it is very shaded out. No, there was no contact there. You can see just that little bit, but Abraham Vila, he's on the outside right here. You see Schmidt's going to make that bonsai move to the bottom. Burrows is going to go right with him. But Vila wanted to go down to like side draft him. You can see Armstrong went down as well. Just a bad misread from the 1, a really bad misread in that case. And just catches it and see ya. That's a big hit to the right side. I mean, we saw TCB with a similar impact.
So Justin got in a little bit into Burrows. You see a lot of these guys miss it. Glass misses it. Scott misses it. Now here's Frank. I think he got a little, but not terrible.
Yeah, he did get it on the nose, but it wasn't anything crazy. They were really slowed down. Hold on. Let's watch it again. iRacing has been his golden egg tonight. Let's watch in super slow mode. He does get damage on the nose. Watch the deformation. Comes right back because it may have been netcode. We're going to watch it. You see it? Boom. He's fine.
Gosh.
He's completely fine. Completely fine. He has been the luckiest driver tonight. He has seen it all. Absolutely everything.
And then all these guys in the apron trying to just get woed down and back on the track. They're all on the pit road now.
Yeah, pit road is very busy. Braden Movic. Well, the sun is set, and now the sun is actually behind one of the clouds that are to the high banks, and the light's getting ready to come on. We're coming down to this. This is where things get exciting.
It's just going to ramp up every race. There's no way it can't. These guys, you're seeing these moves these guys are making. They wouldn't have made them 30 laps ago, and the moves they're making 30 laps they wouldn't make now. So it's just going to keep ramping up. You have so many of these guys still in the field too. So unless there's a giant wreck that takes out like 30 of the contenders, there's no way this won't ramp up.
And it is getting very, very intense. How about this one? Cottle up to third. He's lined up with Brower. Another Ford up there, and these Fords are starting to go ahead and repopulate up near the front. We haven't seen Cottle at all tonight.
We haven't seen Brower at all tonight. Those two Penske Fords have been no-shows for the most part, and probably by design, because we've seen how much chaos is up front, and now these guys are both in one piece.
This has been, most likely, I like to call it the interesting one. It has been a very interesting race from start to finish. By the way, we're not at the finish yet. Just want to go in and point that out. What's going on with Champagne?
Yeah, there's a back and forth. Champagne came up and hit Armstrong there, and now is falling back into position.
Tempers this early in the season.
I'm here for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get the one to go. Man, has it been fun as we get ready to go ahead and try to get 2x2. You know what's one thing we haven't gone ahead and listened to tonight? That's Crazy Train. Ladies and gentlemen, all aboard, one to go. It's prime time. It's Friday night. It's time to get it done. Braden Movic on the front row with Joseph Armstrong. How does this race play out?
Honestly, I don't know, not because of Super Speedway Racing, but because we have a new cast of characters up front, especially row 2. Those two haven't been up the front at all tonight. And you look a little further back, there's some on the board now, like Greenwood, haven't seen him much. Steinmeier, really been non-existent so far. And of course, I gotta shout out Wilkerson because he's just like Frank, being involved in every incident, but still being alive and racing.
Want to point this out as well. This is the first time during this race that the track is shaded. What does that mean? Higher speeds. The drafting's going to be even more intense. Is this where we possibly see the big one? Because yes, we've seen incidents tonight.
Yes.
But
I'm saying straight up,
they've gotten lucky, and they've gotten lucky more than we've seen before. They come down off 4. Everyone's on their feet. Who's going to win the Daytona 500? We're getting ready to find out. Sun's peeking back up actually before. Well, maybe a little bit of a switch in the changing temps. Here they come. Pace car makes a hard left on the pit road. Toyota, Chevy back to line. Joseph Armstrong trying to seal the deal from Daytona. Green again for the beach. Armstrong on the bottom with Movic, Cattell and Lyon all trying to get back up the full saw.
Heck of a restart by those guys at the bottom. Bottom line surges ahead now. 5 of them going on 6 clear. Jua looking to make a move, but doesn't yet.
He wanted to bounce to the outside, was able to find the daylight. Now here comes Basin to the outside of Brower. The entire farthest most lane has shifted apart. Here comes Swearingen. Here comes Basin. Middle wheel back through 3 and 4.
And look who pulls up on the bottom. Cootie, we haven't seen him since lap 30. Now he in the 24, pushing Jua on the 4.
Hey, he gave a big shot to him. You saw Jua had to slide up the track with it. Braden Movic, counter to the outside, trying to get through. Armstrong trying to slam the door. 3 wide. That's the battle for the lead. Oh, there they go.
There he goes. Jua's around. Oh, and that's
the big one. Max Swearingen, James Thurston, Dylan Basin, Douglas Snowbigging, and now
Champagne Brothers, I think we're in it.
I think that's where we're going to go ahead and start seeing the numbers file through.
Oh, it was only a matter of time. They kept racing so aggressive. And with those faster speeds, it meant quicker moves had to be made. And re-wide like that, it just didn't work.
Caution is out. 6th time tonight. And just like that, we will get a restart. What does this mean for Tanhart? I think we're going to see him back in the lead lap, and we do. That's going to be big for the Garage Guy fans out there. Burns seems to not have a problem. Was it another case of driver spinning out? We have not seen those blows to the cars. That would just absolutely end your race.
Well, they were so close to the sidetracking 3 wide like that. I mean, it's the closest 3 wide I think we've seen all day. It might have just been incidental contact with the rear, but I'm interested, how much damage does Armstrong get?
Yeah, we got to see that. You see Max Swearigan bend up on the right side. Still looking through to see what's going on with some machines. Contreras maybe with some damage. We saw he got tagged in it. That's a Don Julio Ford. Lined up Dylan Basin. Damage as well. That's on the nose. That's going to bring down the RPMs. Still got side damage there from the 62. Dale Greenwood. Still damage from the 99. Tyler Glass and Frank DeAngelis. Oh, by the way, I think he just avoided another.
Let's go back and look.
This is all up to speed. I think it's just going to be one of those shuffles gone wrong. Swearigan trying to force a 4 wide, and Cottle trying to go ahead and block it. Mavik got slammed.
Look on the bottom. All 48's around.
You can't be serious. Wow.
Frank DeAngelis, after this race, go and buy a lottery ticket. Because good Lord, you are lucky.
Jua's going to get hit right here by Contreras, and that's going to be... Oh, yep, you just saw the suspension break on the 4.
What about the 88 of Dominguez? Did he make it through, or did he get caught up later? Because it looked like he got into the 48, but it was almost looking like he was clear of it.
I mean, we got to go ahead and definitely watch back to it again. We're going to try to get a good view. It's almost like we had a big frame stoppage with everyone just filing through, but this is not the move you need to make if you're Max Swearigan.
Well, then Cadell comes up the track a little too. Jua hits him. It's like just a chain reaction.
And at the same time, though, I still think you can't be laying on someone's quarter pan when you're 3 wide like that. You still have a lot of laps left to go. And then again, this is his first mistake all night.
Watch on the bottom, that 88 car with the black National Guard on the back. He gets in the 48, but does he get through it, or is it... the 24's in it. He gets into the 48. But does the 88 get through it? Because he's been involved in a lot tonight, but missed a lot.
I think he's going to get through. We didn't see him go ahead and make contact. I'm really curious about Basin catching that outside wall. Another hit to the suspension.
Get through it?
Yeah, he did. He goes all the way low. He's okay. Him and DeAngelis just found an opening down at the bottom. You can see Thornquist going around. That's his first incident tonight.
The 88 got through it on the bottom, too.
Kwame Scott nearly getting hit in the rear. That's going to be James Thurston as well.
Todriff and Wilkerson, they look like they just stopped back there. But yeah, I watched Contreras in that 18 Toyota.
You see Steinmeier gets through as well.
Oh, he locked up the brakes.
Yeah, that was it. That's going to be suspension there on the 4. The entire right front. And they're doing oh so well earlier. But the thing is, the sun is setting. It's getting quicker out there. And this is your shot at winning an eTicket event. This is your shot at winning the first race of this league.
Look at on the scoring pile, and those are still in it now. New faces, Greenwood, new bigging. Then you look a little further down, Dominguez in the 88.
You still got a lot of guys on pit road.
Yeah.
Look at, Vila. Yeah, he's gonna be there for a while. Dylan Basin as well, Max Swearigan. Lined up with it, getting everything back on the scoring loop. I can still see a little bit of suspension damage there on the 4. I'm really curious to see how that's gonna affect Jua. Is this the punch in the gut where it's like, hey, this is still Daytona, still got 60 to go. Don't try to go in and get too comfortable.
I don't know. I think you stay aggressive. I know you just saw that. I know you might take it a little easier, but I say stay aggressive and stay on.
It's gotten wild. Now, a new Fast 4. You got the all-black number 3. Kwame Scott, an absolute bullet here tonight. DeAngelis has been having his senses dialed to 11. Armstrong Brower up front as well. We got the lights off, and guess what? Joseph Armstrong is still up there.
Yeah, it might be sunset with a lot of these guys and on the track itself, but I have a feeling when it gets dark, when it gets faster and faster like you're talking about, I have a feeling we're going to see a huge amount of aggression. We're going to see quicker moves. I think the best is still yet to come in this race.
Getting ready to try it again. Armstrong, Brower, DeAngelis, Scott, Fast 4. Greenwood, New Bigging, Kroenke and Burrows, that's the top 8. Champagne, Dominguez, Gregory, Contreras. You got PBR up there, Steinmeier, Wilkerson, Burns, Moore rounding out that Sweet 16. Sun's back out. May go ahead and lower the temps. Well, let me rephrase that. Raise the temps, lower the speeds just a little bit more. Well, you're Frank DeAngelis.
Amazing. He's in the top 20 now in 18.
Gary Owen,
who had slid through the grass on the last caution.
And he's just been on it, staying up front. It's going to be a fun one to see this restart. Pace car getting ready to make the hard left onto pit road. Let's try it again for the World Center of Racing. For Toyota, Armstrong's got the flag. We're green again. DeAngelis hung in right to the bottom end. Everyone shifting gears as they work their way to 1 and 2.
Armstrong has been nailing these restarts, and now he has 4 in the line, including himself. Top 4 breaking away. That 8 car starting to come with them. The bottom line is flying.
New Biggings trying to make a line on the outside lane. He's got Burrows lined up with him. That's Dominguez lined up behind. Now the shot to the outside. Kwame Scott trying to find a way through. Tucks back in through 3 and 4.
They're double wide behind these 4, but DeAngelis pushes Armstrong ahead. Brower now getting a run. The 3 of Scott gets it too. The top 5 are single file.
That fast forward is quick, but right now you can see that outside lane trying to shuffle about. Justin to the outside with New Bigging, slamming the door and back wheel to wheel to the line. 142 of 200, less than 60 to go. Back into 1 and 2.
3 car makes the first move. Justin Champagne goes with them, but the top 4 still single file. Now Scott getting the push though, trying to challenge.
See Champagne back up to 13th. Martin finds his way back in the Sweet 16, but you still see about 17th on back. A little bit more passive aggressive. Up front starting to amp back up. What is Brower doing? He's dragging that brake, trying to find a run to the outside. Here comes Scott. Shot from the rear by the 38 of Champagne.
Champagne right on the bumper of him too. They pull him aside to 12 for 3rd. Now looking to pull him aside Frank for 2nd.
Trying to get that run back down off corner exit, but still DeAngelis all over Armstrong. Back to the line again. Toyota, top of the board.
No lack of aggression. Now they are pushing harder than ever. Armstrong has half a car length ahead, but now Scott getting the push in the corners, making it side by side.
Trying to hold on to it. You can still see Armstrong tucked in on the bottom with DeAngelis. Scott's got company. That's Champagne. He has muscled that 3 to the lead. Now they're going to hold on to it. The 3 to the lead on Daytona, heading back to turn 3.
And now the 38 following along with him. They go into 3. Champagne has an option, doesn't take it to make the move. Oh, and look who's in 3rd.
Douglas New Bigging. He's got daylight to the bottom. He's not going to take it yet. But Anthony Burrows is back up inside that top 5. They calmed it back down to the line. Scott, Champagne, New Bigging, top 3. Kwame Scott, top of the board.
And he leads that top line. They are starting to run past the 20 of Armstrong. Oh, and looking 5th, Kevin Champagne has made his way back up to the front. He looks down low, now goes back up high.
He's one of the trophy hunters. Once again, a driver that's not going for points, just looking to go ahead and get his name on the plaque. It's New Bigging there in 3rd. Here comes Champagne out of the pocket. A side draft on Burrows, looking for help from Armstrong. Shuffle in the back, tundra for the wall.
But they get it going again. Nobody crashes. So up front, Scott, Champagne, New Bigging, Burrows, and Muppet.
All lines up with that wheel-to-wheel as the anticipation continues to boil over when do you come back to the line to win this race. 145 of 200. New Bigging has cracked the top 3. It's looking to get one of his machines to victory lane. It's still Burrows in 4th, but that bottom lane is coming forward. Back to 1 and 2.
Kevin Champagne leads it now. Tandem drafting with Armstrong and flying up towards the front. He's side by side with his brother for 2nd.
Still wheel-to-wheel, Dominguez down to the inside. Dominguez to the bottom. They all hold on. 3 wide, 4 wide way in the back. Wheel-to-wheel back through 3 and 4.
Justin Champagne and Kwame Scott got squirrely up front and it cost him the lead. Kevin booted from the lead and Armstrong down low.
He's not going to go ahead and ride bridesmaid here tonight. He's looking top of the board. Scott on the outside lane there with Kevin Champagne. It's Ford, Chevy, Toyota top 3. Back to the line and heading to 1.
McDonald's Ford leads the field. The 3 pushing him out in front, but he's in the middle of a Champagne sandwich as they go through 1 and 2.
Everyone boils it back to the high banks of 1 and 2, and that outside lane has still been gridlocked from about the top 4 on forward.
It's Armstrong down to the bottom. It's still Brower downstairs. A shove by Greenwood. Holds the wheel to wheel as they work their way back down the super stretch.
And the top 5 are single file. Armstrong has work to do. Working now with Brower. They're losing time on the leaders as Mummick has cleared them now.
Champagne looking for daylight on the inside. He dragged the brake. He's going to close back into the rear end of the 3. Still nose to tail. Kevin Champagne trying to wine and dine his way to victory lane. Ford Chevy Ford, 147 out of 200.
7-car breakaway on the high side. They're getting it done. The 3 pushes the 94 even further out to the lead into 1 and 2.
Sun setting, lights coming on, and Champagne Racing top of the board. New Bigging back there in 4. Still no daylight to go forward with forward momentum. Braden Mummick looking for daylight. Not gonna happen. Here comes the herd downstairs. Brower with a shot to the rear end of the 20.
Huge gap between 2nd and 3rd. Justin Champagne's gonna get the run. He goes down low in front of Armstrong, shuts the door on him, and is pushed right up next to the 3, right up next to his brother, and right up to the lead.
It's a tandem drive that brings the Champagnes wheel to wheel. Armstrong right behind and loving what he sees. It's a new Champagne out front. Slamming the door. Top of the board goes Justin.
Maybe not for long. Armstrong getting a push from the 12. The top line breaking up as well. And the 20 is going to go underneath the 38 for the lead.
How about this one? Joey Stone, Gary Owen, Ancient World Gaming. First time inside the top 12. They're down the inside lane. Champagne and Armstrong still wheel to wheel.
Dominguez is also ahead of him. Those guys all in the top 10. The Champagne brothers now push ahead, tandem drafting to the lead.
3 wide, Spencer Burns stuck in the middle, trying to find his way forward. Anticipation, intensity, hanging up high to 3 and 4. It's New Bigging P5, Koike P7, Dominguez in the top 10, all looking for victory lane.
Armstrong hooked up with the 12 now, getting the push to the lead. Does Justin stay with his brother or block the 20?
So got that wheel to wheel. You see that bottom lane trying to form back in. Side by side, Armstrong, shot from Brower. He's going to try to get the lead, but it's still Champagne by 3 on the outside.
Armstrong almost opened the door for Brower. Now takes the lead with his help. Down the back stretch, the 20 pushing right next to the 38.
Kevin Champagne all over the Ford in front. Kwame Scott lined up and load on the outside lane. 3 wide still. Dominguez with Michael Gregory in the middle. Now goes Contreras stuck, and he holds on but shuffles back. Kevin Champagne trying to find a way around his brother. Lights fading away. 51 to go this time by.
The strong 20 stayed up front, even with the bottom breaking up the forehand. Now he has help. The whole bottom line lined up behind him. The 3 looking underneath Champagne. He doesn't make a move.
You can see Anthony Burrows has worked his way up to that 8 spot. Dominguez looking for some daylight as well. Joey Stone, Gary Owen have not cracked the lead once tonight. That could change as they're wheel to wheel.
And they have help from Mosteller back there, but up front, still the Champagnes. But Armstrong again taking a charge at the lead, but to no avail at the moment.
It's been aggressive racing since lap number 1. It has not changed since we dropped the green flag to start this run. Back to the line, everyone back on their feet. Kevin Champagne, Justin Champagne, Ford on Ford, lead the duo back to the line. Ford gets it done, 50 to go.
Top 3 clear of the bottom, though. Now if Scott wants to make the move, he can, but he doesn't have long because Armstrong getting the push into the corner, but it's not working either way. Up front, Champagne, Scott, New Bigging.
You saw Braden Mummick, saw the daylight in the bottom, but that hole quickly closed in as Armstrong will not give up that inside advantage. Has Brower with him, but needs that 42 to cut down low and get a run. When will someone on the outside lane think, hey, it's bottom side that will work long term?
Maybe after those wrecks, you might want to log some laps. Maybe that's the thinking behind it, because those front 5 have stayed together. The rest, they can't make a move because it's side by side. Armstrong attempting to make that run to the front, but it's getting more difficult. Is it Burrows? No, he's not going to make the move he could have if he wanted. Lap car coming up front.
That's Abraham Vila on the outside lane, battle tested, and here they go. Down to the inside goes the fast 4. Everyone finding their way around the 1. This is where you can shuffle. Burns on the outside, looking to not give room there to Joseph Armstrong. They all hold it wheel to wheel. Timothy J. Moore, how about Jordan D. Martin? All lined up back on the outside lane.
Top 6 had a gap. It's not there now. Burns with the move to the bottom with Martin. He joins the top 6. Now he looks to go up high. He doesn't, though. He still has to run with Martin, more with him. Now he does go high. They're really close. 3 wide.
Try to shuffle it through. It's going to work out now. Laps fading away. All these drivers have been battle tested. They've gone through war, the dogfight up front, but now the single file herd continues to hold on. Burrows out of the pocket. Burns is going to go with them. Mubik's going to go with them. This is going to break the chain on the outside lane.
4 up top. Who goes low to block, or do you go low to block? As now Burrows side by side with the 3. It's just 2 more to go before he gets the lead.
Chua up to 12th, shuffling back. Go the Ancient World Game Machines, 19th and 20th. As now the outside lane still hasn't made. Both those top 2, they're not going to leave anything. Brother on brother, they want to settle it between themselves. Scott back there. One thing we have not mentioned since halfway, fuel. You cannot make it to the end. The question is, who do you pit with if we do happen to go green all the way?
Stick with who you're with now. You're those guys up front. You're working well. They haven't been able to pass you. Decide it among yourselves. We know the top 2 will go together. Burrows is going to go with Burns as well as Moore. They're side by side for the lead.
Everyone holds their breath just one more time to the high banks. Kevin Champagne, Justin Champagne. This time pressure from fellow Fords on the bottom. It's a Ford top 4. All lines up back down the backstretch. Burns with a shot there to the 62. We're going to wheel back to 3.
And through all that shuffling, Armstrong is not even in the top 12 as Burrows surges ahead to the lead, but now the Champagnes get the run up top.
Everyone trying to find daylight, maybe a run to the finish, to the outsides of the 78 of Martin. 3 wide shuffle. Mubik slamming the door and locking it shut. To the line, Anthony Burrows, top of the board.
And now Burrows, Burns, they go up high, block Justin, and that opens the door for more.
Everyone continuing to shuffle back around. Alexander Kroenke to 7th. That's Kwame Scott back tonight. Molina, Mubik, New Bigging. All know they have a machine to go in and win this race. But Burns is still lined up on the outside lane with Burrows. The tandem draft. To the lead goes PTSRI.
But don't look now. Brower is pushing more, and they have a good run coming into the corner. Down low, they get underneath Justin, but it's only for 4th now because they're underneath Kevin.
Sun setting 3 wide. That goes the 45 of Michael Gregory. All holding on with Dominguez on the bottom. 6 yellows. They want to decide it among themselves. Forward, forward, forward. Fast forward to the line.
The top 5 now single file. The 3 of Scott, the closest one, now side by side with Moore. There goes 20 of Armstrong. He's around.
Right in the middle of the field. Back up the track. May have caught the 23 of Steinmeier. In the grill they go again. That's Gary Owen. Caution is going to wave.
That looked like a really, really hard hit for Armstrong. The most dominant car of the day. We're going to have to see what the damage is on this 7th caution.
That's big right there.
Edward Snell not in the fuel window. The fuel window is 36 to 40 laps. So
They still got to pit one more time.
yeah, but the fuel window, if say they pit on lap 158, that's 42 to go. That is right on the edge. This might end up being a fuel mileage race.
And that's going to be big if that is. You can see Gary Owen down at the bottom involved in that one. I think he may have caught the right side, but doesn't look too bad there on that 5 machine. Once again, there's not really a big crush with these next gens. You still take a big beating and continue to roll forward. The thing is, you look back, Joseph Armstrong, that's a lot of damage, yeah.
That is the most dominant, we just pointed out, most dominant car of the day got shuffled outside the top 12 to about 15, and when you're stuck in the sucker hole, that's what happens to you.
Let's go watch back on it again. There were 3 wide heading their way back forward. We're going to watch from the overhead view. You got Brower on the bottom. That's the 12. You got Mubik on the outside, 42. Michael Gregory gets one heck of a run here, but it all comes from Brower.
Yep.
You see, even lagged a little bit too. Joseph Armstrong's been having some type of internet issues. Even when we go ahead and watch him when he was spinning, you got to see that the frames dropped just a little bit. That could possibly be an issue where on one person's screen it hit and it didn't. I mean, once again, that's a NASCAR Heat reference, but at the same time, that's tough.
I got to ask a question. I didn't see him or wasn't paying attention, but just because it's the theme of every caution, where was Frank DeAngelis in all this?
I didn't see him up towards the rear. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he would have definitely got the brunt of it if he didn't drop too far back. For the first time tonight, we have not talked about Frank DeAngelis up inside the main pack.
I got to ask because he's always seeming to be up there.
Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, you can see Molina went low. Everyone else went low. We're going to slow it down again. That's who got hit, the Jumpman 23, the
watching
Jordan
the
Max
bottom,
Steinmeier.
Demos is loose. Does he get into Joey Stone? Stone gets through it, and so does Demos.
Yeah, but Thurston got in the back end of the 5, and that's what turned going around. You see, just goes right back up the track. Wilkerson, are you going to catch a break? You do, but you do catch the wall just a little bit.
A little bit. That's just, minor damage.
Tanner does a great job.
There he is.
There's our buddy. Just watching to see what happened.
I vote next week we have Frank Cam.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes down, but guess who's now top of the board? Hey, Spencer Burns. You got the one Avila. He's most likely going to go ahead and get the wave round, if I'm not mistaken. Braden Movick, Burrows, all lined in. You got Scott back to 4th, Champagne back to 5th, Bigging back in that 6th spot. Things are getting interesting from Daytona.
Yes, they are, because that shuffles it all up again. You had it at first where the Champagne brothers were drafting up front. They had Scott. Well, they're all in a different order now. Yep, pitting. That's going to be a big one, too. You're going to be right at the edge of that fuel window. Probably not going to reach the entire distance, but if you do, you could have guys running out of gas. We saw that in 2017, the Daytona 500 with Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson, so that could happen here tonight.
We want to do something quickly. I know we've been so focused on the racing because, come on, how could you not be? The racing has been fantastic, but shout out to the viewers that have stuck with us since the first second of this stream, whether you came in late or not. We love you. We are thankful for you all coming in. It's been an absolute enjoyment to read that chat here and there. They have just been on it, rooting for drivers, hoping for certain drivers to not go ahead and win as well. I feel like I'm at a racetrack right now.
I do too. The atmosphere that you guys in the chat have made is absolutely amazing. We cannot express enough how thankful we are to see all of you.
Well, this is where it gets interesting. When we restart this race, you got 41 laps to go. This quest to get this Daytona 500 started came months in advance, and we're already coming out of the last 40 laps. This is what they've worked forward to. Look at these drivers on the left side of your screen. Who has won an e-ticket event? Braden Movick. He won the Florida 500. Originally, the Daytona 500 was named the Florida 500, rebranded to be a cosplay of the 2005 race, and now here he is. So technically, he has won this race before. We're going to go ahead and possibly defend it as well. He's on the outside.
Well, we talked about him earlier, around halfway. It's like, where'd he come from? He's been non-existent all day. Now he's up front. Burrows, he's been really good at pushing, but he's going to have to be the one pushed up front with Scott behind him. So there's a lot of shuffling of both position, but also roles that these guys have, because you see a lot of these guys who are good pushers in the draft, who are good pullers in the draft. Now you're seeing those guys who were pushing before on the front row.
Be a lot of fun to see. Well, I'll point this out as we get ready to go green. It's Ford, Chevrolet. That's row number 1. Ford Chevy back to row number 2. Ford Chevy back to row number 3. They're all lined up. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes down. Look at the 42. Look at the 3. They're both in the same chat together. They know exactly what they're doing. They're going to be working together.
It's Ford Chevy in row 4.
And they've all lined back up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go green just one more time. Jua back there in 8th. Contreras Dominguez top 10, all looking to find victory lane.
And in a bit, we'll have an update on Armstrong, see where he's at. I don't see him anywhere on track right now. Dominant car of the day, maybe over.
Let's find out one more time. Grab a gear, it's gonna get exciting. 41 to go in the Great American Race. Champagne in 3rd, lagging back, trying to close back to the rear of the 42. It's still Burrows on the bottom. Lines up with New Bigging. 3 wide, Jua having to slam the door on the bottom.
Scott makes a great move to the top. He's been working with Justin, stays with him now. But up front, Braden Movick leading the pack with 40 to go.
Everyone's shuffling about, trying to hold on to their own. Alexander Kroenke back there in 12th. He holds on to it. Molina, Thurston, top 14. Cootie's lagging back, but it's all Braden Movick to the high banks of 3 and 4.
Still leading with Justin behind him. Scott looks in the middle, gets hung out. No, he can't make that move. Brower leaves him out. DeAngelis leaves him. He's stuck in the sucker hole.
Stuck in the middle, and Sia, how about this? 400 miles completed. The final 100 miles left in the Daytona 500. Burrows, Bigging, and Movick all in a chain. Back into 1 and 2, shuffling back around.
Bigging pushing Burrows right ahead of them all, but Movick has something to say about it. With Justin behind him, he's going to get that run on the high side. How far does it get him, though?
You can't be phased from here on out. New Bigging has daylight on the outside lane. He's going to stay secure to the 62. Jewel on the bottom, still holding the wheel to wheel. Champagne right to the rear end of the 42.
The final one in the chamber is for Toyota is Contreras in the 18. He runs 7th in the M&M's Toyota. But up front, Bubbick looks up high over Newbigging. He has the lead at the moment, but how long can he keep it?
Back to the line, Braden Bubbick. Champagne lines up on the outside lane. They hold it. Wheel to wheel, 162 out of 200. Shuffling in the back, Michael Gregory to the outside lane. That's the 24 of Andrew Cooties on the bottom. Everyone trying to find the line that works best for them. Wheel to wheel to the high mix of 1 and 2.
Side by side, the high side gets the run, but Newbigging gets a run pushing on Burrows. They are dead even for second, and Bubbick is going to keep ahead, the top 3 pull ahead.
One around, down to the inside, Molina, into the outside wall. He's collecting pace in. Maybe the 8 of Greenwood as well, and the caution is going to wave again. Wow.
That's caution number 8.
Kevin Champagne's in it.
Oh, and that's major damage, it looks like. But for those who weren't involved, John, you know what this means?
Another restart.
Well, that too. But at least the scheduled distance fuels out the question. You can make it to the end.
Yeah, you can make it to the end from here. And that's where you start getting nervous, because some of those guys that were riding around just in case. Maybe problems here with Spencer Burns. He was a little slow going back down to the start-finish line. Keep an eye on things there. Let's watch back to it. Let's go overhead. They were shuffling around him. We kind of saw it at the corner of our screen. Molina there down the bottom, lined up with a 3.
Watch that 26 car. We'll see what happens if he got contact or just got loose.
Minka's lost a lot of speed coming down off corner X. If he gets it back forward, you can see Kwame going to the middle. Ooh, that actually had nothing to do with him. You see Kwame got right in the side there of the 57. Max Swearigan got him in the rear. Max, that was a reaction to go low to avoid
right
that.
into
What a
Greenwood.
lick.
Greenwood and Basin, but another time that right in front of the pack, only 3 look to be involved. Schmidt's in the wall, but
I think that's it for the 26. That
Yeah.
may be it for Greenwood as well. That's a hard hit. I mean, you
Multiple.
can get away with it, but that right there, I don't think so. But we're going to watch it again. The fact that I think all 4 tires came off the ground,
yep.
bad indicator that that's not going to go ahead and work well. You got Chad Thornquist in the grass.
Look at Swearigan in the grass.
Swagger
Look at him,
doing a
he's
great
going.
job. Just hold on, man. He's a dirt track fan, so he knows what he's doing down there.
I want to watch his entire journey through this because he is sideways in the grass still at this point.
Yeah, you can see it down low. I mean, oh man, it sucks for Greenwood.
Was this where Kevin gets involved?
He locked it up. Yeah, he's gonna get hit.
Oh.
That's a heartbreak right there for the 8 machine. I mean, if you're Dale Greenwood, look, you can even see the suspension's already destroyed on the PUBG Mobile Chevrolet. It's gonna be tough. You're gonna have to go ahead and fix it.
These last couple of cautions have taken up tons of really good players in this race. Now, a whole new cast of characters up there. They're all on pit road because we know they can make it to the end. And hey, look at Armstrong still at least on pit road.
You see Max Steinmeier lined in there as well. Andrew Cootie down on pit road. I'm starting to think Andrew Cootie's not a big fan of Max Steinmeier
Yeah, I
here.
don't think so either.
Oh, never mind. There's just Sharon Pitts. Never mind. Could be wrong unless that's just a little problem in the system. Jua, Martin, Scott Moore, fast 4. Burrows, Champagne, Newbigging, and Brower, top 8. And we will get ready to try it again. That's big. If you're Jua, man, you've been all over the place. You've been in wrecks, seen wrecks. You're Martin. I mean, I have not seen Martin in a single incident tonight. That 78 is ready to go to victory lane. I'm telling you.
And he's been fast too. He hasn't been one of them leading the whole time, but he's been somebody who's been pushing those leaders. He's been partnered up with. And that proves he's a fast car. And now with cars that might not be as proven up there, may not be as fast, he might be the guy who's the captain.
Things continue to shuffle, but we get ready for a restart. Pit road full of Molina. Still lined in. Armstrong's got to beat that pace car out. Same with Vila. And they very much will. They're going to get some. Yeah, they do.
Not by very much, though.
He got it. That's all that mattered. And we get lights off. We get the 1 to go. Coming down to it. Hey, this is it. It's all or nothing. Coming down to it. So we get ready to try it again. Toyota, Chevy, Ford on Ford behind them as well. Ford on Chevy. All getting ready to ring it back up.
Dominguez and Thornquist too, right back up there. There's, again, look back from about Brower on back. It's a whole new cast of characters. There's so many different guys that we talked about a bit tonight, but haven't really been up front. And this is another really big one.
I want to point out
top 20.
I definitely want to point out a strategy that I don't like, and it's the fact that some of these guys still think they can ride in the back and win this race. It can work in Carb Cup. It can work maybe in Rookie, bottom split. It's not going to work. We've seen it before now. Some of these guys have been riding around all day. They try to get to the front. Then all of a sudden they get nervous. They drop to the back. Yes, they have every right to get nervous. You don't want to get wrecked out. But I don't think this is going to be a race where the winner goes to victory and that only leads one lap happens to be the last. It's going to be someone that's going to be up front.
Look back, row 9, Spencer Burns. He's probably the furthest back he's been all night long. He's going to have a ton of work to do. Got a fast car with the 18 and the 69 back there to make it up, but still, a lot can happen in that time.
Going to be a lot of fun. Everyone back on their feet just one more time. This could be the restart. You never know. We've seen races go green from here on out before in races done on this channel. Now it's time to see who's got the quest for victory. Jua, Martin, Moore, Scott, grab a gear. We're green again. Back into 1 and 2. Jewel on the outside lane gets a shot by Timothy J. Moore. Justin Champagne lines up with them. It's Martin on the outside, already back to a bullet train to the high banks of 1 and 2.
Scott and Burrows, the top two on the bottom line as it forms up, and up top, Jua, Moore, Champagne, Martin, and Brower. They have the fast 5, they have the breakaway.
It's the tandem drafting up front, but it's a shuffle way in the back. Out of the pocket goes Brower to the bottom, lines up with Scott. Is Timothy J. Moore going to stick with Jua? He does for now. Back coming down off turn number 4.
But does Justin stick with both of them? If that bottom line gets a run, he's got to make a move here. But right now, Jua, Moore, they stick right together, leading with only 32 to go.
Lights coming on as we work our way back to the short shoot and back to 1. Justin has been calm for now. That 1 lap, things could change. Kwame Scott on the bottom, lines up with Brower, still wheel to wheel. It's Mother to the middle. 3 wide battle for about the 6th place position.
But no one went with him. He is absolutely alone there. Yeah, Justin's ahead of him, but that whole pack's starting to break up. And look, Brower getting pushed by Scott to the lead.
It's Drew Jew on the outside lane, lined up with Timothy J. Moore. It's the tandem drafted out of the fast 4. The lifeline there from Champagne on the bottom brings Brower wheel to wheel. Jew a shot out of the cannon. That's the run down the hill.
Huge gap between the front 5 and the rest of the pack. But yeah, just tandems everywhere. Justin's on an island.
And here comes Martin. He's got a tandem there with Mothick as well. That's on the outside lane. 2, 3, 4 drivers in a piece trying to tandem it out. Is this 2011 or what? They're direct to the high banks of 1 and 2.
12 and 3 are really strong, holding their own against the entire pack, but they need help, and that comes in the form of the 88.
Mothick
up front, top 5 now, single file. If someone wants to make a move, they got to tandem up to the front.
Mothick's that last one with that turbulent air. Here comes Brower on the bottom. Kwame Scott lined up on the inside lane with Dominguez. Wheel to wheel, they still stay. It's the 57 of Kroenke. Lines up 3 wide in the back. Who can break through that top 2?
Now it's the fast 4 that are ahead. As they go through the triumph again, it looks very similar. Jua and Moore up front, but Brower slowly making up time with Kwame Scott.
Scott back to 7th, Burrows back to 8th. They continue to shuffle up. DeAngelis, Burns, Gregory just inside that Sweet 16. But Drew Jua trying to get it done. A Florida brand top of the board with Publix. They work their way down the super stretch.
And while this is going on, some of the fast guys in the back have not been able to make up any time. You got Burns back there, only 15th. Basin with him. DeAngelis back there, and Swarajin with Wilkerson.
You're coming down to 31 laps to go. That's gonna be this time by. What's your move here? How about Kwame Scott with Brower? Shuts them 4 to the lead. Now they're gonna hold on to it back 2 by 2. Jewel with the dogfight back to the line.
Aggression high. The 12-wheeler spun out before the tri-oval. After it, he's in the lead. Well, not for long, because Jua gets the push from Moore.
He's got that shove on that outside lane. You can just see Champagne's just trusting the process, holding on to that farthest most lane.
That's all you can do right now. Just stay in line, try and push ahead, and the moment you get to, make a move. But right now, only the front 2 are ahead, and they are sticking together because Brower and Scott are working together against them.
Still 30 laps to go this time by. This is when you got to get real. Scott shoving Brower out in front. It's 4 to the point. Hanging on the quarter panel. Got loose off corner exit. What lane do you choose? Is it top or bottom?
I think you stay with the bottom now, but you got to block that top. They're getting huge runs off the undeniable. Huge runs up the corner and huge runs side by side with them.
It's been a magical event nonetheless as they hold the wheel-to-wheel. Drew Jewell will not give up on that outside lane. Timothy J. Moore knows the quest for victory means sticking with the 4. Back to the high banks of 1 and 2. It's still dead even off corner exit.
After a valiant effort, the 4 now is ahead of the 12, 17 with them. Justin Champagne with them, but now here comes Brower and Scott with another run. Dominguez now with them.
Still that wheel-to-wheel, that's gonna be tough. You gotta break through on the bottom, but here comes Andrew Cootie. Help there from the 06 of Burns. 3 wide, David Joyner on the inside lane. Still trying to find a piece through. Trouble! One in the grass, maybe down to the short chute, all the way to the inside, we stay green.
It might have just been contact. They were so close together, but with under 30 to go, you've got to make your move now. There's no holding back. There's no point to hold back unless you don't want to win.
Trying to get a read on the driver, still no read just yet. Frank DeAngelis 3 wide, stuck in the middle, gets 1, looks 2, trying to find a way through.
Contact.
There they go.
The 3's around. One Scott is into the inside wall.
That's Max Swearinger involved as well. Douglas Newbigging, and the caution will wave again. Who's out of this one? Newbigging, damage, heavy damage on the nose of that machine.
The 3 got turned first.
I think he may be good. I want to see this nose before I say anything. Oh no, he got it. He got damage. It got wild.
Where was Frank?
Frank's, he made it through. He's down.
Yeah, but he was right around that.
Unbelievable.
No, he was. Let's see. Did he get into this? Oh my gosh,
Oh, he did. We just saw the replay.
He missed it. Oh, we got to show them. He missed it again.
910 plus watching live. We're down to 30 to go in. If you're just tuning in, you may want to say you should watch back of this entire race.
Yes.
Because this has been one of the greats of NR. We're going to be talking about this one for years.
Yes, I'm going to be talking about this all weekend, all week. Man.
I go to Daytona, I'm talking about
I
this.
hope the real Daytona race is this good.
Joseph Armstrong, a little damage as well. Now let's go all the way back to what originally happened, and that was towards the rear end. Who got turned? We didn't get the best view
Just
of
follow
it.
Frank. He'll
I believe
find
it may have been Dominguez. No, it was the 12 of Brower. He was going for the lead.
But did he save it?
No.
He
We didn't get the best view of it. No, he's going to rear end the inside wall.
Not the worst hit.
Nah, it could have been a lot worse. He did go ahead and blink out from there.
All right, so what happened on the backstretch? That's a big question.
This is a big thing. We've been shuffling these cameras around. There's so much action to go ahead and watch. And oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is just race 1 of 10 of this league.
Yeah.
We got a lot more great racing to go.
There's a lot of championship contenders who are going to be in a big hole leaving Daytona.
This is big right here. I think it's going to be Contreras just coming up on his own.
There he is. And then watch Kwame Scott. He goes down. Does he get into Dominguez? The 2 Earnhardt cars get into each other. Does he hit how hard do they hit the inside wall?
Yeah, it's going to be big. I think Dominguez is going to get the brunt force of it. We see Scott. Oh, he may have.
Okay, Dominguez in it.
So Dominguez did blink out on our end.
Scott miss it?
We're going to have to go ahead and watch back again. He almost caught the Gandhi wall back there. That's the big thing. I mean, that wall just sticks out like a thumb. No, he missed it. But everyone else did it.
But he's going to have a lot of track position loss because of that. So there's a lot of fast cars that are going to make their way forward. We got to find Frank Cam.
Yeah, it's going to be
We got to
crazy.
find it this time.
Well, there's Max Swearinger. He's on pit road. A lot of damage. Dale Greenwood's still there. Dominguez. Pit road has been a busy one for so many drivers, but everyone's got dirt on their nose. Grill torn up a little bit. Paint scratches everywhere. It's been battle tested. They have been waiting all week. I mean, even last week after we finished the Clash, what happened? They're all talking about Daytona. Hey, can't wait for Daytona. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is where you prove it. You've been waiting all week. You don't want to wait all week just to lose. For a lot of these, they've been waiting all month just to go ahead and get a shot.
They wanted years of this. So, they're like, this has been years in the making. And at this point, second, you don't want second. Why would you second at this point? You know, it's 120 if you're going for a championship. That just doesn't matter.
And at the same time, you think about it, what has been the most requested thing by any driver, any viewer in NR Night in America? We've done 100 e-ticket events, and they're amazing. We love them. We can't wait to have more. By the way, this is an e-ticket event, and you just see how magical and special they are, but they've been asking nonstop, give us a lead, give us a lead, put the best of the best out there. We want to see the all-star cast. And you got it here. We're restarting with 25 laps to go in this race.
And up front, they're starting to form up. It's going to be the Tua, Justin Champagne, that's your front row, then Moore and Martin, and then Mubbock and Cootie. Cootie is finally back up there competing in the front. I think after that you got Burrows and Burns. Frank is up at 9, and Todriff in 10.
Let's get ready to try it again. I'm loving DeAngelis there in 9th. I'll have Burns back to 8th. And oh, by the way, we both had him number 2. Yes, we did have different front runners. Once again, you picked Marcelli's back in 19th. Joe's trying to get back going. He's been down pit road a ton of times, but this has been an unbelievable event. And there's so much at stake. Mistakes cost a lot. And we've seen guys that made the mistake early, they've rebounded. A lot of these guys are making a mistake late. Just look at the chat. Max Swearengin, he's not happy he may be out of the race. Yikes.
That's too bad, but, you know, as much as it sucks for a lot of those guys,
that's the price.
Gotta look forward. 24 to go this time by.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time by will be 25. What a night we have had. They're all on their feet. Time to get loud in the chat. Time to get loud on the virtual scene. Drew Jua trying to catch lightning in a bottle. Let the glass slipper fit. Justin Champagne trying to pop the bottles with a Don Julio Ford. How about him? 100 NR Night in America wins or more, but has never won an e-ticket event. It could happen here.
How about Kwame Scott? He's only in 12th now.
Let's get ready to try it again. Shrinking the scoring pylon. You see the leaders up front. Grab a gear. 25 laps to go in the Great American Race. Jewel on the bottom, help there from Moore. Champagne on the outside line, Dylan Martin. All to the high mix of 1 and 2.
Even restart for the most part, but Champagne gets the nose ahead. Jua now with the push from Moore. They're going to be side by side for second going down the super stretch.
25 laps to go. It's feeding time at the zoo. Where do you go from here on out? Champagne on the outside lane. Lines up with Martin. Trying to get that shove back through 3 and 4. He does. Andrew Cootie's on the bottom lane. Still wheel through 3 and 4.
The run's on the bottom for now. Justin goes down the side draft. He's going to get a run up top. They're 3 wide back there.
That's going to be Burns to the outside. Letting Martin out to try in the middle. All shuffling around. 24 to go. Andrew Cootie's on the quarter panel.
Cootie was in 5 lanes at once, but now he's behind Justin. The front 4 have evened out. Mubbock going for the top, and he's got the 62 with him.
Yeah, so Jew's going to go ahead and slam that door on the outside lane. Still holding that wheel still. Down off corner exit. Moore losing time. DeAngelis losing time. All back wheel down the super stretch.
Top 3 have it even, but here comes Moore and Frank. They're going to get the run on the bottom heading to 3.
Trying to find what works best for them. Braden Mubbock top side. Now shuffles to the bottom. Slams the door of Moore. Still wheel. That's back through 3 and 4.
He's got the lead. He's clear. He blocks up high. 24 going to 23 to go.
Oh, there goes Thurston. William Schmidt involved. Daniel Mosteller.
Gary Owen. It looks like Joey Stone made it through on the bottom.
Kwame Scott.
Glass.
And it's still wrecking.
Oh.
And the caution's going to wave again.
What, 10? 9 or 10, somewhere in there.
Now, look at that nose, that 82.
Yeah, at this late in the game, it's over.
Unbelievable. It was picking up.
That's a heck of a move by Mubbock.
Yeah, went all the way down that bottom. Frank DeAngelis, Burrows, Tondriff, Champagne up the 4th. And we will have another restart.
I think Joey Stone made it through on the bottom by going right through the grass, if I'm not mistaken. Now, he might have got hit, but at least from what I saw, he made it through.
Yeah, watch this. You see Michael Gregory there with Scott. Hangs right on that quarter panel, and that ain't going to work. You see Thurston goes right back sideways, right in front of the 3. William Schmidt trying to find his way through on Joyner. Tyler Glass.
And they on the bottom get into Mosteller.
Oh, Demos was trying to bring it down pit road, and he just got tagged right at the end. Jordan D. Martin, he got through right through the grass as well. Gary Owen has been in the grass a ton tonight. Look at all the lines in here. Wow.
I think most of the time that Gary Owen has been on camera tonight, he's been in the grass.
And this is where it continued to go. No one holding the brake. Caution's out. Dylan Basin, Tyler Glass.
Cohen missed it.
Trying to find their way through. Dale Greenwood involved again. And we still have 22 laps to go. You're Braden Mubbock. You're Timothy J. Moore. What do you do if you're up front? as things continue to roll. This is going to be tough right here. See more all the way down to the inside. Maybe coming to pit road. 22 laps to go. If you're Braden Movick, you love what you're seeing. You're up front, holding on to this race. This is what he's come to do. You're Abraham Vila, well, guess what? You just came back on the lead lap, most likely after that. It's a lucky dog. Moore, Chua, all lined in, but pit road has got company. Armstrong heading back out in front of the pace car.
Armstrong feels like he's just trying to survive on the lead lap for this one.
Yeah, remember, he's another driver that definitely can go for a championship. We've seen it before. He's got the speed, he's got the intensity, he's got everything that he needs to do to go ahead and compete for a championship. He just needs to be up there in the right place at the right time. Todrick back up there in 7th, Andrew Cooties in 8th. This is where things get interesting. 20th on back, roll down pit road.
Oh.
Max Steinmeier on the wall.
Took out Schmidt. I don't know what's going on there.
Douglas Newbigging, Max Steinmeier. A lot of damage on that 23.
Oh, Lucas in 12th now. After all he's been through tonight. Dale
Tanhart.
One of the garage guys duo up in the top 12 with only about 20 to go.
We're going to watch the replay here.
Yeah,
Max Steinmeier may not have been happy with David Joyner or William Schmidt.
it was Schmidt, I think.
I've never seen anyone mad at Schmidt before. No?
Well, I think Schmidt got in it at least. Yeah, Schmidt gets into him.
Wow. This is just on the pace laps. So there wasn't any anger. Huh.
That's something.
That's something indeed, and that could very easily just destroy Max Steinmeier's race. I mean, we're coming down to it. Let's go ahead and try to find the 23. I think he's still got suspension damage. He does. He's coming to pit road this time.
Gosh.
Wow. And your 500 could have just easily gone out the door because of something that happened under yellow. Gotta be heads up at all times. That's things like this happen. You don't want it to happen, but it does. And you come down to the area where that sun is set. This track has been the fastest it's ever been all night. You have to be focused at all times to get the one to go here, but man, that's just tough.
It really is, because especially if that wasn't intentional, then there's a lot of explaining to do after this race.
Right. Here we go. Lights off on the top of the pace car. Gary Owen Brower all lined in. Newbigging, Schmidt all continuing forward. We're going to have 19 laps left in this race. It's 11:29. That's on the East Coast. Time to go ahead and crown yourself a winner. It's going to be tough. I mean, this is going to be really hard to go ahead and see exactly who can go to victory lane. I mean, you look all the way back, drivers that are in or out. You still have 31st on back on pit road. James Thurston, Raul Alves, Chad Thornquist as well. Dylan Basin, TCB, all the way back to the rear. And I think Baker may be the only driver out of this race. We're not sure just yet. Let me rephrase that. Thornquist is up there in 10th, but that's a big thing. You still got a massive field, and everyone has been into something tonight. You just got to wonder, including with 0 fast repairs, how hard do you push in these final 19 laps?
You gotta go for the win. I mean, you have to. With this much time left, after surviving this long, I can't see him going back. I get some people may think that, yeah, they'll be able to caution, but at that rate, you're going to become the caution falling back. So go for it. 100%, 110%, whatever you got to do, get to the front. That needs to be everybody's goal at this point.
Things are going to get exciting. We're going to shrink the tower to give you every single view from here on out, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we're going to run to the finish. Final time left from Daytona. 19 laps to go. Ford Chevy, that's row 1. Braden Movick on the bottom. That's the 17 of Timothy J. Moore. On the outside lane, grab a gear, try it again. Green for the World Center of Racing. Chua tucked in with a 42. Movick to the outside, all trying to line him back into 1.
They bounce Burrows to the bottom. He's all alone. Not for now, because Movick's going down there with Chua. The bottom line has the run is a very disorganized restart, and 3 wide with Thornquist in the middle.
He made that run move, and now he's going to go ahead and have that 24 right with him. Here comes Barnes, jumping to the outside in front of Tyler Tinsley. Top
4 top 5 lined up on the outside lane.
And the luckiest man in Daytona, Frank DeAngelis, he's 4th right now, with Burns looking underneath him. And now Bubbick has still got the lead, coming off 4.
Jua swiped the rear end of that 42 machine coming off corner exit. Now racing their way back to the line. Frank DeAngelis 4th, trying to win his first eTicket event. 18 laps to go for the World Center of Racing.
Single file with about the front 6 or 7. They're staying in formation. At this rate, you got to think they're just trying to get to the finish. Down low, you got a big line with Burns leading it out of 2.
Trying to go in and continue to hold that wheel to wheel, but Burns sees a big shot from Tyler Tinsley on the bottom end. There's Zach Tondriff lines up wheel to wheel. How about a shove to the rear for the 69? Who's going to jump out of line heading to 3?
You think it'd be Justin Champagne, but it's not going to be because he's side by side now. Now he gets a clear a bit of Burns, but still, front 5 staying in formation.
That 42's got the mirror drive the last 18 laps. You can't afford to get stuck in the middle. This big of a pack back to the line. 17 to go for the World Center of Racing.
Behind these 5, they're 3 and 4 wide back there. It's a huge scrum. Meanwhile, it's Frank. He's going to be the one to jump. He's got Justin with him. No, he doesn't. Justin leaves him.
He's going to go in and tail out, but that means Brower's going to go right back to the point. Braden Movick using lessons that he's been learning for a while on iRacing. To the outside with Jua. Lined up with Moore. Who makes the move to shot out of line?
Now up to 5th is Thornquist in the 48. He's been nowhere. Now up front going for the win.
Coming to 16 to go. Either win or finish second. It's Drew Jua trying to go in and take him on. Andrew Cootie's a door slam. Here on Alexander Kloinke. Still stuck 3 wide in the back. To the lead, it's Moore on the bottom.
Movick side by side. He's still got Jua with him, but Moore in that Best Buy Ford is getting a run with Frank DeAngelis going into 1.
The red rims are on and they're glowing into the night. It's Ford Chevrolet to the high banks of 1 and 2. Timothy J. Moore to the lead. Around in the back. That's the 7 of New Bigging. The 45 of Michael Gregory. And the caution is going to wave again. And we're coming down to 15 this time. They're pushing, they're shoving, they waited all this time.
John, we found one that Frank wasn't involved in.
And it's coming down to it. Gonna come down to 15 to go this time. You most likely start with 13. Let's look at the leaderboard. We shrunk it to get every viewer the best view possible. Coming down to this. Champagne, Burns, Cooties, all these guys line up. What's wrong with Jewel? We're gonna have to go ahead and get a review on him. He's still number 1.
It's back and forth. We'll find out.
But wow. This is getting wild. I mean, you saw it on the bottom, you start pushing and shoving. This is what happens at the end. You don't want to be stuck in that middle. It's about who can take the runs the best.
That middle is desperation. That is what we're seeing right there. Desperate moves cause incidents like this. And when you watch him going 3 wide like that, when you watch, I mean, look at the 7, he gets up
He just got in the wall. Just got sucked into the outside wall. You see Vila.
He had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, New Binging's trying to go ahead and, like, fight the wheel down off and just got forced into 4 wide right there. I think that's just a race incident. I don't think that's drivers being too aggressive. I mean, once again, they're going 205, 206.
Yeah, there's no way you can avoid it like that. You can't just yank these cars around. Kevin Champagne involved again here. See, Gary Owen, I think he gets by. Yeah, he does.
That's a 70 in the wall. That's Michael Gregory
Joey
around.
Stone. Armstrong gets by. Crucial points for Armstrong to gain out of this.
The only thing is, we're starting to realize not a lot of these guys are out of these races with these hits.
Ooh.
The real question is, I don't know, Michael Gregory. Michael Gregory, you gotta go. You gotta back.
You gotta go in forward.
He fixed it up. As we get ready to go ahead and try it again. Well, we're gonna have an interesting restart here, ladies and gentlemen. Timothy J. Moore, Frank DeAngelis, that's gonna be your front row. That's gonna be Ford on Ford. You got a driver back there in 3rd, that's Matthew Brower. Braden Mulvey back there in 4th as well. Drew Jua back in 5th. These are the drivers that we know have the best shots at winning. We want to give a quick shout out as well in the chat to all the users that have been gifting subs, that have been super chatting. We are very grateful for you. We all hope you've enjoyed this racing, and everyone back at home in general, we hope you've enjoyed this amazing night. A lot of hours, a lot of weeks of work to get to this point. We want to finally crown ourselves a winner.
Are we?
Maybe.
We've had a lot that's gotten in the way so far, so I don't know just yet if we will. but we have a strong front four here. Moore has been great at pushing all night. Now he's leading. DeAngelis has been everywhere all night. Now he's up there. Brower, he's good in any sense whatsoever. And Mubik has been a surprise in the second half.
Abraham Vila, if I'm not mistaken, may have just been the first car, 1 lap down. He's back on the lead lap. That's interesting to say because that means there's a lot of guys on this lead lap now. Think about it, just for the moment being. At one point we were talking about, there's only about 20 guys left to lead lap after that green flag stop. Well, guess what? Now everyone's got a big role to play right here. Who's going to go to victory lane is now the new question coming down to it. 13 to go, we'll restart with 12. This is where the anticipation builds. One bad move out of these drivers and you can just kiss your race goodbye.
Yes, and when you look at that fact too, if one of these guys makes a bad move, there's plenty who can pounce. There's Burns, he's made his way back up. Justin stayed up there. Cootie, Thurman, Schmidt, the top 10. And you look a little further back, Greinke, Joyner, they could maybe make their way up if someone screws up. Well, Stone and Contreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the night. It's make or break from Daytona. Let's get loud, 1 to go. Ford on Ford. Moore versus DeAngelis. Brower and Mubik fast four. It's going to be big right here. This is where it comes down. You don't want to be put in that bad spot.
I think the linchpin on this one is Spencer Burns in 6th. He's been making so many moves up the middle, so many moves getting pushed out clear and then going for the lead. I see him as the one who makes a huge move on this race.
Timothy J. Moore, just recently went #1 on SportsCenter this week. Now looking to go #1 on the top of the sim racing world. Trying to get it done here with lights off. We start with 43. This is what it comes down to. Ford on Ford, row 1. Time to dig in. Over 101,000 virtual viewers up there in the stands. Nearly 1,000 watching back at home. This is what it comes down to. High banks of 3 and 4. Lights off, just 12 laps remaining in the Daytona 500. Moore, Brower, and it's going to come down to that driver in second. Mubik and DeAngelis know how to work together well. The fight, the quest by the Ford on the outside lane. Will Frank DeAngelis finally win an e-ticket? Let's find out. Pace car makes a hard left 12 more times around the World Center of Racing. Green once more. Timothy J to the outside, making it Ford on Ford. Braden Mubik locked and loaded on the outside lane. Wheel to wheel down into 1 and 2.
Don't look now. Brower's getting a push from Jua and Champagne. The bottom line stays organized, and they pull right up, and there he goes. Spencer Burns up the middle, but with no help.
He's got to go in and sidetrapped it, inch and claw his way to hold on. Andrew Cooties gives him a hit check. Still 3 wide there with Tyler Tinsley in the middle. Moore, DeAngelis sliding around. Goes Jua, saves up to the outside.
Double file up front, 3 wide in the middle. Right now, the top 3, now 4, starting to pull away. But the 12 of Brower, he's getting help from Tinsley.
This is what it comes down to. It's going to be 11 across the board. Ford, Chevrolet, Timothy J. Moore. Just a couple miles left to victory. Back down towards 1 and 2.
Make that Justin and Dale Tanhart. He's entered the top 10 now. Watch him to compete for this race. Up top, the front line is about 6 or 7 deep before you get double wide with the 12 and the 79.
Lights turn on, sun setting in the back. Jua needs to get to the rear of the 42. Frank DeAngelis not going to wait. Andrew Cooties out of the pocket to the bottom. Line double Brower, still wheel to wheel.
Mubik down low into the corner. Moore goes down to block.
He just took the bait. Look at the tandem drafted on the outside. Frank's got to get to that corner panel. Coming down on corner exit.
Single file on the bottom. Moore is going to be side by side with Frank DeAngelis with the Publix car right behind him.
That may have been a bad news move for the 17 as DeAngelis rockets to the lead. Drew Jua all over the rear end there of the Ford machine. Frank DeAngelis, Timothy J. Moore, wheel to wheel dead even through 1 and 2.
And now they've broken ahead. Front 2 are clear. Moore goes up high. DeAngelis follows, and now Cootie does too.
And they're all lined in. That puts the 69 back to the
fast four, jumps to the bottom, lines up with power. Can Timothy J. Moore mirror drive for 10 more laps, back to the high banks of 3.
Cootie down low. He's going to take his 24 Chevrolet to second. Side by side with Mubbitt, and now right underneath Moore.
Mudvik, that's the 24 of Cooties, down to the inside, top 3, 9 to go for the World Center of Racing. Daytona at its best, Timothy J. Moore has company on the bottom.
3 wide in the back, never mind that. The front 2 are pulling away, and then Taylor's in the wall. Tinsley's in the wall. There goes the Blue Moon car, and we're gonna
Alexander
wrap him up
Kroenke.
again.
Oh, Justin!
Justin's in it. And Greenwood again.
And the caution is going to wave. Joey Stone nearly getting smacked on the nose.
Caution number 12.
And now we're going to have something for a late race restart. What does this come down to? Over 1,000 watching at that moment. Wow. They're trying so hard back there. That's the thing up front. They know they can form up and force these guys into a mistake.
See, Dale Tanhart was the first one I saw sideways. I wonder if he got hooked or if he just made a bad move. But that was such a chain reaction crash there. Thurston got through it. Justin gets collected at the end into the wall. Dale Greenwood almost goes over.
I think Kroenke's out of this race, and that's going to be a lot of fixing with this late. And we talked about before, if you're going to make a mistake, might as well make it early, but that may just be catastrophic for him. Dale Greenwood somehow still has that thing rolling. Same with Max Swearinger. He got one smoking on the bottom. May have just been an all F4. Tyler Tinsley still lined up. Jordan D. Martin still lined up. Wow. Let's go watch back to it. This was just, I think, wrong place, wrong time.
Wait, watch Dale. Watch the move. He goes down low.
He hesitated. He couldn't commit.
And then he goes back up. That's on Dale.
Oh, that's 110%.
He wasn't clear at all.
You got to commit. I mean, that's what it comes down to here. I mean, he's got that outside lane lined up. He knows it's 9 to go. It's go time. But once he saw this move down at the inside was not open, you got to sit in the middle. You can't just go ahead and go back up. Once again, he probably thought he was clear, but clearly Tyler Tinsley's on his horse.
Because, Tinsley's race might be over because of that. Kroenke's race is almost certainly. Greenwood, Kevin Champagne, let's see if he gets through it. But Justin's race might be over. You just ended a lot of people's races with a pretty bad move.
Daniel Mosteller can thank Alexander Kroenke for that move. Let's watch back to it. Watch the 9 down the bottom. Kroenke jerks the wheel just right back up the track because he knows he's going to hit this 9. And he was going to take out Glass as well. Probably taking out David Joyner behind him.
Look who gets through it. Armstrong in the 20. He was just ahead of that.
That was a massive hit. I mean, you can see it back up the speed. Just how big of a hit that 57 took. Bam!
That's 8 to go. That's it.
And there's Justin. Michael Gregory finding his way through. It was very calm. Not the middle part of the race. I want to say the middle, because early on we're like, whoa, they're getting really aggressive. But the aggressiveness really hasn't stopped. It's just the hits have been coming later in this race. 7 to go, left side of your screen. This is what you got.
Joseph Armstrong is back in the top 12.
That's big, including with coming down to 6, maybe 5 to go. I know a lot of these drivers can be saying, hey, let's restart this now. No more waiting. We want to get to this finish. You're Timothy J. Moore. You want to say, no. Hey, let these laps run out. We have time. But right now, you're Braden Mubbick, Andrew Kuizer, Frank D'Angelo lined up 2x2. That's going to be tough. That's going to be a big run.
So it looks like Mubbick might be lining up with Frank on this race.
And that's big. Remember, that worked out last time.
Yeah, depending on the lane choice, all that stuff. So this is going to be an interesting restart. Oh, and William Schmidt in the SpongeBob car up in 6th. So he's going to be in it. Todd Drift in the top 10 for the first time all day. Oh, and also Gary Owen is up in 11th.
Yeah, Todd's been struggling a lot. There's one thing, that's why I wanted to talk about PBR early and countdown to green. Never count them out of these super speedways. They will get hit, shoved, brought, spun out, and they will still somehow have all 4 tires pointing in the right direction to go green. How about this? Best news for drivers 6 on back. You're going to have 5 laps to get it done. You're about 11, 12. You may want to start bracing. It's going to get nuts, ladies and gentlemen. 5 to go for a restart.
Yes or no?
I want to say no. I want to say no because something's telling me they're still going to lock up that top. And the thing is, you got to think about some of these drivers back here. A lot of them know only shot at a championship is still to get a good points paying day at Daytona. Yes, it's an eTicket. You want to be on the top of the board. There's thousands watching. Everyone's having a great time. But
at the same time, you still have to think about Chicagoland, that championship race in June. That's what it's going to come down to. We're getting ready to do it again, ladies and gentlemen, with 5 to go. Who do you got? What do you think? You think we're going to go to overtime?
At this rate, we had 3 cautions in the first half of this race. We've had 9 since. So I think we are going to overtime. I think that if I had to pick though for not, I got to go with Frank DeAndres. He's had the last super all night, and I think it stays on.
Going to be interesting to see. Mavic on the outside, more on the bottom. The first ever NASCAR Series race. Coming down from Daytona. Lights are on, shining bright. Back to the high banks. That's a 3 and 4. Who's going to win this race? Todriff 8th, looking to find lightning in a bottle. Andrew Cooties started P1, would like to end P1. You got the 69 DeAngelis on the outside, just looking for something to go his way. You work your way off this time by. How does this go down? Let's find out. 5 laps remaining from the World Center of Racing. Grab a gear one more time. This is going to be the finish. Green from Daytona. Moore going up to Blanc. Chua's going to go with him. Nose to tail. That's back to 1.
That 24 car left out to dry on the bottom. Nobody going with him, but he gets a spot in line.
He's in the wall. Stacking guys up. That's Todriff jumping back. That's going to be killer right there. You got it now. Trying to find a way to catch the fast 5. You cannot go ahead and fight each other back in the rear. Champagne, Thurston, there they go.
Another round.
And now we go to most likely overtime. Or at least the end of regulation of 2 to go. They tried too hard back there when Cootie stood on the walls. These guys getting nervous.
At this point, you gotta, if you're the back, different accidents happen. You gotta go for winning points. You're not gonna win the race in 20, but that 20th place finish will turn into a 15th or 10th place run. The guys up front screw up on the next lap. A lot of these incidents aren't coming from the front, they're coming from the rear. And I want this restart to come. I want to see the resolution to all this.
Yeah, that's a big thing too. I mean, I think he's just trying to do too much. That's the second time Tanhart's now been involved in an incident. We're gonna go ahead and watch back to see exactly what happened. It may have been Tanhart again. We're gonna see.
He's up on the top side, 3 wide
And you saw
already.
how that already shuffled guys back there. I mean, they're 3 wide, pushing, shoving. Burns wants a big shot. He's led a whole lot of laps here tonight. We're going to see it again. Remember, Thurston's lined up. Burns gets a big shot to the rear end. And
into Justin, into Thurston.
it's a chain reaction.
Yeah.
Joey trying to get through. Wilkerson on the bottom. All sliding back around. And Dale Tanhart nearly finds the inside wall. Backs it down. And now he's trying again. If you're Timothy J. Moore, you're up front. What are you thinking? This is best case scenario. Braden Mavic, Frank DeAngelis, now you're restarting on the bottom. That's going to be the big thing. This could still very easily come down to what the top 3 thinks. Here's the thing. We're coming down to it. We're going to go to overtime. 100%. We're going to overtime. Relax yellows for what happens in the back. Let them race up front. If the drivers in the back want to throw away a top 25 position on points, that's on them. Let these guys race it to the end. Admins are going to be on the board waiting to see what goes wrong. Max Swearigan going around and getting a lap back. See big right here, and if you're Mavic, you're back there in second. Be wheel to wheel, you're not going to have Frank with you unless Moore decides to choose the outside lane and Mavic goes to the bottom.
See, the way I see it though, what they've been doing the last couple of restarts is getting one of the rows good and then everybody falls in line and they go single file. You can't do this. You just can't. With 2 to go, with it being overtime, with possibly being, the last lap ending everything and you getting caught up in something, you have to go all out here. You're with who you're with now. You go single file and you choose to go from like that second row to 5th in line in a single file line, your race is done. You're probably not winning this thing. So I think at this point, it's aggression. It's every man for themselves. You draft with who you're set up with, and that's how it goes.
And it's been a fun race, and you still got a lot of these guys up there trying to get something going, but what that caution just did is it probably just ended Gary Owen's shot of winning. It probably just ended Contreras, Thornquist, and you still never know. I mean, these guys can wad it up past the start-finish line, or just in front of the start-finish line, they can come out the winner. But you just limit the opportunity for a win for a lot of those guys back there with the shenanigans towards the rear. Up front in the Fast Four, you're loving the fact the caution came out.
You really are, because it makes it that the race is between yourselves. We've seen it's hard to pass from back in the pack unless you get the right run at the right time with the right hold. So these four, they're loving it as we're getting set up for overtime.
1 to go from Daytona. Who made it out? They're going to go ahead and let them go by as we get ready to try it again. Moore, Movic, Jua, DeAngelis. That's the Fast Four. That's going to be the big one. Coming all the way back around here, Braden Movic on the outside lane. You're going to need a big shove there from the Ford machine of Drew Jua. Drew Jua has never won a race in NR Night in America. That could change right here.
Lining up with Movic is going to be a huge help with that. Cootie's been fast too, so he's got the right drafting partners to do so. He also on the bottom, Schmidt is staying in it. And we got DeAngelis, who's done everything possible to stay in it. And of course, Moore, who was a good pusher, has now proven to be a good leader.
Getting ready to try it again. It'll be Ford on the bottom, Chevy on the outside lane. This will be the finish of the Daytona 500. How does it all come down? Braden Movic, first ever eTicket event won. That was the Florida 500 back in August of 2021. Timothy J. Moore won the first race of 2022 from the World Center of Racing. Drivers with rich history of winning at NR Night, drivers that have been here a while that are still looking for their first, all comes down to this. Ladies and gentlemen, back to the high banks. All the anticipation leading down to turn 4. DeAngelis trying to have the glass slipper fit just one more time. Who's gonna win it? Let's find out. Sun has set, lights are on. Pace car makes the hard left onto pit road. Grab a gear because it's 2 to go in the Daytona 500.
Great restart for Moore. He gets out ahead of DeAngelis. He can pick whatever lane he wants. He goes up high.
Schmidt's gonna have to move him. He's got to move DeAngelis as much as he can. That inside lane cannot get stacked up with the outside lane charge.
They're going because DeAngelis now is underneath Movic. But again, Moore has the choice of lane. They go down the super stretch, the 42 glued to the back of the 17. Jua behind it, but here comes Frank with Schmidt.
Schmidt all over the rear end of Frank DeAngelis. Here comes Movic down to the inside. He's gonna go wheel to wheel. Lines up with the 69. They've gotta make it back.
They might. They're coming down to the white flag, to the tri-oval.
Gonna do it back to the line, sounded off, Blanca. 1 to go in the Great American Race. Moore on the outside, Jua is lined up, shuffling way in the back. Cootie's back to third. Tundra lined up to the high banks of 1 and 2 for the final time.
Cootie right on Jua. They gotta make a move. The 17 is pushed out of the way. Up high, Jua gets the push from Cootie. Now Cootie has to make a move. DeAngelis underneath, almost 3 wide. The top 4 single file. Here comes Schmidt into 3.
Down to the bottom, last gas. Here they come. Andrew Cootie on the outside. He gets turned. There's a wreck. Down into 3 and 4.
Frank's gonna have a chance.
He's got to run. This ain't over at final time. Down off 4. Who's gonna win this race? Andrew Cootie's 24. Frank DeAngelis 69. Andrew Cootie's has just won the Daytona 500.
Hole to win.
Wow.
I thought we were about to have a 2012 Xfinity finish where everyone just crashes and 20th wins. What a finish.
And the thumbnail is gonna go to victory lane. Hey, he's all torn up. I think he got hit there late. They're still wrecking back to the line. Unbelievable. Gary Owen involved. William Schmidt as well. And just like that.
Schmidt so close up front. Same goes for Frank DeAngelis as well. Just barely missed it.
Unbelievable. Andrew Cootie, top of the board. We can't watch the burnouts. He was absolutely destroyed. And we're going to go ahead and give you the finishing results. It's on the left side of your screen. Cootie, DeAngelis, Mudvik, New Bigging, Fast 4. Wow.
And with
can't
one race
believe
down, Cootie's your unofficial points leader.
That's true. Frank DeAngelis coming back around.
Schmidt was up front right there at the end, ends up with a disappointing 19th place run. Justin Champagne recovers to a top 10. Daniel Mosteller to 6th. Armstrong gets a top 5, and we see cars getting pushed around, trying to get to the finish.
We're going to go ahead and watch back on it. This is the entire last lap. Want to say anything to everyone that tuned in. If you enjoyed that race, feel free to subscribe, notifications on. The great racing of NR Night in America will always be here. Andrew Cootie, Chevrolet Exalta. Welcome to Victory Lane.
So you see that top 4, they get the good run hooked up together through the corner, and this is the moment that changed it all. The 17 and the 4 hook bumper sends the 17 down to the apron almost, saves it, but holds up Mudvik and DeAngelis just that little bit, giving Cootie the opportunity to make a move on Jua.
Wow.
I mean, good lord.
And you can see right here, he's all over Jua. You see Todd's going to make that big move to the bottom, but Schmidt already made it for him. Brower gets right in the rear end there of the 54. They're all jostling, trying to find a way back.
And now you got the 20.
He got in the wall. Oh, no, he wrecked the field.
Oh,
no.
No.
Oh, man. Oh, that's not going to sit well with some drivers.
Not at all.
Drew Jua upside down.
Same with the 12. He's up in the air.
Oh, no, that's going to be controversial. Wow. I think that's probably why he got hit late. I was like, man, they hit him after the yellow. I thought it was a wreck. You see Mudvik trying everything he can. See, here's the thing. He just won the eTicket event. I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade. It's going to be tough to win a championship after that one.
Yeah, it really is, because that's the problem that you have with doing something like that in...
Frank was ready to turn him, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
You have a season-long points format. That's the issue with doing something like that. Now you have a target on your back for the next 18, 20 weeks.
Unbelievable. Frank DeAngelis, a bridesmaid again. Andrew Cootie, the second time, if I'm not mistaken, an eTicket event winner, has won as the thumbnail. Chad Thornquist, the one to do it back in the Brickyard 400. That was May of 2022. And here they come.
Yeah.
As Contreras got on there late. We're going to watch it again. Wow. I don't know what to say about that one. See what it looked from the angle it looked like. I thought Todd maybe caused that wreck. But definitely when you see it from that angle. Yow.
Able to see what the steering looks like.
Well, we're not going to go into disqualifying. Let's go to point that out.
Saying that now.
Whoever crosses the start finish line first is the winner, whether it was controversial or not. That's how we do it. We're not trying to go ahead and tweet out, hours later if there was a change. The winner's the winner. Andrew Cootie's has won. But we're going to go ahead and continue to watch back on it. What everyone's opinion is obligated there in the chat. We're going to continue to watch that, but wow. I mean, all around, it's still a great race. It was a very interesting one.
It's just a shame that a wreck like that ends this event. But yeah, he did get put up in the wall.
I just got a message from him. He said he did come down late, but it was a late block. The fine late block, because that nose is right there. And that nose is near the wheel.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sends him up in the air, the 12.
Tough break for Zach Todrick. That was his.
And nobody, and the rest of the field didn't know where to go at this point.
And you see Burrows as well. Burrows, once again, he just needed a good finish here at Daytona. He was going to be a really good look heading to Atlanta. Drew Jua up and over. Matthew Brower. Gary Owen. Look at Jua all side with sparks flying under the lights. At least Patrick's happy.
Yeah, I think he'll be the only one happy other than the winner tonight.
Wow. It's racing.
Whole thing ends in a shower of sparks.
Every viewer is allowed to have their own opinion, but you know what? There's a reason why we love having great racing. It gives you the opportunity to go ahead and ask the question why you should tune in next week. Well, next week it's a brand new race. It's Atlanta.
Old Atlanta.
Old Atlanta.
And this one, it's a bit of a dash race with 200 laps. So
I'm gonna be honest, I think we see a championship switch next week because something's telling me after this race, no matter how controversial it may be, that move right there is gonna sit for the entire run to the end. And I'm telling you, I think Atlanta is gonna be a lot of fun. You won't want to miss that in 10 days, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Jarrett, race 1, walk me through it.
I think we were both right. Chaos. It
Yeah,
was
we
complete
saw it.
chaos at the end. We saw kind of everything. We saw a short run at the start with the crash. We saw long runs with fuel mileage being an issue. And then we saw a bit of a demolition derby. We saw emotions, both good and the worst. It's pretty much, for the most part, everything that you would want from a Daytona 500. And I think that the jumping off point from this part forward, there's been tons of shuffling with championship contenders too. So you keep that in mind. I think that come next race at Atlanta, February 21st, I think that you're gonna see a lot of tempers there too. I think might see a little payback, but I also think you're gonna see you're gonna see a different type of aggression that you normally wouldn't see because there's more on the line than ever.
Well, at the end of the day, it was a lot of fun. The race at the beginning was interesting. The race late. We were ready to interview the top 5. We got them in here to go ahead and get ready to interview. Obviously, there's little fights back and forth. You know, in life, they also could do that. We've seen it on NASCAR before with the stock car racing. But we do want to say sorry to everyone that possibly got hurt by D'Angelo's words. But for a lot of people that don't know, let's go and explain it. There's a lot of work that gets put into these events. For a lot of these guys, they test, practice, they build anticipation for those moments. And at the end of the day, you know, tempers boil over, and apparently that's how it went down. At the end of the day, I had fun. Hopefully you had fun, and we hope to see you at Atlanta. That's going to be February 21st, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, back on this YouTube channel, just 10 days, the Tuesday after the actual Daytona 500. With that being said, Jarrett, would you like to say anything?
I can't wait for what's next. I think that we got 9 races to go now, and I think it's just going to keep ramping up from there.
It is, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all have enjoyed. Beautiful crowd on hand, over 1.1 thousand. It was a lot of fun all the way through. Want to say thank you to brand new subscribers, thank you to everyone that joined through, and we can't wait to go ahead and see you back on Tuesday. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you all very, very soon.